Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of soup chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick math for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Let's see. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. We are experimenting with a super TTS feature. You guys may have seen this on other live streams. You can see the link in the description to customize your TTS. It's a TTS monster link. You still send it through Streamlabs, but if you go to the TTS monster link, it'll give you our customization guide. It's our first time doing it, so it might be a little scuffed and janky, but try it out, see how it goes. See the description for all of the triggers and full details. Please keep these soup chats, donations, TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram, @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. If we get to 40,000 followers by the end of November, I will reveal what the 7 lapel means on my lapel. Check out my nonprofit, Big Lady Matter, or BLM for short. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel. Link is in the description. Go subscribe. So without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hey, Brian. I am Olivia Bentley. I am 46. I am a professional intimacy provider, and I am also a porn star.
When you say professional intimacy provider, what does that mean?
So I provide intimacy, whether that is the emotional, the physical, the spiritual.
Okay.
So,
gotcha. And you're a courtesan?
A courtesan.
Courtesan?
Yes.
Is it courtesan or courtesan?
Courtesan.
Courtesan. Cortisone shot.
No. No, courtesan.
Okay, got it.
A-N.
I see. Okay, got it. All right. And you were on before. Then you went on Candace Owens' show. And there was a New York Post article which we referenced in our previous show, but we'll pull that up a little later because that's certainly an interesting article. What about you?
Hi, I'm Lauren Roses. I am 31. I am a courtesan at the Moonlight Bunny Ranch, and I'm also a musician, and I do PR for musicians as well.
Do you guys all work at the same spot or different?
Different.
So you're at the Moonlight. Olivia, where do you...
I'm independent.
Oh, you don't work at a
yeah. I've been
bordello. Is that the term?
Bordello, yeah.
I've been at the Bunny, and I love her.
We Bunny together.
Close. Yeah, we're very close. Yeah.
Okay, so at one point previously, you had been working at one of the ranches.
I've worked at all of them.
You've worked at all of them.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. What about you?
My name's Annie Lobert, and I am the CEO of Hookers for Jesus Pink Chair, and I have 2 safe houses for women that have been formerly abused by the industry, the adult entertainment industry.
Okay. Got it. Oh, age.
Do I really have to say my age, Brian? Come on.
What
Can people
decade?
guess?
What decade?
Just blow us away.
Just know that I love the 80s so much and I miss them. My husband's in a famous 80s rock band called Striper.
Striper. Christian, like glam rock. Is it glam rock? Heavy metal?
Yeah, heavy metal glam.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, nice.
And they wear makeup and tight whatever. And I'm 56.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Wow.
Yay.
Don't be ashamed.
I thought you were in your 40s.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, thank you.
All
that
right.
means a lot.
Great.
What about you?
My name's Mercedes Otano. I'm an ex-stripper and sex worker turned spirit-led, pleasure-based life coach and sensual healer.
Age?
Oh, 33.
33.
And I'm 33.
What about you?
My name is Alice Little. I am a legal sex worker, sex educator, and intimacy expert, and I'm 33 years old.
Okay, got it. All right, Madison, what about you?
My name is Madison. I'm 18 years old. I'm a full-time student.
Her mic's not working.
You guys didn't do
We did do an audio test.
Nick, you know what to do. Just
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Mason Gregoire. I am I got crap for saying this last time, but I'll say it again. I am foremost a follower of Christ, mechanical engineer, content creator, competitive powerlifter, whatever else. Yeah.
Rock and roll. Welcome back.
Hello.
Speak more.
Hi, my name is Madison.
Can you guys hear her, guys? One in the chat if you guys can hear her.
One more time.
Hello, my name is Madison.
One in the chat if you guys can hear her now.
Years old. I'm a student.
We might just have to switch 9 for her.
No, we're not doing that.
Okay.
Hold on. Age? Did you say age?
Oh, no, 27.
27. Okay. All right. Madison's mic is scuffed. Just typical shit. Here, can you try unplugging and plugging it back in? Hello? Okay. What? Here, tap on the mic. Is it one in the chat, guys, if it's...
Hello.
No? Oh, you're not getting it? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go around the table. Let me think how I want to tackle this. Because we're going to get relationship status from everybody. So what's everybody's current relationship status? Are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's your longest relationship? Or actually, you know what? Before we do that, keep that in mind. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience with the Candace Owens show?
Sure. So it was basically a gotcha interview. I called up the producer and spoke with him and said, can we have an Oxford-style debate regarding the legalization and decriminalization of sex work? And they said, sure, we can. We'll fly you out. They flew me out very promptly. They were very nice to me, but Candace would not come out and talk to me prior to the interview. And once I sat down, they started right in she started right in asking me about my son. And that wasn't a part of the plan. So, do you want me to keep talking? Okay. I wasn't sure. So at any rate, she started in and asked me, hey, you have a son? And I said, yeah, I do. And then she said, well, he doesn't live with you, right? He lives in another state. So, and she was looking down at notes. So I think what had happened is she had her team do a background check on the wrong person. Oh. And rather than doing the Oxford style debate, which I had a lot of notes on, and that's what I was prepared to do, she made it a personal attack. In my opinion, because if she would have said, hey, we want to bring you on and I'm going to try to annihilate you as a mother and I'm going to talk about your son and we're going to get into some personal dynamics of your family and your personal life, I wouldn't have agreed to go on. So that was very fascinating. So I held my own. I did my best. There was all the things that I wanted to debate about, you know, we didn't really touch on all of those things, so I kind of was more like fending myself off from personal attacks, in my opinion. But I did get, we got some pretty interesting, intense debate going on there.
I thought it was a good conversation. I thought you guys had a good conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
You did good.
It was. Thank you. I went with it, and I had to go with the flow, and try to be gracious to the hostess, but at the same time, it wasn't what we agreed to do at all.
Okay. So you're saying she blindsided you?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So I did some kind of reaction videos afterwards, and some people thought that they were kind of ornery, but it's tried and true how I feel.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Well, I think we got the mics working right. Madison, can you maybe say something? One's in the chat if you can hear. Madison, Icarus, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships. So we'll go to the relationship status. So what's everybody's current relationship status? Again, sorry, single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem. How long have you been single, if you're single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
So I'm single. I was married for 7 years, and I dated for about 6 months this last year with a gentleman.
Okay, so single, and you said you were dating somebody for 6 months pretty recently.
Yes.
But is that over?
Yeah, we were going to try to make it work where I would move in, and we just decided it probably isn't for the best, just with the way opportunities are going and my life is going.
Okay.
Great person.
And what was your longest relationship?
7 years, my marriage.
7 years, gotcha.
My former marriage, yes.
Okay. When did you guys split up?
Oh, that was a long time ago. When my son was 2. He's 21 now.
Okay. Got it.
So yeah.
Okay.
I've tried to maintain. I've preferred to be single in the industry.
Okay. And so you just have the one son, or you have any other kids?
I have
or just,
one son.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
So me, I've been single 3 years, and I'm single now. And yeah, being in the industry, it's kind of tough with the dating situation. So I think single for the best. Yeah.
Okay. And if I recall from previous shows, have you ever had like a long-term partner or no?
A couple, like probably maybe like a year and a half.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. So yeah.
I had one like situationship that lasted 5 years, and that was
5-year
when I was
situation.
like 19. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So your longest relationship though, would you consider it the 5-year situationship or
more like the two one.
2 year?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been single? Sorry if I missed that part.
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. What about you?
I am married
Okay.
14 years as of June 5th this
Gotcha.
year.
Oh, congrats.
And thank you. And prior to that, I had some lengthy relationships.
Okay.
2 5-year and a one, I think it was almost 7 years. 2 were former pimps, believe it or not. The third one was my trick that I wanted to marry. And then I married the guy that is my husband, Oz Fox. So.
For the viewers watching who don't know what a trick is, what is a trick? And maybe the other girls
I
can also weigh in.
apologize. A trick
don't
is
call them that.
it's a customer, client, a mark,
No.
a John, someone
Nice.
that pays for sex.
You
I find
disagree
it
with
disrespectful.
with-
I call they're people. They're humans. They're my
Yeah.
friends.
That's why I
I
said
don't call
client
them
too.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard marks is sometime. Is that
Yeah. Sometimes
also a term?
when
what
the
I've
old term from the
No,
80s
not
and
like-
90s
not like
are
Mark.
marks.
But like,
That's just what we would use.
he's a mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I
an
just call it
easy
a customer. It's just a
Okay.
customer.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That too, we used to use that term, customer.
Okay, got it. Okay, and you were at one point, was it either dating or wanting to get married to one of the tricks?
It was really weird. I was coming to him because I was getting really mad because I was single.
Okay.
And I had left my second pimp, and
Yeah.
he helped me actually do that. And my brother, my brave brother Chuck, brought a shotgun. It was an amazing. It should have been a movie, honestly. To the house and said, "She's coming home with me tonight," and I got to leave him. Thank God. But the man that I was friends with, that knew about my lifestyle, that totally accepted it. He was a sweetheart of a guy, still is. He's like, "Let me take you out of this business." So on May 18th, 1998 is the day I quit the escort services.
In 98? Okay,
Yeah,
1998.
for the first time.
So proud
Okay.
of you.
Yeah, thank you.
For the first time?
Yeah.
Oh, did you like have a
I
relapse?
kind of had a
don't know if
relapse
that's-
in like 2000, the beginning of 2003.
2003.
And then I
okay.
overdosed on August 2nd, 2003.
Oh, OD'd. Okay.
Yeah.
On,
So then August 2nd, on cocaine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. And then, so did you end in 2003, or how long did you continue working?
That was the last time I worked, because I worked that
2003.
full year, on the
I see.
strip.
Gotcha. And were you
As an independent.
Independent. Okay, got it. And so, but you've been married for 14 years.
Yes.
Husband's is he, what is he a singer? Is he the
He
guitarist?
sings background, but he is the lead guitarist.
Lead
for
guitarist,
the
that's right.
band.
Gotcha.
He's
Okay,
been
for
playing since he
Striper.
was 6. He's from Whittier, California.
Okay.
Really amazing person. Met me, this is part of my story,
Yeah.
as he read my MySpace
Read your MySpace.
and said,
okay.
I like this girl. And my MySpace said ex, can I say the word with the P or not?
Prostitute?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Ex-prostitute Annie
Yeah.
Lobert.
Okay.
And he clicked on it and he was like, who would do that? And he was totally into it and loved my story and was like, I just want to let you know that I think you're a real cool person and I'd like to see if I could talk to you.
So he sent you a private message, a DM, I guess before it was even called DMs, on MySpace.
He did. And MySpace,
Okay.
I had a blog that I did that hit #1 several times in the entire world.
Oh, wow.
I
Okay.
one said, Jesus loves prostitutes. And a lot of people disagree with me. And I'm like, that's not true. He does. So Oz saw the actual MySpace because he went to dinner with Kevin Max. And that's from a band called DC Talk. And Striper was recording their album in Las Vegas. So they went to dinner. And my best friend, Heather Veach, she went to dinner with them. And then he went to her MySpace to become her friend. He saw me and her top friends, clicked on my picture, and everything was done after that. Actually, she called me that night and said, I just met your husband. I said, what? She's like, I just met your future husband, Annie. This is the guy. And I'm like, get real, girl. You don't know. But she was right. She was like, this is the guy for you. So he got vetted like that night. It's like kind of amazing when your best friend can vet somebody that they know is good for you. It's
And
something you can trust.
You said that, so he saw your profile on MySpace, that you had written that former, was it Escort? What did you have written on your MySpace?
Ex-prostitute.
Ex-prostitute, Annie Lobert.
You know what? Actually, it said
Yeah.
ex-hooker.
Ex-hooker.
Sorry, I
Okay.
misquoted myself.
Oh,
Ex-hooker.
okay.
How long had you been out of the industry?
When I first met Oz, it was in 2007. So yeah, 4 years, 5 years almost.
Did you have a Friendster too?
What's a
the-
Friendster?
Friendster's like the, even before MySpace, social
No,
media site.
MySpace was my first
That was your first-
experiment.
okay.
I will never forget writing in that space the first time.
But
ever.
so your husband, he told you that, like, he saw that on your MySpace, and is that I think you already said it, but what did he say? He said, that's when I knew that she was the one? Is that, or like he was just intrigued?
Was
by
very intrigued by me. He loved
Okay.
the way I look, first of all. Like, duh, you're going to attract somebody.
Did
you're not
you
gonna
have
be...
the same hairstyle back then, or was it a little
No,
different?
it was black and blonde. So it was
Oh, okay.
black on the bottom and it was a little shorter and blonde
Yeah.
on top.
2000, wait, was this in 2004, 2005?
2000, when he saw my space, it was 2007.
Oh, 2007.
When he saw my picture, yes.
Okay. That was like peak emo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you have hairstyle makes sense? Did you have
we were
an
young.
emo thing going
You know
on?
what? I'm going to tell you guys, that time was such a magical time in my life because social media had just become this cool thing, right? Facebook was like, ugh, we don't do Facebook. Nothing was invented yet. It was, MySpace was like the thing. And I had such a blast writing blogs. It was like my little space to kind of vent. And yeah, it was just really powerful. And it was really neat because when Oz read my story, which I was really honestly upset at the time at my 2 ex-pimps, but I only told on one of them. And I admitted what I had done and, the drugs towards the end. I was sober the first 10 years of my lifestyle when I was working in the adult entertainment industry, and actually in the beginning enjoyed it. And I was a stripper as well, so I enjoyed entertaining men.
Gotcha. Okay, so one question about the band, Striper.
Striper, yeah.
Has it always been a Christian glam rock band?
They didn't start as Striper. They were called Rock's Regime in the very beginning.
Yeah.
And my husband kind of subbed and came in. They asked him to come and play.
Yeah.
And then they were playing, and these kids would line up at the Brother Sweet's house while they played in their garage.
Sure.
They would line across the blocks, and these kids would just come see him play. And one of their friends said, hey, why don't you guys do something different? Gosh, I don't want to mess this story up.
It's okay.
I try to remember how it went,
It's
but
okay.
they said, hey guys, wouldn't it be cool if you dedicated your lives to Jesus and your music?
Yeah.
And they were like,
I love that.
okay, let's do it. And they did it. They were already filling the clubs on Hollywood Boulevard, but this took them to a new level. They got so much attention. All of a sudden, they got a record deal. All of a sudden, they're on MTV. Most requested video of the day. I mean, it was crazy. It was like a whirlwind for them. And
your organization, it's Hookers for Jesus.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, we should maybe a little later, Nick, if you can pull up that Instagram account, because there's some interesting posts on there. So Hookers for Jesus. Does anybody challenge you on that? Like, how does
all the time,
like,
Brian.
how's that possible? You know, because I was thinking like atheists for Jesus.
You know, I understand
That's
that.
actually a thing, by the way.
There
are atheists for Jesus.
And I totally respect that.
That's wild.
Anything, anyone who wants to call themselves whatever. The name really was a joke, actually, at first,
okay.
but not in a mean way. I was actually really mad at the Vice cops. Because every time I got arrested 25 times in Las Vegas Strip.
25 times?
25 times for escorting.
How about the other girls here? Have you guys
Solicitation.
I've been arrested.
Yeah.
Not for
You guys
that.
been arrested?
Not for that, though.
Oh, for other
I got
for
spinner
murder?
my clients.
Was it murder?
No, it was fighting.
Fighting.
For fighting.
Come on, girl.
I have a crazy past, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I got hands.
Oh, okay.
I was picked up.
Watch out, Madison.
But go on.
Go on.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So the name, I was driving away from church because I obviously, when I overdosed, I have this church background. I used to be a Lutheran as a little girl, and I remember my glow in dark cross, and so I kind of like gave my life towards like, I have to get my life straightened out because right now it is not going very well. And I was really mad, like I said, at the Vice cops, because they'd always, whenever they arrested me or my friends, they would be like, look at you hoes, look at you hookers. You know, you guys are just whores. I mean, who would marry someone like you? You better get your life. I mean, just this lecture that right now they're actually changing in Las Vegas. I'm really proud of that, by the way, because I'm on the Las Vegas Task Force for Human Trafficking. And I was driving away from that church and I heard this little voice in my head. And I was like, what am I going to call myself? Because I was passing out my card that said, call me if you need help. My name's Annie Lobert. And I was thinking about the story of Jesus. This is so crazy.
This is actually what was I just talking
Matthew
about?
4:19 says, I will teach how to fish for people. And he said, I heard this voice in my head, you're my little hooker for Jesus because you love Jesus. And I'm going to teach you how to help the women that are being abused. So that's how the name came around.
There is a verse that
And it means, I'm sorry.
Scoot it.
It literally means fishing for people that are drowning in the dark waters of sex trafficking.
wow.
So
There was a verse I came across today, and it said, "Satan is the accuser of the brethren."
Yes.
And I was like,
Let's
wow.
continue on with the relationship status. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Well, 7 years, longest relationship. Actually,
Our current relationship.
current
status? Yeah.
relationship. So 7 years, but I've technically been in a relationship for 13 years.
Okay, so currently you've been. Wait.
I know it's confusing. So 7 years current.
So you're in a relationship.
Yes, I'm in a relationship currently.
7 years current, but your longest relationship's 13.
No, I've
Oh.
just been in a relationship for 13 years.
Wait.
I
You've
know,
been-
it's very confusing.
Were you seeing multiple guys?
When I met my daughter's father, I was in in an open relationship, but it's a very, very close relationship. We're still friends. He's like
Okay.
the godfather of my daughter and everything.
Are you dating multiple people currently, or just?
No, just the
Okay.
one. We're 7 years.
And that's 7
strong.
years. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see. Okay, got it. What about you?
I am single. I have been single for the entirety of my career within the Nevada brothels. But prior to that, I was in a 2-year-long relationship coming out of high school.
Okay, 2-year relationship. Got it. And you, how long have you been in the industry?
Oh gosh, since 2015 now.
20. And you've been single that entire time.
Yes.
But when you say single, like you haven't had a long-term relationship, but have there been men you've maybe dated on the short term, like for a couple months or something, that you wouldn't consider a boyfriend, but you did date them for a short period of time? Nothing. Zilch.
Nope.
Zilch. Okay, got it. Madison, what about you?
I'm currently taken. I'm in a beautiful relationship with my boyfriend Frankie, and this relationship is my longest relationship. It's been about a little over a year.
Got it. What about you?
Yeah, single. been single for a while, but I'm picky and I'm not really like desperate for anything to happen, and it'll happen in the Lord's timing, and I trust Him with that.
Longest relationship?
Yeah, longest relationship was a year.
1 year. Gotcha. Wait, I don't know if we talked about this last time. Are you waiting, because you're a Christian man, are you waiting until marriage? Or
Yeah, I am waiting for marriage.
Waiting for marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you been intimate with a woman?
No, never.
Okay.
Wow.
Gotcha. Even with your 1 year relationship, you guys didn't?
No, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's waiting until marriage.
I love that for you.
I
Yeah.
love it too.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Are you? I had a question. Oh, well, I guess.
Go ahead.
Go for it. Yeah.
Are you picky about, for instance, is it more their personality or is it their past and personality, or if it's just like, hey, this person's a great person, I really like them? Or,
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
loaded question. I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there are things I look for in a woman.
Mm-hmm.
First and foremost, she has to be a believer. If she's not a believer, off the table, no question.
Yeah.
After that, I have to be attracted to them. So generally, that means like I want someone who takes care of themselves. So like wants to look good. So usually going to the gym. Actually, one of my favorite Bible verses of all time it's in Proverbs 31, talking about the godly woman, and it says that she strengthens her arms. So girls out there, get in the gym. But yeah, so I've got to be attracted to her. Let's see. So personality-wise, I want a girl who has, I was actually just talking about this with one of my buddies. She has goals in mind. She doesn't just have these goals. Like I want her to desire to be a mother, to be a good wife, to be like learning new things, new skills that will help her multiply our house once it's established. I want her to have those goals, but I also want her to be chasing those goals currently in her singleness. I think it's crazy for women to think that I can chase all of these other things that are counterproductive to being a wife, mother, whatever, the things I want eventually. I'm going to do all these things that are counterproductive to it, and then all of a sudden switch and be like, when I get married, I'm just going to like
Turn it
it'll
on.
just be I'll flip a switch and it'll turn on, and yeah, it's fine after that. That's kind of like that's a major red flag for me. I want her to be currently working towards being a wife, mother, godly woman.
I have a question for you. Would you date a woman who is or was involved in sex work?
Good question.
That's a good question.
Who's reformed? Can I add to that?
Sure.
Who's reformed and
reformed.
and has given her? Well, I don't want to say reformed.
I know what you, I know
who
what you mean.
who has surrendered herself to Christ?
Yes, that's a good question.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Brixan from experience, getting maced in the face is less painful than the show thus far.
Oh.
So far the most interesting part of this show is Guy Fawkes' mass ways. Does she bow?
What?
So she actually doesn't speak English. I've hired her to be my massage therapist because, as you guys know, I've been very stressed doing these shows. So I figured, I'll take a little load off if I have a massage therapist, doing a little massage. So she's paid. She doesn't speak any English though. So, yeah. But
Take a load
maybe the
off.
bow will do. I'll ask about the bow. I'll see if I can get a bow later. Thank you, Grid One Motorsports.
Yeah. So yeah, Grid, I'm sorry that this show has been painfully boring for you. I apologize sincerely.
We'll get
5 minutes
We'll
in.
get there. Don't
Literally
worry.
5 minutes in.
Yeah, 5 minutes in. This is not enough. Anyway, answering that question. Yeah, so short version of that answer is yes, I would. Now I got to give a long version because that's kind of wild. But so the caveat has to be she has repented. So that's the pattern of salvation. I mean, Christ puts it forward and says, you must repent and believe. It's not just believe, it's repent and believe. So you must turn away from your sin and believe in me. And that repentance is extremely important, because if you don't realize that you're sinful and that there are sins that you've committed, then the belief is shallow, because even the Bible says even the demons believe and they fear me. So it's the repentance that's essential. So in this instance, it's okay, has she repented of her sin? Does she feel like, do I see in her life there's a pattern of repentance of, I know I sinned before, and that is no longer who I am.
Can I
Yeah.
expand on that?
Go for it.
So I say I've sinned before. What if she doesn't look at her past as a sin, but more of a stepping stone to God?
So, okay, this is that's a good point.
Because I believe that sex work was a pathway to God for me.
So I wouldn't disagree with that. Obviously I don't know your story.
Yeah.
I don't know the sins you've repented of, whatever. But I think God uses terrible things to bring people to himself. I mean, there's a proverb that says that that man has his plan, but God directs his steps. So the intention of the or the person's heart might be sin and evil, but sometimes God uses our evil to bring about good. So yeah, I don't say, I would agree with you that God can use the sin that we intend to bring about good, because he's smarter than us. And he plans that stuff out. So ideally, I would say it would probably be better not to sin than to sin, because there is a righteous God.
Yeah.
But if it caused you to come to him, I'm going to praise him for that. But ultimately, I want people to come to him.
So you would date a woman who was an ex-sex worker?
There would have to, so the short answer is yeah, but there would have to be, I would have to see proof after proof, she has totally changed. Her attitude, how she behaves around guys, she doesn't flirt around other dudes, she's not participating in single behavior, so she's not going to clubs and partying with her single friends. She is I am practicing to be a wife, a mother, I'm learning how to cook, do all this stuff to serve my house. I'm learning how to invest, how to make money while my husband is out working. She's got to prove to me that this is no longer an effect on her life.
Sex workers aren't necessarily going to the clubs, because I don't, and you got to pay me $5,000 an hour just to get me to talk to you and spend time with you. So
$5 at the nightclub.
Over at the Bunny.
It's 5 G's?
5 G's
for an hour.
So and I don't go to clubs.
Good for you.
I don't go to clubs. I don't even drink,
Olivia.
and I don't
That's
drug,
a
and I
good
do
amount of
fitness
money.
competitions, and it's actually like a career. So
What if you want,
let's not stereotype.
What if you want 20 minutes? How much is it for 20 minutes?
We negotiate. We can
I'm not-
negotiate
no, 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 no,
after
no,
the
no.
show.
Every Friday.
Every lady's different though too, so they have different rates. Yeah.
Suffice to say,
speaking of,
it's not a lifestyle of sex workers to be in clubs.
Okay, fair enough.
Necessarily.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that the sex worker is always going to be in the club. I mean,
It's for some of us.
you
it's
might
straight
find
up
that
business.
your clientele there, but whatever.
But you sound like a real Christian though, like a real one.
You're real,
like
real.
a real one.
He's a real Christian.
A real
He's
one.
not a fake Christian.
Yeah, because the fake ones you can
Like
tell right
Candace.
away.
Yeah, you could.
But you're a real one.
I appreciate
He's
that.
a real.
You're a real one.
He's a real. Speaking of, Olivia, speaking of the rates here, and I have a bunch of questions for all of you guys. You said that your rate is $5,000 for an hour. Is that correct? Depending perhaps on the details, could be more, could be less.
And then girls, it's we're independent contractors, so
Yeah.
we can negotiate.
Of
So
course.
somebody comes in and they're like, man, I've been planning this trip for a long time and I don't
Yeah.
have quite that, but this is what I've got, and then it's up to me. Okay, what are you wanting? What are we going to be doing
Sure.
together? And let's say he smells great, he looks great. He passes the DC, the penis check, right? We're going to be looking at that,
Dick
making
check.
sure the dick check.
Dick check.
And then maybe I say, okay, I'm going to come down for you because I like you, and we're going to have a good time, and that's my decision. So
But
ultimately, it's consent, and it's to each their own.
Huh. Okay. All right. Interesting. Interesting.
But there's always this assumption that we're easy.
You offer coupons?
And so
You got coupons?
Military discounts.
we do specials.
Any coupons? Alice, you got a coupon?
Discount.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on who you
Yeah,
are.
there's some
One-
discounts. Yeah.
I have
Coupon.
my anytime special for police officers.
That's
and-
what I was
Public
about to
service.
bring
Yes.
up.
Yeah.
And
There's a
military.
military discount.
Yeah.
You,
Military.
you offer military discount.
But then after that, the firefighters and the EMT guys wanted to get in on it so really
Firefighters,
it's
yeah.
like if you are in a job of duress and you experience a lot of trauma, I will give you a discount.
Yeah.
I see.
Doctors, nurses.
What about podcast host? It's a very stressful, incredibly stressful
Maybe it wasn't a
job I
proposition.
have. Wait, so the military discount, police, fire, EMT, what is it, a 10% discount?
25%.
25% discount?
Yes, anytime.
What does it depend what branch of the military? Like,
No.
Can I ask you to exclude the Coast Guard? I don't know if the Coast Guard should
seamen.
be. Maybe you give them like a 10%. You know.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I just remember The Guardian with Ashton Kutcher, the Coast Guard movie. I like war and movies for some reason. I don't know.
Do any of you offer a discount like this, like a military firefighter discount? You got one?
Yeah, I have set rates, so all my rates are set.
Yeah.
Since I can't divulge on here, but
What the rates are?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they're all set though. It's less than 5,000, definitely, like what my beginning experiences.
Sure.
But I do offer specials, and then if it's someone's first time, I do add an extra like 10 minutes sometimes because there could be nerves, and it could be kind of time to warm up and enjoy themselves.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
10, 15.
When you were working, any military discounts?
I never did discounts.
No discounts.
no.
Okay.
It was a hard
I never
no.
did discounts.
Alice,
except,
what about you, Alice?
except for people that were handicapped. But yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I tend to prefer guests that are looking to have prolonged experiences with me. And I also prefer guests that want to see me more than just one time. I like the relationship aspect of this job. And so I tend to favor guests that want to spend a longer period of time rather than show off. I want to just get in there, get off, get out of there. That's
Sure.
not so much my thing.
I see. Okay. Military discount?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
and I just recently offered free sex to the winner of the Formula One race.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Wait, free,
Isn't that
wait,
tonight?
Free to.
Lucky guy.
Oh, at the Formula One.
In Las Vegas.
Oh,
yeah.
yes. It was a tremendous event. It brought $1.7 billion into our local economy,
Wow.
which we are incredibly grateful for. So
Yeah.
I decided to throw it out there. And
Right on.
Do you think
Las Vegas.
he'll take you up on it, the winner of the race? Do you think?
why do you think that there was a hard deadline and we're like, oh no, we've got flights to catch, we gotta go, there's places to be, things to do.
Sure. Okay, so I think I wanted to know, how long have you guys all been doing sex work?
15 years, I would say about.
15 years?
Yeah.
Okay. And the scope of the sex work, has it always, did you start out like dancing or stripping, and then did it transition into, escorting?
I went right into the bunny ranch.
Straight
and
in.
I started a real Escort.
Straight in.
And then I got my master's degree, so I'll come in and out. At the beginning, Dennis Hoff wanted me to jump on the HBO special and do publicity, and I said, no, my son is young. I spent no more than a week and a month working, and then I'd be home being a stay-at-home mom and put my son through private school, and then that inspired me to want to be a teacher. And so I went and I've been a teacher, and I've been VP of business growth at an active management wealth company. I did real estate during COVID. So coming in and out of white collar work's been important for me because I know that, I've got other things that I can do if I don't want to do this tomorrow.
Okay.
So I've been doing sex work since I was 21. In high school, I was always kind of conservative. I came up from a really religious home, and pretty much when I got out of high school, a lot of people thought I was gay, or they would call me dyke a lot. Yeah, I would get called that a lot because I'd wear pantsuits, I'd wear black, I'd smoke cigarettes and just kind of be by myself. And I remember it was Valentine's Day one time, and they're like, I was like, oh, I don't have a Valentine, I don't have a guy, and they're like, guy, I thought you were gay, and I was like, what? And so my friend was a dancer at the time, and I was like, you know what, maybe I should explore this side of my sexuality and try to come out of my shell, because I'm kind of tired of being called like gay when I'm not, you know, and not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just didn't want that to be called that, and so I did dancing. And I did dancing for like 5 years. Then I did Playboy. And after Playboy, I worked independently. And then that's when I got into the ranch.
Oh, Sweet Tooth, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships.
Yeah.
And that's when you got into...
Well, I was a victim of a crime. And
Okay.
obviously here, I won't go...
Yeah,
and-
sure,
Yeah,
sure,
go into super detail. But my friend was a porn star at the time. Her name was Misty Matrix. And she referred me to the ranch. And then now I'm here. Everything's been safe and good since.
Okay, got it.
That's good.
What about you?
16 years off and on, so full-time 11. I started when I was 18.
Got it. What about you?
I started when I was 17. I always say I feel like I'm still in sex work.
Stop the cap.
Sorry. I did not mean to press that. Go ahead.
I started when I was 17. That's actually a crazy story, but I started when I was 17 and I danced for 10 years, and I feel like I'm still in sex work. It just looks different now.
Sure. Okay. And you've totally ceased, correct? Or
Yeah, like I don't strip or escort anymore.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. What about you?
Well, I started working at the front desk of a BDSM dungeon in New York City when I was 18 years old.
Is it still around?
It still is.
What's it called?
Well, it's a privately owned
okay,
club,
all right.
so it's very, very much so.
Okay.
That's how I got my start.
Is it like a swingers thing too?
No,
or
it
just-
was a
okay.
private BDSM club
okay.
where people go to receive a variety of sensations, oftentimes on the more severe end of things, from professionals who know what they're doing and are able to do so in a way that is safe, risk aware if there are any risks, and of course, very consensual.
I see. Okay. And you
Yeah.
worked the front desk.
I did.
How long were you on the front desk?
I was on the front desk for about 2 years, and I was also in charge of organizing the educational track. So I was able to attend all these different classes and learn all these different cool, kinky things,
Okay.
and eventually became an educator myself.
Gotcha. And so you said how long have you been in the industry?
I've been in it,
actually
gosh.
escorting or
I've been working within the ranches since 2015, so almost 10 years now.
Okay, got it. I'm curious. So, how many in a day? How many clients do you see?
I'm only seeing now, these days, and I get to vet them very carefully. I only see like clean professionals. I see regulars. So, people I've built relationships with. Maybe 2 guys a week.
Oh, 2 guys.
If that, yeah, not much.
What?
A long time ago.
Yeah, when you were at the ranch or whatever.
That
like-
was wild. When the HBO special was really, really popular, Dennis Hoff was just driving tons of people in from all over the world. And sometimes maybe it would be as many as like 5 or 7 guys a day. Or in couples too. We did a lot of couples, so women included.
Gotcha.
And that's a lot, but it's a physical energy, and I'm an athlete. And it's one of those things that's like you get going, you get your juices going, and you want to keep going.
sex athlete
Yes.
or like a different kind of athlete.
Never heard of that.
I can't explain it. You want to go back for more sometimes when you're making good money and you have this amazing physical experience and the serotonin's going.
Okay.
And I was a lot younger and I just wanted to head on out there for more. But now I'm training in the gym like half the day. No, maybe 1 guy a week, maybe 2 guys a week.
Sure.
Maybe they'll fly me over and we'll spend a weekend together. I like to be a travel companion. I like to spend, long durations with these guys that I build a relationship
How often
with.
are you traveling? Like being a travel companion?
I'm traveling monthly.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Has the panel talked about abortion/contraception? How does everyone feel about and-month abortions? I ask Beck, as a teen mom, I had an early abortion and it broke my soul.
That came up as like a $20 super chat, so I don't know why that got read or if it was.
It came up as a $20 super chat. That's weird. I already showed it too. Oh, that must be something buggy with our thing. Go on, continue.
Yeah, so I really appreciate just quality relationships, ongoing friendships, and I appreciate, spending a great deal of time with people. But I'm training.
How does the panel feel about late-term abortion?
I'm training as a fitness competitor these days, so half my day is in the gym. So, I'm not going to be getting it on all day.
I see. Okay, got it. Okay, cool. Let me hold on. I need to fix that. One sec, guys. That's bugged out. How often are you seeing clients?
So, typically I try to do, just one person. Like I don't generally book every single day, but if I could get one person in the day, that would be great. If by chance there happened to be like someone, they said, no, this is the only day I can do it, and I really want, want to see you, and I'm not going to turn them down. But typically I try to keep it one in the 24 hours. But if there just happened to be another one, I'd be like, okay, I'm not going to shut you off.
Yeah. Well, when you were working on one of the ranches, how many people were you seeing then? In a day?
Okay,
or
so
in a week, I guess.
Well, and again, that depends. So maybe that day I saw 3 guys, and then the next day I got busy. I went to the gym, and then I didn't happen to book that day, and then maybe the next day I saw 2 guys. So I would say on average maybe 5 guys weekly. In recent times.
Okay.
Yeah, but I've also learned I want to pace myself, and I don't want to spend my whole day there. I spend half the day out and about. I go hiking, I go to the gym, I go with the girls out, and I've kind of learned to ebb and flow my energy and how much I give of myself.
Okay, got it. What about you when you were in the industry? Maybe if you had to average it out, like how many guys in a day would you see?
I would say probably about 10.
10 per day. Gotcha.
And on slow seasons, 5. And if someone paid more money, I spent more time with them, obviously. And if I traveled, that was 1 person a day. So, but during busy seasons, like if Formula One came, which it never did before, so the first time, big sporting events, probably like 15. In the escort service in Las Vegas, the more calls you get, the more money you make. And the escort services that I used to work for pushed us to get as many calls in as we could. So it's like, you got 20 minutes, go, I got 5 lined up after this one. And so unfortunately, that's part of their game. They try to make as much money as possible off each person.
Gotcha. What's the most you've ever seen in one day?
Oh gosh, I've never counted that. Maybe because of a bachelor party, 20.
20?
25.
25? Okay. What about you guys?
10 maybe.
10 in the day?
I think 10 when I first started.
10.
Yeah.
Gotcha. What about you?
So when I was escorting, I just want to say, like, it's important to note that escorts, prostitutes, like whatever you want to call them, we still have the ability to like choose who we want to be with. So it's not like this thing where it's just like a guy's coming in and we're like yes to everybody. We still have the option to choose. So for me in particular, I was very choosy. And I, like you were saying, I really enjoyed having just like longer term customers. So for me, it'd be like 1 a month, if that. And I was very, very like, would only be with like celebrities or athletes. That was just my standard though.
Well, so that was the criteria you used to measure?
Yeah, I held like I guess a standard. So I would be like, okay, if this is like I would never go with like a regular person.
Okay. So is that kind of like around the table, same thing? Like, what are the standards? Like, what's the standard? Like, this person is a yes, this person's a no.
Who somebody is matters a whole lot more, at least for me personally, than anything else. And by that I mean the quality of the person. Are they going to be treating me well? Are they coming in with good intentions?
Yeah.
I want to have a good experience just as much as the other person does. I don't care what somebody necessarily looks like on a physical level, their height, their weight. I certainly care if they're of legal age. I certainly care that they want to be there consensually naturally of their own free will. But like, I'm not looking for celebrities. I oftentimes find that my guests with disabilities are the ones that treat me the best.
Did you say how many clients that you see?
No, I typically am only available by appointment only. I see maybe 2 to 3 people a week, if that. And even at the absolute most, I'm like, y'all are out here doing the most. I'm over here like, I saw 3 people once, and that was really stressful.
It is
very
in a day?
stressful.
What's the most you've seen in one day?
3.
3.
And I'm over here like, y'all are doing 25? Damn.
It's a lot
Just
on the
me.
bodies.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I find that the quality of the services that I'm able to provide is really important to me. And if I'm focused on like a quantity sort of thing, I don't really know if that's going to result in good experiences for everyone.
A little earlier on in the conversation, you guys had mentioned getting arrested. For what?
I've never been.
Oh, shoot.
Olivia, you've never
first.
been?
No, my clients
Lauren,
are
let's hear. What was
officers.
it? Murder?
All right.
Manslaughter? What are we talking here?
So I was during Playboy days. We would go out to the club, and I didn't want to be at the club anymore. I just wanted to walk back to my brother's hotel room because he got a hotel room. And it technically wasn't an arrest, but I was picked up in the cop car and taken to the police department because I didn't have an ID on me. I guess I lost it, and they thought that I was walking around and, propositioning. And I get taken to the police department in Las Vegas, and I'm sitting in the cell room, and I see this one lady by the toilet just staring a hole through me. Like, I was just like, oh my God, I'm so scared. And then this other lady was just kind of lurking as well. And finally I was just like, oh God, I hope they come in and like figure out I'm a real person. And I'm, and they don't, because they were checking my criminal record to see if, anything came up. And sure enough, the guy's like, all right, you can leave. He's like, let me get you out of here. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, just don't do that again. And I was like, all right. And I walked right back to my brother's place.
Don't do what? Don't walk outside. Don't be a woman in public.
Yeah.
Be cute.
Sounds whack.
Hold on just a sec.
Stop the cap. The only standard is the cash hits the table or the credit card clears. Remember, men do not pay hookers to stay. They pay them to leave.
That's what the guys at the poker games would say.
Opinion, though.
Yeah.
Opinion.
That is an opinion.
I wonder how many sex workers that man has paid.
Grid One Motorsports. How many
How
has it
lonely
been?
is he?
To be fair to Grid One, he's trying to spice the show up
Yes.
because
Yeah.
apparently it's extremely boring.
According to
We'll
Grid
spice it up.
According to Grid One.
Yeah.
Let's spice it up. So.
Yeah,
so,
let's do it.
well, you said you were arrested a couple times. Is it
Oh
related
goodness,
to escorting?
25 times.
25 times.
24 times as an escort. The first one was
For
actually,
what? Solicitation?
you know that cop show. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Boys,
yeah.
bad
We're
boys.
not on
What you gonna do?
Yeah.
I begged the Vice not to put me on that show. I
Were they
said, my
filming?
parents, no.
Oh.
But the person that started that show is the first person that ever arrested me. Bill Young.
Ooh.
And with my friend Roxanne, and it was really embarrassing. But they solicited me, and the money was on the table. And then when I got out from the bathroom, because of course we have to make sure the room's safe, he had his badge right where his parts were. He had no clothes on. I was like, "What are you doing?" And he
That's
started.
so inappropriate.
Yeah.
That's really
So anyway, all that to say,
messed up.
Could
you
at
know,
least kept his clothes on.
going to jail was like I was bawling my eyes out. I'll never forget what I had on. I had on a BB sweater with a little like patent white leather heart with patent leather white pants, patent leather beautiful heels with studs on them. You guys, I looked like a dynamo that night. And I was so like mad because it was my first call, and it was at the Stardust Hotel. You guys, I'm gonna cry because I love the Stardust Hotel.
It
It's
got
like
blown up.
What, all the times
memories.
that you got arrested,
Yeah.
how it was all for solicitation, prostitution?
Solicitation and loitering for
Loiter- okay.
solicitation,
I
which
see.
most of it was all like the Vice
Yeah.
would see me, and if they saw
Vice,
me at
okay.
another hotel, they would just pick me up and take me downtown.
What about you guys? Have you guys been
I've been to prison
for
for fighting.
fighting?
Mine, a lot of mine is has just been for fighting. Yeah.
Okay.
Never in the club or from the industry though. This was all like teen shit. But then
Okay.
I did have to go to prison for like 6 months, and that was horrific. It was really bad.
Okay.
Didn't do much. Didn't reform me because I
Sure.
literally started stripping after that. So
Alice, what about you?
No, I got detention once.
Oh, okay. So,
Wow. Hardened criminal.
Hardcore.
so a lot of you, it sounds like you do the escorting or did the escorting. There's the ranch work. Have any of you done? I don't know what the appropriate term is, like street walking.
Yes. No.
I coach a lot of streetwalkers.
On how to street walk?
No, on women who have done that and now are transitioning out and wanting to know like what's going on with them.
So no.
Yeah, I did.
Was that when you at the start or?
It was in the quarantine. I walked the streets of Reno, and I would
the streets of Reno.
Yeah, and I remember at the time, like I felt like, I don't know, I was kind of like, rock and roll, like I was kind of like wild, and I had this trench coat, this black trench coat, and I'd walk the streets with my trench coat. I'd go down to San Diego. Trench coat, black trench coat. I had black.
The typical?
That was my typical. Yeah, I had a
fishnets.
No fishnets. I had black leather pants, and then I had this black trench coat, and I had this dark eye makeup on.
Were there specific streets that you can go to where it's kind of known?
Downtown San Diego, I did.
This was in San Diego.
In San Diego,
So
I
you're
did.
just a character in the Matrix.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was. And it's so funny because there's actually a hooker in Grand Theft Auto, and at the time, because I had dark hair, she looked like me exacly.
I was gonna say best
So you would
GTA
just
life
be
right
walking.
over there.
Yeah.
You'd just be walking, and someone would like pull up in the car, and be like, "What? How's the process go? Walk me through it."
So they would typically, I never got in cars, but typically it would be people walking like on the street. So I would be walking like around the corners or anything, or kind of going in and out of like 7-Elevens or something.
Yeah.
And they'd walk and say, "Hey, where are you going?" I was like, I don't know. Where are you going? And then, and then they'd say, "Oh, well, we're going back to Buddy's place." I was like, "Oh, okay, what do you do?" Like, and try to vet them. And then they're like, "Oh, well, would you like to come up?" And and then that would be how it would go. And then sometimes I'd go into strip clubs, and I would sit in the strip club and like dressed up like as like in a really nice like outfit. And they were like, "Oh, do you work here?" And I'd be like, "I used to." And
oh wow!
I'd pull them out, and I almost got banned from a club for doing that.
That's controversy with strippers and escorts coming in. It causes a lot of fights and like chaos. Yeah,
I had left with like a couple guys, and I think the club was starting to recognize it, and so I saw the owner just kind of lurking, and I was like, I better stop. And then I would go into my strip club. Yeah, it turned out when I was dancing, I would go into my strip club, and I would go with the intent of pulling someone out within an hour.
That's also
like I would do that too. But then I was just like, oh my, but then that's what led to the
like behind enemy lines type of shit.
Yeah, and I had the trench coat. I would always wear the trench coat because I would
trench coat.
Always
Wait,
the trench coat.
So you'd be walking down was it like a specific street? And you said downtown San Diego.
Downtown, right by the bars.
And so. But like when the guys would come up to you, and so did they? I assume that they knew that you were.
I think they were just trying to be friendly. They were just hitting on me.
So at what point in the conversation would you be like, "By the way, I charge X amount"?
Well, so they'd be like, "Where?" They would first say, "Where are you going?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm just, I don't know, might be headed home." And then, "Where are you going?" And then they'd be like, "Oh, well, if you want to," and I was like, "I don't know," and they'd be like, "I'll take care of you." Like usually they would say something. It could have been the trench coat.
Not to interrupt, but it's when I moved to Los Angeles, I was shocked at the level of prostitution that was happening because where I came from, it was like very looked down upon to escort if you were dancing and whatnot. When I came, like you'd be surprised at how many people just know. Like it's so normalized, it's wild.
Okay.
I think it just had the vibe too.
Because but at least for your situation, I mean, if you're in these environments, like you said, you'd go out in the nightlife district or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
it's an expectation almost. Like people just know that there's gonna be hookers there.
Oh.
And I think like the way I looked at them too, like I'd look at them a certain way, and then they'd be like, "Yeah, I'd like."
It's
look
a
at
look.
them.
Energy.
Show me the look.
Ooh. Okay.
I can't do it.
Look into this camera right here.
Everyone's an escort though. That's
this camera.
Oh, that camera? Like, I don't know. I'd look at him a certain way. I don't know how that works.
I'm a little frightened.
I'd a little frightened. I'd try to just lock them in, like, like.
Because, but if you're out in like a nightlife district, couldn't these guys just be coming up to you and not know you're a prostitute and they're just hitting on you? And
they could, and so I would deny them once. So you deny them once, and then after you deny them, they'd try to be like, "Oh, well, are you sure?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't know. Well, what if I
took care of you a little bit. And then that's when I knew that.
Oh, they would say that.
Yeah. So you'd knock
It's a
them down.
thing.
It would never occur to me if I'm like trying to hit on a girl and I don't know.
Well, then
like,
then you'll meet people who like it's not a thing, and so like you'll proposition them, and they'll be like, "What the hell?"
Then again, I've never.
Yeah, it's not like-
propositioned
Or
They would
I've been
proposition me.
I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
propositioned before, and I'm like, "What the hell?" Like that's what happened to me when
Yeah.
I first moved to LA. I was like,
Yeah.
"What the fuck?" I'm like, "Oh, sorry, I don't know if I." Can
No, it's
curse.
fine. It's fine.
But I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I'm not this. Like, I'm not an escort. You know, it's very, very, very normalized.
Okay.
Like uncomfortably normalized.
Okay. I see.
Certain
get
So
it?
you've
cities
never
do.
done
Certain
like the
cities.
car
Cities.
comes up thing?
No, because
Pulls up?
I didn't want to get trapped in a car with
Okay, I
someone.
see.
I've had cars.
But where would you go then?
We've all watched Monster.
Oh, we'd go to a hotel. I'd say, "Can you book a hotel room?" And they'd say, "Yeah." And then they'd book it really quick, and then they would do it. And these were in my wilder days.
Wilder days.
When I
Okay.
was rock and roll.
So how does that conversation look? Like, okay, some dude
Yeah.
walks up. He knows you're an escort.
Yeah. I'd be like,
what's the?
"Are you the guy or
Are you a?
Oh yeah. Okay.
He just told you.
Okay.
It's
you a
like
cop?
you gotta pay to play. That's
Wait, no,
what it is.
I would just say, okay, well, I mean, he would pretty much proposition. He'd say, "Oh, well, if I take care of you," and I'm like, you got X, we could do for X amount if you get a hotel, and he'd be like, "All right,"
okay.
and just book it right there on his phone, and then we'd walk up together. I'd see, and then I'd leave.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. And have you two done any?
I've never no.
What about?
I have the first time I ever got paid.
Okay.
My girlfriend flew me to Hawaii, and it's very known there. I don't know if it is right now.
Yeah,
There's
they
a
used to
couple
have a lot
streets
of, I think. Yeah.
that everybody walks, and it used to just be, it would be regular girls like me, just young girls, and then there was a lot of, I don't want to use the wrong word, you guys.
Well, if they're not
Oh
regular
my
girls,
gosh.
what are
Hookers.
they?
I mean,
I call them vanilla.
they were sex workers, but I don't like to say that word either.
It's okay.
Courtesans?
Hose?
Own it.
Oh, you guys,
Hose?
this
Just
is
own
really
it.
hard.
Yeah. Just
Okay,
say
they
the
were
word.
men dressed as females.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't want to.
Cross-dressers.
Yeah,
Cross-dressers.
I don't want to
Okay.
say even that because
Cross-dressing,
it offends a lot of people. But we called them trannies.
Okay.
And so
Back in the day.
there was a major
day.
competition too, by the way. But I only did that for about 2 weeks because I never jumped in a car. So that would have
cars.
freaked me out.
No cars.
We
Yeah.
would just meet Japanese men, and we would say "asobini ikimashou iko," and they would get their hotel.
Okay.
It means, would you come and play with me? Come have fun with me.
Okay,
Asobi.
all right.
Sounds like a
ikimashou,
song.
Let's go. And so that I learned how to speak Japanese, and
Oh,
we would not
okay.
go with white guys.
Oh.
Any other race, but I know this sounds so bad, you guys,
No,
but
run it.
only Japanese men.
Only the Japanese.
That makes
Because-
perfect
That's
sense.
They were the safest. This is the way I was taught by the people that I knew back then. My girlfriend, my best friend, her girl that turned her out, that was the way the clientele were because they had a lot of money. It was the 80s. Whoa, the 80s.
Yeah.
We, as United States, were doing really, really well in the late 80s. So the Japanese men had a lot of money. The first date I ever turned was with my girlfriend, and I literally took my clothes off, and the guy was done. I was like,
Okay.
that's how I got hooked into sex work because,
You're like, oh.
$500, there was no agency fee, and I was like, this is way too easy because I was making $3.47 an hour, at my normal job.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this does not compete at all. Like,
What's-
this is a no-brainer. I'm
Can we do
quitting
an
my
inflation
job.
check? What was
Yeah.
500 in the 80s?
It's double
Did you
it.
adjust for
Wow.
inflation?
Double it.
About double.
So
Yeah,
that's
it's about double.
So you're making 500 back then, 1,000.
1,000,
It would
yeah.
be 1,000. Okay. All right.
And it was so tempting to just stay in that space. So
Did they pay in yen ever? It was always-
yeah, a lot. And
lot
we
of
would
times
we
in
would
yen.
we would know what the yen was. So
Okay.
for 100, typically it was 100,000 yen.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So 1 million yen was like 1,000.
see.
During the rates.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
it was, you guys, it was so, and I don't know about any of you ladies, your thoughts, because for me, I'm just going to be blunt and honest. I was after the money. Bottom line, dollar, make me holla. That's all it was.
At that time,
Like, you are a man that is dumb enough to pay for sex. This is what my thoughts were, because I was really angry at men back then. I remember we talked about this last time, Brian. I was so like embittered towards men, so I was like, if I can charge them, yes, then that is happening right now. And yes, it was empowering. And I felt really like, actually made me happy to be able to control men's pockets with my looks.
Yeah.
It was very addicting.
For me, I wanted the sex, and I wanted like the intimacy. Like
I was an nymphomaniac too.
I wanted like to be. I didn't feel safe like in my waking life, and I felt like when I was intimate with someone, I felt really safe, and I was like, oh, this is comforting. But then there's also money, which helps me out. So I would kind of like linger a little while when I'd see him, and then I'd be like, all right, well, I better get going, like, you know.
Call me.
yeah, and then
my coach
and then that's
is going off.
Yeah.
I'm like, what we're seeking was safety.
Yeah, safety. Yeah, I would spend the night
Yeah.
sometimes at their places because I wanted to be with them. I was like, I feel safe here. I'm getting fed. I'm you know, this is nice. You know.
So I guess I have a question. So in the sex work industry, do you see it as like an empowering thing?
Absolutely, yes.
It's a form of shadow work. It's a way for women that you have to understand. A lot of like sex workers.
Shadow work?
I would say
Yeah.
legal sex work.
Yeah.
Legal.
What is shadow work?
Shadow work
Yeah, what's
is
that?
so it's basically, say you have a disempowering like childhood, like something really traumatic happens to you. You start forming all these beliefs in your subconscious mind, and that's what ends up leading you in your adult life. So for me, like, I have an extremely traumatic childhood. I know that majority of the sex workers that I work with have really traumatic childhood.
Yeah.
So they go to sex work as a way to actually re-empower themselves from what happened to them when they were children.
Just because like they weren't valued by their parents.
It's a lot of things. So like for her case, can I use it as an
Yeah.
So for her case, it's safety. So she had this underlying desire of safety. We'd obviously have to go into a session, pick your brain, and like understand where this sensation of like not feeling safe came from. But for her, she was using sex work as a tool to create safety in her adult life because that was something that is like a wound within her. For me,
Man, I just finished watching the last 3 episodes, 116, 117 and 118. This is for your ability to put up with all the BS that was said.
Oh, thank you.
God, I'd cow some of those girls even still alive.
Yeah.
The last couple episodes were definitely pretty interesting shows. Thank you, Swordless. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's why I had to hire this masseuse to help with the stress. The shows have been so stressful. Yeah, okay. Let me see. I had a question. Did you want to finish your thing? Or
no,
was that...
it was just basically we see sex work as a stepping stone. I think where it gets muddled and the perception that people see is like all of the negative, you know what I mean? And they don't see how it actually can be the stepping stone, like I was saying, like for me to God and to re-empower yourself. I think that women just get stuck in it too long.
Sure.
So they don't know when to like,
Gotcha.
Or they don't
So-
change. They don't evolve.
they don't evolve.
You
Yeah.
guys even weigh in on the empowerment.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask how you got involved. Or sorry, we have to wait for this first.
Selling sex is not empowering, men get to have you for money. Very delusional to think otherwise. The attempt to spin such debauchery in a positive light is madness.
So this kind of gets to the point I wanted to make.
Yeah.
So as you're participating in sex work, you say it's empowering, it's creating this safe space. Maybe it's I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not in that. I've never been in that space. Do you really see that all you can, not all you can offer, but what you offer right then and there in this very intimate setting, you're providing a very close connection with somebody that maybe you've known for a little while, maybe it's the first time, whatever. Do you really see that as like, you can put a monetary value on that and say that it's empowering?
Why not put a monetary value on that? We pay for therapy, we pay for doctors, we pay for all sorts of professional expertise in our industry.
Massage.
Why not pay a sex worker who knows what they're doing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I
My
understand.
clients worship me. When these clients come in, these men are just so enamored and so gracious and so happy to have our company. And it is a win-win.
One strung my guitar the other day.
Woohoo!
This is the most stereotypical panel. Daddy didn't love me enough. Getting arrested for assault instead of sex. Closeted Christian man.
Whoa.
He's a real one.
And force because he won't pay for dates.
All right, Nickelodeon. By the way,
Okay.
The short answer is I don't think you could put a number on our value, and I think that value is immeasurable. Like, all of us are intrinsically valuable, so you can't put a number on that. But I think that there's a difference between value and a service.
Yeah.
You know what
so,
I mean?
I guess so. I mean, this is my opinion, and I think this bears out in the science. I would say there is no value being added. And let me reinforce that. So, in the ability for somebody to bond with somebody else, so in a sexual relationship, the more sexual partners you have, the less likely you are able to bond with that other person. Actually, there was a study that was done that showed that, after 20 partners, you are 16 times more likely to get divorced.
What study was this?
Yeah, please do tell.
No,
I
I'm
can't remember the. I
There's also
don't
studies
know
that probably prove that wrong.
Tantra.
And
Which,
how-
yes,
how
let's
old
get
are
into
you?
Tantra,
How old
because
are
that's
you?
the foundation
I'm 27.
of my work.
You're 27 and you still haven't been able to tie down a relationship,
Well, he doesn't desire to, but that's...
Yeah.
supposedly.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I'm extremely picky with who I am going to involve myself with.
And that's totally okay.
Yeah.
And there's just as many people who
So-
aren't picky and want to have the experience
Yeah. So,
before
I'm not
they
saying-
get into a relationship. So
I
this
understand.
way they're able
I understand
to
there
please
is
their
a
partner
desire.
intimately.
So, I know that people have the desire. I am just simply putting forward the evidence that shows that having multiple sexual partners before marriage hurts your ability to bond with somebody else. And I'm not saying that. I mean, as a believer, I know that that Christ he restores the soul. So I'm not saying that it's impossible for someone to be redeemed. I'm saying that it takes a miracle.
Yeah, and we're all possible of having that miracle. And I'm not saying this in a negative way, but it's like, I don't think that it's fair to speak to something that you haven't experienced.
Absolutely.
That's slightly unfair. I can sit here and say that certain atrocities in history were wrong and not have experienced them. So, like, you can take it to either side of the spectrum. Just because I haven't experienced something doesn't mean I don't know truth. So,
what is true for you in
Well,
your journey?
That's interesting.
In your God-given
So-
journey. But what is my God-given journey? It looks a little bit different, and
Well,
it feels
so-
a little bit
Everyone has
different
a
than
different
yours.
opinion.
Yes.
Okay, well, so there is only one truth. Like, I can say till I'm blue in the face that gravity doesn't exist, but gravity does exist. I don't care what anyone says. So there is an objective truth. There are universal constants. There are scientific things that are just true. So so I believe that the Bible is the foundation for truth. That is where I derive all of my truth from. When someone says something, or when I start pondering things, okay, what does the Bible say about this? If the Bible teaches against it, then that is objective truth, and I must mold myself to that.
Doesn't the Bible promote
doesn't.
prostitution?
Oh, no.
It doesn't promote it, but the Bible doesn't necessarily...
It doesn't like.
I think there's some
Reject
interesting
it. It doesn't
scriptures
reject
in there that
prostitution.
don't even make sense. half
If
the time.
anything, sex workers are exceptional within the context of the Bible.
I think that
Oftentimes
we need to be
it's
Sex work
extremely
is
careful.
mission work. Sex
So-
work is a form of mission
Okay.
work.
Oh, that's
Oh, yeah.
Of
no.
what?
Mission. It's a
Anytime-
mission.
Anytime Jesus interacted with
Yes.
prostitutes in the Bible,
Okay.
he treated them with love, but he called them to repent.
He did.
He
You've
told
got to
get
repent.
out of get out
Yes,
of
There's no
your-
repenting. You gotta repent.
but going back to
gotta
prior
repent.
to, let's talk
Just a
about
little
Mary
bit of
Magdalene.
repent.
Can we
I was
talk
gonna
about Mary
say,
Magdalene?
thank-
Why did
I
all
was
the
gonna say-
kings
We're
have so many sex
unrepented,
workers?
okay? But I'm
And
saying,
it was
can
okay
we talk?
with God?
I didn't. There's no such.
Oh, it's in there.
Can we
I know
talk
it's in
about
there.
I
Mary
brought it to the
Magdalene?
Candace Owens debate.
Oh no, I know that there are people in the Bible that were not.
those scriptures.
Don't
Don't
not.
cherry
And
pick.
he's like
Okay,
the role
can I
reversal
answer?
Of the me so horny, me love you long
I don't know why
time in
that's
full
triggering.
metal
weird.
I don't
jacket.
even know what
Full Metal
So-
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so the Bible shows a whole lot of sinful people who are imperfect. So it shows a need for a perfect Savior. So it shows a need for Jesus.
Well, is this
so
the
there
Old
are
Testament or New Testament that you follow?
both. It is the word of, like, all of it's the word of God.
Because the Old Testament's shadowy.
Oh, I know.
It's very
And
shadowy.
So
It's
the
a
Old
shadow
Testament,
God.
yeah.
Very
Well, so
sketchy.
the Old Testament shows the need for a perfect Savior. It shows, okay, all of these kings, all of these men, they're broken, they're fallen, and they need to be redeemed. None of these guys are perfect. None of these guys are going to cut it.
I have a question, and not to cut you off, but there's a statement and then a question. The statement is, I don't believe that anyone is truly a sinner, right? I think that we all have this mission. Like, your mission was to be brought up the way that you were. Our mission, this is a part of our mission. And we need to experience this darkness, okay, so that we can understand the light. And this is why I'm saying that I feel like a lot of sex workers stay too long and they go through the darkness, but they don't have the cognizance, because they're so used to their human patterns. They don't have the cognizance of listening to the calling of God within them.
What do you mean cognizance?
So they don't have the awareness a lot of the time that's like, okay, their human brain tells them like, this is safe. So can I use you as an example?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So like, it's safe for me to be here. At the end of the day, every single human being craves every being on this planet. If you're to run towards a flock of birds, what are they gonna do?
You fly away.
They're gonna fly away. Why?
Because they don't want to be killed.
Because they don't want to be killed. They're seeking safety. So every single human being on this planet, every being on this planet is seeking safety. So if you go into an industry and it creates this bubble of safety for you, why leave it? Your human brain is always going to choose a familiar hell over an unfamiliar heaven.
So, yeah, okay. I would say, and we see this throughout the Bible, but the Bible tells us multiple places that all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God.
Yeah, we all have,
So,
yeah.
And that we are all dead in our trespasses and sins. So that is what we do. That is, by nature, we are children of wrath.
Yeah.
We are people who go against God. And it takes God to save us, to transform our lives, to make us more like Him. It's not something that I can just drum up.
Yeah.
So,
No, I know that.
yeah. So, and you see that throughout the Old Testament. There are some horrible men.
It's wild.
Like it's a wild place. It's some rated R stuff.
Hold on just a
Lauren's
sec.
typical GTA hook: a day in the life is smash, get paid, then get battered and money jacked.
What?
Brian,
It's
tell
happened.
the woman behind you she stole my audio fingers. What the fuck? Hashtag Josiane,
stole my
hashtag
audio.
Oh, DistroKid, the last time when we were with Josiane,
Amen.
the argument or
Beautifully
the
said by the kind gentleman on the panel. In the Bible, Jesus says to the
There's
prostitute,
something super weird going on with the TTS.
Yeah.
Yo, LP, thank you very much, man. Yes, I do recall that from the yes. Did you?
I wanted to say that, and I want to respect everyone's opinion here. I have my experience in the sex industry was in the very beginning empowering,
Amen.
but
Very beautifully.
The fuck?
I'd like to hear,
yeah.
Alice, I'd like to hear you two
Here.
speak up.
I
What?
met
What?
some.
Well, I have questions. Do you have something brief?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I'd like
just
to move
really.
on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when you're referencing us, I mean, she's speaking for what she knows. I'm going to speak for what I know and what I've experienced, and the empowerment part was very limited and very short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
that's kind of
That's
the
true.
point I was trying to make.
And so it's very, everyone's experience has been different here at this table, and I think that everyone has I think they have a right to say.
Yeah. No,
what
I agree.
they've experienced
I want to
in their
hear
context.
I mean, this is a very rare situation for me where I can
And
sit
I'm a
across from
miracle.
people
Yeah.
who
I'm
are
a miracle.
that
And
are
he's
very
real.
different than me.
He's real. But you know what makes you a real one? What makes him a real Christian is there's hope. I feel like the ones with no hope, if they're like,
Guys, stop. Let her speak,
sorry.
please.
Yeah.
Sorry.
oh, go on.
No. I was pointing at you.
Go for it, go for it.
Okay. The thing that makes him a real one is I feel like a real Christian at least has some hope. Like it's not like, oh my God, sorry, you're stuck. It's just like, you know, hey, like, you know, there's
And
going
at
to be.
least you're respectful.
Yeah.
Because Candace isn't a real Christian. I
Yeah.
mean, you know, based on her behavior.
well, so
Shots fired.
yeah.
I'm like this.
So there,
Quick thing and then-
Yeah.
I mean, it's important for Christians, one, to be respectful. Like we are called to love, but we are not called to promote or accept sin. So like I'm not going to sit here and be like, I approve of your guys' lifestyle.
Yeah.
I heavily disapprove.
Yeah.
But I see you are created in the image of God, and I respect him. So he has infinite value. So and he has bestowed that value upon yourself.
Yeah.
So if anything, I see it as like the thing that makes sin so sinful is that it is especially sexual sin. It is a sin against your own body. So it's sinning against something that is infinitely valuable. That's where I see the tragedy, because I see like there is so much value. And that's why it just is distasteful to me. But anyway, I know, Brian, you want to move on.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I get this chat in just because it's about to fall off. We have Derek the Trader. Question for the ladies. If a young woman approached you for advice on entering the escort industry, what would you tell her? So we'll start with Olivia. We'll go around the table. Try to keep brief answers if you can. Go ahead.
I would advocate that they go and gain their training at a legal brothel. I would, I'm not going to state which, but I have my favorites in terms of ethical decision making and business practices, and I would send them there for training and understanding. I would be happy to be their mentor and invite them to join our squad and gain knowledge from us. We've all talked about this. How you could be of use in the spiritual sense. You are fantastic at branding and business. I can assist, in terms of physical health. We've talked about putting kind of a hub together, and also the business aspect in terms of just being able to manage your money and invest, financial literacy, offering that as well.
Okay.
I'd say before, I wouldn't, I guess, necessarily recommend escorting or sex work to anyone. I mean, obviously I would say like, okay, if you're really going to do it, do a legal brothel. You're going to be safer and safe. But I would say try dancing first. See if you like it. See how it goes. And if you like it, then legal brothel.
I would not recommend it whatsoever.
I would not recommend it only because if you're questioning it, then it's just not for you. A lot of the women who are led into that industry are literally led into that industry, and it's not something you question.
Sure.
It's just something you do.
I think it really depends on the individual and what their motivations are for getting into the industry. Have they considered the risks, the benefits, what this means for them long-term and short-term, how this is going to impact their life? Sex work is work, but it is also realistically stigmatized work. So I would really encourage someone to sit with it, pause, and think about all of those things and do their homework and research before moving forward. Intentionality is everything. Your why really matters in this industry.
Sure. So another question I have going around the table for everybody. I want to know total clients you've had.
We don't
I want to know total clients.
I think I already said 1,000.
How much?
I think I already said like 1,000 in my
previous show?
10 years. Yeah.
In 10 years.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, like how many total clients have you had?
I don't know.
I've had a
If
lot
you
of fun.
give us a range,
I'll tell you that.
1,000 plus,
Maybe 1,000 plus.
2,000 plus.
I don't know. I don't even
Pull
think
out the
there's-
receipts.
Right. I feel like a vanilla
Brian,
girl
why would
compared to
you
you
want our
guys.
body
I feel very
counts?
vanilla.
Why would you ask?
Well, that's a
sex
different
work?
question.
Mine was
That's a
not.
different
That's a
question
different
than
one,
body
yeah.
count. It's a different question than body count because body count that extends to your sex life outside of your work. I'm curious just your total clients that you've had. So within the profession,
Probably 1,000 plus.
2,000 plus,
10,000.
5,000. I'm just curious.
Me into that.
Olivia, I'm curious. I gotta know.
I've seen a lot of people. I've made a lot of connections. I've
Okay.
motivated
And
a
she's
lot of
had a lot of
men.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 5,000 plus?
5,000.
Give us a number. You gotta give us a number, Olivia.
Can't we have a range?
Range.
Range is fine,
what
but
about
1,000 plus. What if
That could
'cause
be
that could be 10,000.
a million.
A million.
There
Yeah.
were times when
plus.
so there's been times, in the very beginning when I first got in, and then it was more volume, and
Okay.
then I decided I wanted to be a travel companion.
Yeah.
I was only going out with like 5 guys for a couple years, and
Yeah.
we traveled, and that I made that was fantastic. I made a ton of money that way.
More money.
And we did vacations, but that was only with 5 guys for several years.
I like that restaurant. That's a good restaurant. One of my favorite. Okay, well, so total clients. Come on, Olivia.
Come on.
Olivia.
You guys are maybe, I don't know.
2,000 plus.
Well over. Okay,
you think it's
fine.
Do you think it's 2,000 plus?
Likely.
Do you think it's 3,000 plus?
I'm not sure. I'm not
So
sure.
it's somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000.
Yes,
Okay.
because I have had a lot of regulars. I
Okay.
have regulars of like 10 years.
Oh no, so
Well, then
I wouldn't
Yeah.
count.
You can't count them.
I wouldn't count repeats.
You can't, you
9,000.
can't count repeats.
Collectively have over 9,000 clients.
That is an A plus reference. A plus.
Actually.
Maybe.
Okay. Thank you, Bender the offender.
Yeah.
So Lauren,
Like,
is it Laura or Lauren?
Lauren,
I always
yeah.
get it confused. Is it 1,000 plus, 2,000 plus, 3,000 plus?
I mean, I guess 1,000 plus, because if I said 1,000 like a couple weeks ago, then
Well, but if it's because 1,000 plus, that could be 2,000 plus, right? So do you think it's between 1,000 and 2,000?
it's got to be between 1,000 and like 1,000.
Do you keep
like
you got a list? Do you keep
100.
a
No,
spreadsheet?
some of them didn't.
Spreadsheet?
Dear diary.
Yeah, dear diary.
Yeah.
Today.
That would be.
Annie, what about you?
Yeah, I got beat up for this last time. Remember? We did this. I did a documentary on a couple years back about that very number, and I could not really remember. I said 10,000 at first, but actually, when I look back now, about 30,000.
Okay.
Because I worked every single day of the year, and it was a competition. Me and the other girls as pimps. I mean, we were all trying to make the most money.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's about 30, and I don't know how many repeats those are because I had a lot of regular clients, a lot of repeat clientele.
Did you guys have
So-
your own areas, or is?
Oh no, it's escorting.
Oh,
Complete
gotcha.
escort.
Okay,
Some
okay,
girls,
okay,
we
okay.
call it walking the carpet.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Walking the carpet.
We call it, yeah,
And
and
that's
that's
on the-
walking the park.
Yeah.
We don't walk the street. We walk the carpets.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's if you're in
It's
between
better
calls.
on the knees, like to.
Well, I mean,
Like
it's
it's
more
low
comfortable for
impact.
your feet.
Low impact on
Like
the
you
feet.
literally
Right.
sometimes would take your heels off the end and not use your heels anymore. But
Yes.
walking the
I
carpet
have
was,
that experience.
it's really weird. Okay, there's a
In my
hierarchy,
heels.
and I know we talked about this earlier. Liv. We touched on it. The hierarchy: streetwalker, a stripper, escort, or I'm not.
Where's
Yeah.
the-
No. Yeah.
Where do you put ventriloquist on that list?
Okay, so that's a whole nother level of a
Have
specialty.
any of you guys seen a ventriloquist?
What's
No.
that? Wait,
No,
but
what
that's
is
a
that?
specialty.
I've
Oh,
seen
it's-
in
Guys with
mime.
bubbles?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
yeah, I
make the
thought it
doll
was
talk without moving
sexual.
their
I
mouth.
thought it was sexual too. I'm like, what's that? Is
I
that
had
a new
one of those
service?
when I was growing up. Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie,
yeah,
yeah, I loved
Okay.
him. I wanted to be a ventriloquist when I was a little girl. But anyway,
But so there's hierarchy.
so there's. Well, I don't like to say this.
Streetwalker.
because I don't want to hurt
Yeah.
anyone's feelings.
No, that's fine. I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt.
And
Yeah.
exotic dancers. And if you called me a stripper, I would get mad at you. I'm an exotic dancer. Don't call me a stripper.
Yeah, they'd get mad.
You know,
Yeah.
and then going
They
to
yelled at me
yeah,
in the club.
escorting, and then no, I'm not an escort. I'm a call girl. What are you talking about?
Call girl.
I'm,
Okay.
I am not a streetwalker. I'm a call girl. In
I see.
fact, I'm
Okay.
a high class call girl
Yeah.
because I saw nothing but at the very end, I worked for the casinos, the concierge. I worked for nothing but people that no one knew about that were calling the escort services that was on the down low. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Strip clubs would even
I
call
see.
and yeah.
and I hated the strip clubs because they were our competition,
Yeah.
and they took a lot of the money.
Yeah.
There was less.
I'm
cut up.
like,
the guys would always wanna go to the strip clubs.
Strippers and
We
escorts
would fight
and
each other,
bartender.
right?
Yeah, it's like
I'm better
literally
than you
fighting
because
each
Really
other.
misplaced.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
How many clients have you seen?
I feel so vanilla. I feel like because it was something that I didn't really enjoy. Like I was just like, oh, mental health, like could go without it.
Okay.
I'd say within escorting, maybe under 20.
Oh, okay. Less than
Yeah,
20.
I was like very
Okay.
vanilla with it.
Okay. Alice, what about you?
It all depends on how you define body count. Are these the people I have been with, but does that extend to the people that those people have been with?
No.
When you think about risk, however, and this is something I think is important to touch on here, when you're calculating who are you being intimate with, you also have to consider who are those other people being intimate with.
That is true.
We are professionals
That's
that are
true.
tested every 7 days. We are the most tested individuals on the planet. Nobody receives the same level of STD and STI testing.
You should be
as
a
legal
politician.
Sex work.
Alice.
You're a politician.
We quite literally are professionals, though. So when you hear these large numbers, also understand that we are routinely being tested. We are very risk aware. We're using condoms and
Yep,
dental dams
sure.
as required by law.
Dental dams.
This isn't just like random hookups at a bar where people are having active
No,
fluid
I'm just asking
exchange.
total
It's-
clients. Yeah, I'm just asking total clients.
I mean, easily over 3,000 to 5,000, easily without a problem.
Easily
but
over
it doesn't
5,000,
really
I'll just say 5,000.
matter
I'll
because
just say
we are doing
5,000.
so in a professional context. Would you not be nervous if your surgeon's like, I've operated on 5 whole people? I'd be like, no. Thank you. Get away from me with those tools. I don't trust you and your experience yet.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing.
Do you
Well, I think, you're saying within the context of seeing a sex worker, you would want somebody who's
A
experienced?
professional, absolutely. Yes.
Like, do you think generally
People are
speaking?
paying
reviews.
$5,000.
Oh my
Sure.
God, I have
Yeah.
grown
That's
so
a
much
lot
in
of
my
money.
experience over time from when I first started in this industry, and I give a much better experience now as compared to back then. Everyone's
Absolutely.
spoken
Yeah.
to the difference between quality versus quantity, and everybody has moved away from the, oh, I want to see more people, and instead everyone's focused on, oh, I want to be more selective, more choosy, and it's a very different experience as a result of that.
Sure.
That
Wait,
only
do you have-
comes
do you
from
have kids?
experience. No. Well, I do have kids. I have 26 kids, but they're all goats.
Little baby goats. Are they the tiny ones, Alice?
No, I have full-size goats. They weigh like 200
Oh,
pounds.
adorable. I love goats.
I don't
the
know
best.
I don't know if the comparison to you'd want a surgeon who's done a lot of surgeries, they're more experienced, therefore I don't know if that's an apt comparison, because couldn't you make the argument that, for example, a woman who is prepared to sell her virginity could command a much higher rate than for a one-time sex session than, for example, just a prostitute that's been prostituting?
Actually, no. That is a myth. That is something
I don't
that...
think that's a myth. I don't
No,
think
it
that's
is
a myth.
something that has been actively attempted
I
through
mean-
the legal brothels
Wait, what?
multiple times.
What
Where
happened?
we have done like
someone come in
the
as a virgin?
auctions where they've attempted to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially for someone's virginity.
So they were
And
lying.
in fact,
Dennis did
that virgin didn't really have a very easy time of making that a successful
She's
auction.
out of the
People weren't
industry.
actually
Oh, they weren't bidding on it.
interested.
Like
I don't know.
last
I don't know if I would
There
go
was
to a
way less
brothel
interest.
for a virgin.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Where else
like,
are you gonna
do
go
I
to
really
auction off
believe
your
you?
virginity?
I mean,
I would,
no.
I would wonder if
makes
there's
sense. Seems like a
fraud.
con.
I
It's
would be. I would wonder if there's some sort of
Yeah.
fraud
How
going
could you
on.
prevent?
Supposedly
you
there was a
tell?
doctor's
I was a virgin last
check.
night.
Well,
Oh no, this
Hyman.
was part of it. They did like a doctor's check for
Really?
this girl back in the day. I mean,
But what is
She's
she
using
remember?
tampons, Alice.
She had no. Her
oh my
hymen's
god,
still intact.
tampons definitely
Well, she rides
don't
horses.
make
I mean-
you a virgin.
Yeah, the hymen.
I mean, I'm just
I
saying.
think
like
virginity is an energy, and I think it could be renewed over
kinda
and
like
over
that.
and over.
wait,
kinda-
what?
Yeah, I
Virginity
think
can be renewed.
I think that virginity is
That's a
an
one and done.
energy.
That is a
Yeah, that's,
Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on.
I mean,
You
okay.
can't renew that.
I
think
was a
it's
virgin in
I don't
Christ
know.
when
I
I
think-
married my husband. We didn't have sex
I
until we got
think that
married.
virginity is an energy.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nick.
Sorry.
Like
Yeah.
if you've had sex in a way that isn't consensual for the first time, and then you're
fuck?
choosing to have sex for the first time consensually. I am choosing to now have sex. That is the first time that you
Yeah.
are having
Yeah.
sex.
Correct, I
period,
agree.
End
Yeah.
of sentence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything before that should not be considered in violation of that.
Yeah.
If somebody
No,
has
yeah, yeah.
That's
okay.
respectable.
Yeah,
we can
that's an
all
extreme
agree.
situation.
Yeah, extreme, yeah.
But it happens
But
though, so it's like
if you
worth
have
mentioning.
consensual sex, you're no longer a virgin.
Yes,
Yeah.
once you
Yeah.
choose, that's
Yeah,
So-
I don't
that's
think that. I'm not sure if that's what she said.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So
it's not.
I don't like to. So yes, there is a side of me that says, okay, there is redemption in Christ. I have said that many times on the show, but I can't. I hate the rhetoric that is often peddled by people who have made choices in their life that are, according to the Bible, or in their own estimation, not okay. Like, I wish I wouldn't have made those decisions, but then they try to absolve them and pretend like, oh, but that's not me anymore. So all of it just goes away. All of the baggage, all of the all the negatives, like all of the things that are going to be carried into my future relationships, like that's not me anymore. So that it shouldn't even like enter into the equation. Like that's not going to have any bearing on our relationship. Like all of my past sexual experiences.
If it has a bearing on your relationship, that's a personal choice. Like if you're triggered by the fact that a girl that you marry has had ex-sexual partners, that's your choice to be triggered by that.
So it's a choice, but it's also an objective fact. Like there are physical, emotional, like spiritual ramifications for the choices you make, regardless if you want to acknowledge it or not. Not saying you don't acknowledge it, but a lot of people, they have this very what's the phrase I'm trying to look for? It's instant gratification, and then no
I feel like what you're speaking to is bypassing. So like someone who hasn't integrated their experience and is bypassing like, oh yeah, like whatever, I did that, versus someone who's done the healing work and who's been able to come into a space of understanding like God's value, like how God values them. And then also someone who's been able to just own their experience.
I remembered the word. It's so having all of these things in your life that are going to damage future relationships, but refusing to take accountability for those.
That's bypassing.
Yeah. So refusing to take accountability for those things that have happened. Like I have had relationships where I'm starting to talk to a girl, and she'll like, okay, this is a decent looking dude, like green flags. And then all of a sudden I'll bring something up that I'm like, I have a strong opinion about. And I'll be like, these are my, like, this is what I'm looking for in a wife. This, like, I want her to be a mother, all of these things. And then the conversation will start to come up where it's, okay, I understand this person has a past, and I want to communicate to them that's not a deal breaker. I want to understand where you're coming from. Let's work through that together. And a lot of girls are turned off by that.
Really?
It's just
what's wrong with that?
It's because it's not the one that's for you.
I totally agree. I agree.
Not the person that's for you.
I would say that a lot of girls are turned off by that because they don't want to be accountable for what they've done. And they don't want to go through the emotional and relationship work to be able to work through that. And to develop a good, healthy relationship.
Ashamed of what they've done. And you shouldn't make them feel that way. And I know have some guys, they are turned on by the fact that I've been with other men. They are turned on by the fact that I'm experienced. I know men that are turned on, like they want other men to want me. You know, you have got guys like that, like, and they're not necessarily clients. I've just met guys out on the dating beat. Everybody ticks to a different.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Everyone likes a desirable partner, and when you are with somebody who is desirable, you then feel more desired.
The coping of this panel is off the charts. There are very few high value that will want these women. Not to be confused with high net worth men who pay for sex like they pay for parking.
My goodness. Good one. My gosh.
Anyway, a couple days in Manhattan.
Yeah, go for it, Annie.
This is my my miracle, but I don't even want to say that because love, it supersedes all sin. And when Christ came, he dissolved that at the cross. That blood dropping off that cross, when it hit the ground,
I love Jesus.
it made me a virgin in Christ. And for my husband to put that ring on my finger right here and tell me that I was beautiful, that I was chosen by him, that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with me, no matter how many men I had been with and how many horrible stories might come up in our relationship, and me realizing, yes, those are horrible stories, but you are my pillow. Because you are the man of God that I chose in Christ that sees me as a virgin in your eyes. And see, his eyes are redeemed because he really believes what Jesus did. And when he looks at me, I'm in that white wedding dress, like Billy says, nice day for a white
Yeah.
wedding, baby.
So
Can I ask you guys a question? What do you
So-
think that Christ thinks about the extraterrestrials?
Oh, one
You
second,
guys
one
know
second.
this-
I want to ask.
What do you think that Christ thinks about that?
He loves them.
We can
He
get to
loves
that
them.
later, but
Yeah.
I wanted to
Talk
ask
about
you
that,
a
'cause I don't
question.
recall that in the Bible.
Like, so
Extraterrestrial.
as you started your marriage with what was his
Oz.
name again?
Oz Fox.
Oz. Yes, as you started with your marriage with Oz, like, did you have to, like, how was the relationship work that needed to be done? Like, so was there baggage from the experience you had as a sex worker? Like, how was that unpacked in your relationship? Was it difficult? Like, what did that look like?
Oh, what does it look like?
Yeah, what does it look like?
What
Yeah,
does
is
look-
it
because
still an
it's-
ongoing struggle?
It's every single. And today I was listening to one of my friends, Victor Marks. I'm going to give a shout out to Victor Marks. He had a very bad childhood and he had a lot of trauma. And one of the things that was done to him as a child was there was a gun put to his head and it was click, 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 Russian
Yeah.
roulette. So I
Yeah,
had
yeah.
one of my exes do that to me. Actually, two, but one in particular quite frequently did that to me. And he
Really?
would spin the chamber.
Well, I'm
so
glad
I
you're
got
still here.
triggered.
Yeah.
And I started crying. But here he comes over on the other side of the hotel room to hug me and say, it's okay. Just, I mean, letting me
Yeah.
cry in that space because I forgot about that memory and specifics.
Yeah.
So it's a daily thing, but it's not unmanageable.
Yeah. So
And
this is the
so
point I was trying to make.
He
So-
loves me enough to
Exactly.
to
So
do that, to be
he-
that man like Hosea was ordered to
Exactly.
marry
Yep,
Gomer.
Yep.
Even though she
most
was
beautiful
still
name in the
working.
Bible, Gomer.
She was in
Gomer.
slavery.
As a
Yeah,
woman,
she was
yes.
in slavery. So
No,
you
yeah,
know, and
I agree.
He
yeah.
freed her.
So that's something it is important to recognize. Yes, there is forgiveness offered by Christ, but it doesn't absolve. I mean, so yes, it absolves the responsibility of your sin, but it doesn't erase the ramifications. Like the work that you have to do, it doesn't erase
Yeah.
like the issues that it's going to bring up in your
Okay.
life.
I
I'm
wanna
gonna
speak to that
yeah,
too.
and
You go
don't
first.
forget, because I want to say this because don't forget what you're
I
going to
won't.
say.
It's there.
That is part of our relationship magic, and I should say love and beauty and awesomeness and incredibleness is the fact that we are together because he loves me because of my past too. He married my past
Yeah.
and my future and my current status. So it makes him love me deeper and it bonds us closer. I can't explain it. It's supernatural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is
No,
so
yeah, yeah.
supernatural,
So,
and
but-
I love it that
But
he loves me enough to deal with
would-
me, and I deal with him because he's got trauma too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's a sinful man. He's going to bring stuff to the table that is not ideal. But I guess as we're speaking to the audience, like, there's not everyone who's watching this is going to be like, I'm a sex worker, and that's going to enrich my future marriage.
Yeah.
Like, so sitting here, what's your message to people watching? Like, should I seek after a sinful lifestyle so I might have a rich marriage in the future? Or is it, I need to obey the word of God and like honor what he commands me, and that will set me up for a healthier relationship in the future?
I think whoever's watching needs to first figure out why are they seeking a relationship in the first place and love themselves first.
Yeah.
First and foremost, but realize, hey, who created me? Oh, if they're an atheist or if they believe in God, figure out what and who they are.
Yeah.
And for me, as a tiny little girl, somewhere deep down in my soul, I knew I was created by someone bigger than me. And that's
Yeah.
what settled me on my OD date. I mean,
Yeah.
and I don't want to force anyone to believe what I believe at this table or anywhere on the internet, but what I know is I have peace now. I have joy. I have the best life that I could have. If I had not lived that lifestyle, I don't know if I would be where I'm at right now, but I do know this.
Period.
I have the wisdom of 1,000 years. And when Christ comes to rule with us for 1,000, I'm going to be like, I got you. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
not bragging about myself. This has got nothing to do
No,
with
we all
it's
feel
the love
you,
within
'cause we
me,
get it.
inside
We
of me.
get it.
And I love all of
Yes.
you here because all of you have been through something, including the men, and we all are hurting, but we're also feeling the love and the healing from it as well.
Yeah.
So
I got some
being a
questions.
human.
I
Go
got
for
some
it.
questions.
Ask the questions, right?
You have a son.
We'll talk later.
You have.
I have children inherited, 3 children inherited with my husband.
Kids.
I have a daughter.
Done. If you ever have sons, or if you do have a son, would you want your son to see a prostitute?
Why not?
I wouldn't. My
God.
son has.
Your son has.
He did see an escort.
He didn't see you, did he? So that might be. That's.
No.
Rude.
Sorry.
That's not. That's
Take
not,
it back.
Didn't
Do
we
a
have
take
this
back.
discussion
Do
before the show
over.
started, like what not to talk about? And
This Sweet Home Alabama button.
Give me a break.
Did
I think
he?
incest
wait,
is actually on the table.
did he?
over.
Wait,
That's
did he? Was it?
offensive.
Was it
Do
after?
over.
Like, did he talk to you before?
Sometimes
did he talk to you before?
sometimes
Like,
you
hey, I
throw
think I'm
one
gonna
out
do
that
this.
doesn't always hit.
Yes.
You know?
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
he
you
talked
just
to you
wanna
before.
suck those words.
What did?
Just
How did
take
that
those ones
conversation
back
go?
mentally.
I just discussed that there's a way to do it, and I advocated that he would see somebody at the legal brothel and make an appointment if that's what he wanted to do. And he was in a relationship for a high school sweetie for years and years and years. And then they broke up, and he said, I think I'd like to go, see a companion. And he did, and he said, well, it was fun, but okay, over it. And he goes, I'm kind of a relationship kind of guy, and I want to just get on with it and work. And he wants kids so I had an art studio for several years, and he managed it, and we worked with kids, and we did art parties, and he loves kids. And so he's like, eventually I'd like to be a father. And I'm a kind of a one-person kind of guy, and that was an interesting experience. But I've taught him to respect women, period, whether under any circumstances. And I've taught him about the courtesan and the history of the courtesan. And we used to be king shit back in the day. We used to be at the top of the totem pole. And
King
why
shit.
that dynamic has changed? It's
The
control.
concubines.
It's misogyny.
Misogyny.
It's men wanting to be in control.
Well, that's what
Wait,
even where
what?
they
Well,
tried labeling
hold on.
Mary
I would
prostitute.
say-
Well, they had the concubines,
hold
the
on.
kings.
What specifically is misogyny? What are you talking about?
Great
Like this
show.
guy over here
I lo-
mansplaining to us that like we're all sinners and stuff, and he's a virgin, and he hasn't even had a relationship.
Wouldn't he be
Things
the
like
perfect
that.
person to call you sinners?
I guess it's
I am not hypocritical.
Mason, you're a virgin?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Don't you love
You
it?
didn't know that?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I love it.
Not
for
a
you.
born again virgin either.
That's
He's a
really,
real
really
virgin.
cool.
No, yeah.
That's
Real.
beautiful.
No.
I think it's
I
beautiful.
am.
Yeah,
Wait, so
yeah, I know.
why-
I think
hold
that.
on.
No, it's all good.
Why
I mean,
is
don't tell me
he-
what to do.
but
Don't tell me what you think is best for me. I just it's not for me.
Why is he a misogynist though?
Yeah.
Why is he a misogynist?
I don't need somebody like coming on this panel like saying that like we shouldn't be doing what we're doing. Like I mean I thought this is a very sex positive group of ladies, and what we do is very empowering, and what we provide is very positive. And I have provided a lot of amazing experiences for couples and men alike, and the relationships that I've cultivated have been very, very amazing on both ends. What they do
what
for me.
specifically did he say that you object to?
I just feel like just.
Everything?
I'm not even down with like the biblical stuff, and it's not. Yeah.
Okay,
it's not.
but so what specifically did he say that was misogynistic?
I just feel like I'm not a sinner. I'm not sinning by doing my job, by being a provider.
Yeah. So
And
what
that's
is?
something that you've even stated.
Yeah,
and
I
you
talk
are
about
a
it.
godly woman. You
Yeah.
are a very spiritual
I don't
woman.
think that it's sinning.
Just
I think
describe
Well,
it's
isn't
that.
premarital
So-
sex sinning?
Yeah,
Technically?
100%.
But that's so. Okay,
But so it's,
you
if,
go ahead.
if the
because
Bible
I have
says
an
it's
Sorry,
a,
I don't believe that. I
Well,
don't
no, but
believe
if the
in
Bi-
the
but-
Bible.
well, that's
it's
fine, you don't-
horse pucky. It's
The
crazy.
Bible is a-
There
is a
are
book, and
aliens
this
on
is-
this planet at this point, guys. We're seeing
Aliens?
you.
Huh?
We're seeing
What?
UFOs.
Where did the aliens
How
come
can
from?
you sit there
Olivia,
and go back
where
to
did
this
the
guy?
aliens come from?
Come on.
And the
I love
scriptures that I
aliens.
busted out on Candace, she couldn't
Did
even
an alien
refute them.
probe
She just
you?
sat there like, what?
Olivia?
They made no sense at all. They were so crazy. And she just
Aliens
said,
are real.
well, I could give you a Bible lesson if you'd like one. It's like cherry picking. And what about all the other religions
Have you had an experience
that go
with an
way
alien?
back? Did you
Were you abducted? Did an alien
did you
abduct you?
take world
Tell us what-
religion in
tell us about it.
college? Because guess what? There's a gazillion other religions that came well before Christianity.
Yeah.
So don't sit there and act all freaking high and mighty
Tell us
like
more
you
about
know
the
it all
alien.
and you got it
Can you
all
tell us
figured
about the
out
alien
because you
experience?
don't have it figured out.
I'm curious about the alien experience. What
You don't have
he
it
saw you as a
figured out.
client? Was it, Were you probed?
We
Did
know.
he want to probe you?
Is there not
Was there a
UFOs,
probing?
guys?
I saw
Do
you
not
happened.
know that there
I
are
need to get
UFOs
to
at
the
this
bottom.
point.
I'm a
Was there a probe?
So
I need
quit
to- wait, one at a
telling me
time.
like you think.
Olivia Bentley.
Quit going back
Olivia
to this ancient
Bentley.
Bible. this
Olivia
dusty
Bentley,
Bible.
Olivia Bentley, confirm or deny? Was there an alien probing? This is the main.
The Congress or on me?
You talked. There's alien. You said there's aliens.
There are aliens.
Have you?
A client. That was
Do
it.
you have a client that's an alien? You don't know.
We're all
I don't
aliens.
Whoa. Wait, what?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't think so.
Are you not able to? Was there a probing?
I believe that there are aliens. I think we know. Congress is already talking about it. They've already confessed. Like, we know that they exist.
I saw UFO
Doesn't
actually
that
get shot down.
directly like conflict with the Bible
My parents saw
of
ships.
ancient years? And I'm not saying like
There could probably-
I'm very spiritual.
I think Christianity
do
and
believe
aliens
that when
align.
we
There could
die,
be aliens.
there's something else, and
I
that's
think there's
very great. That's a
Yeah.
positive
Hold
thing.
on. Speaking of this, just
but please
what does
don't
the
tell me like it
what,
is.
What is
Like,
what is the religious, the Christian view on extraterrestrial life forms?
Yeah, it's a fair question. Actually,
there
so interesting you bring this up. The person who brought all of this into the public eye is the lead singer of Blink 182.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm a Blink fan. Anyway,
love them.
I know the
Blink is
people in the
back.
field, by the way. I know people personally.
Yeah.
oh please,
Really good friends
yes,
that
yeah,
are-
I
that worked-
I got tickets to go see them this coming year.
But I mean, I'm talking about people that
But anyway,
have interacted with real aliens.
So
oh yeah.
he and this is kind of like I agree with him on this. He doesn't think that it is interplanetary, like they don't come from very far away. It's interdimensional. So how we see this in the Bible is there is a spiritual war that is happening that we can't see. There are spiritual forces that we cannot see.
There are.
So there's a story, I can't remember the prophet.
Ezekiel.
Is it the
Is it-
Lion, the Witch,
I
and the
think it's
Wardrobe?
Ezekiel, yeah. Where so he
Chariots of fire. Chariots of fire.
yeah, so exactly, yeah. So he is there is an army surrounding the city, and people are like, how are we going to defeat them? What's
Yes.
going to happen? And he says, don't worry, God is going to protect us.
Yep.
And he can see this massive spiritual army of angels ready to destroy the army surrounding the city.
Yeah.
Dang.
That people
This
can't
sounds
see.
like an
What
anime.
do you think about? So there are spiritual forces that we
I'm
can't
sorry.
see.
No,
So-
this sounds like anime now. We gotta stop for a second. Is
Whoa,
this
whoa, whoa,
Neon
whoa.
Genesis
Okay, so
Evangelion here? Like,
this
hold up.
is-
This is
Okay, so
a
you
lot
asked me
here.
to.
This sounds
you-
really
you-
fantastical.
there.
Where in the Bible is it
Okay.
talking about invisible? I feel like we've
And
strayed
Corinthians, too.
really far
Wait,
from the
whoa.
source
Hold up,
material now.
Okay, so we started talking about. I love the X-Files. Please continue this.
Okay.
So we started talking about how aliens were interdimensional, and you guys were all for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
The instant I said Bible, that's when it became like, I don't believe anything you're saying, even though
Bible verse is this?
it's a story in the Bible. It's
Which
the
one?
prophet
How did we
Ezekiel.
get here?
Anyway, so you're asking
Pull
me,
this up, please.
how
Quote
like
it. No,
where in
quote the exact word for word where it says about the invisible
Oh my
creatures in
gosh.
the Bible.
Let's bring it back. We're gonna, listen, aliens. could
Okay,
they exist?
like-
Maybe they exist.
I am
Let's stray away from the alien conversation.
Yeah, so you ask for what the Bible says about this. I gave what the Bible says about this, and then you give me crap for saying that.
But
Let's
those are the words in the Bible invisible. Like
the word alien is in the Bible.
so
says
okay.
celestial.
Anyway,
Celestial
whatever.
kingdom.
So I mean,
We're
let's,
spending a lot of
so
time.
let's move on. Let's move on.
In the Bible,
Here,
as
let's get back to-
reference to
You
sex
said-
work,
you
and it's
said-
not
Why-
even
why am I
applicable to
misogynist?
most of us.
Hold on, Olivia. You said that he's misogynistic.
Yeah.
First off, can you
Well, I
how
wouldn't
do you define?
necessarily say
How do you
he's
define?
misogynistic. I don't think he dislikes women, but I find him naive.
Okay.
Naive about the world and life,
In what?
and you haven't even lived it.
He's lived. Do you know how much he fucking benches?
How much?
His deadlift.
I actually
2,000.
just competed. I totaled. I'll tell you after.
Oh, great.
no.
One sec,
Myself,
one
I
sec.
wouldn't TTS tonight.
Oh.
But what the fuck is going on? Dating show, right? Right? Why full hooker panel teaches nothing about dating.
I date.
Only teaches ye.
Lauren dates.
I date.
She
Yeah,
dates.
it doesn't work out, but I date.
Yo, modest Jacama, thank you.
I
for
know
the,
we're talking about the Bible.
chat.
We're
It
not
does
talking
work
about
out.
dating, and
Dating,
we're not
right.
talking about the
That comes
benefits
up in
that we
dates.
provided to our customers. I thought this was going to be like a sex
Yeah.
worker.
Yeah.
To be
And I
fair-
think
I mean, I
the
date.
whole
I
thing
date.
not
you were
about
trying to say.
Bible
Anyway.
verses with
We have some
virgins.
time
Well,
left.
the thing is,
I'm
like you
getting
asked me where
confused.
it says that,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you. Like we're having a respectable
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
If you ask me a question, I'm going to give you an answer.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but to go on how much I lift, I have a 775 total. I just
Oh, wow.
competed on
Wow.
Sunday.
Dang.
775
Life
kilogram
experience.
total.
Excuse
So it's a 573 squat, a 419 bench, and then a 716
good.
deadlift.
That's good.
That's
That's
good.
pretty good.
Yeah.
That's
I'm a
good.
lifter.
She
Yeah.
lifts.
You
I
understand,
lift.
yeah.
That's
Life experience.
Common
Life-
ground.
life
Start
experience.
talking, you guys.
Here,
All
all right.
we can
So
get
you
down
guys
to that.
Olivia lift one arm. Lauren.
So-
Totally.
We
Also,
can live
just-
together.
okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
And just a reminder, let's try to just do one microphone at a time, guys.
Yeah.
You said he was misogynistic. First, I just want to ask, how do you define misogyny?
Well, I wouldn't say.
Wait, no,
okay,
but
can I
hold
take
on.
it back?
How do
I
you
don't
define?
think he's
How do you
necessarily
define How do you
misogynistic.
define misogyny?
Well, okay, I think he's a mansplainer. How about that?
That's
What does that mean?
You're just telling us like how you you. I just feel like it's
So,
mansplaining.
I
Like,
think-
I feel like
I
I'm being
think-
mansplained to.
Yeah.
And I'm 46 years old, and I've lived a lifetime, and I've been around the world and back, and I'm still very happy
Mans.
in my
So I
decision
think
making as a
I
sex
feel
worker.
like you guys have been woman-splaining to me the whole night because you're telling me you don't understand how I feel. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like, we can't have a honest conversation if people are going to say you have no idea what you're talking about because of this thing you can't control, your age. Like when I can do a bunch of reading. I know what the Bible says, but I don't just read the Bible. I have done my research in history. I'm an engineer, so mathematics and science are important to me.
Yeah.
And I say they point me to God. They point me to order, that there is a design. So it's not like I'm an idiot. I'm 27 years old, yeah, so I'm not the oldest person in the world.
You weren't
but it
born
doesn't-
yesterday.
Yeah, I wasn't born
Yeah.
yesterday. And like I've dealt with hardship in my life.
Yeah.
I've lived overseas. I don't know if any of you have, but I probably have that most of you.
Where?
So
Japan.
So I lived in North Africa.
Oh,
I lived
wow.
in a
And
third world
Italy,
country.
too.
So
I'm South African.
well, okay.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So, but like, we have to have an honest conversation
Native
where we're
American.
not saying that,
both.
like,
And Jewish.
because you are not this, your voice doesn't matter.
I like
so
that.
because you're only 27, it doesn't matter what you say.
No.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Just be
it's
open
cool.
to
Like,
each
that
other's
is your
opinions.
truth. That is your life.
Mm-hmm.
Like you believe in the Bible and you believe that
Yeah.
you should be a virgin, and those are your beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
But I was told that this was going to be a panel that was concentrated on sex work, just predominantly sex workers talking about sex work and sharing our experiences in the industry, and I didn't know we were going to go off the rails on the Bible because that's not really applicable to me. So I'm not going to be able to really
Well,
identify
the sex
with that
work
much.
isn't really applicable to me, but I can still talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay. In
yeah,
any
so-
case,
anyway, yeah.
you called him a misogynist. What?
A mansplainer.
Or then you walked it
Brian
back to
wants to get it going.
mansplaining.
Yeah.
Then you walked it
Well-
back to mansplaining.
Well,
which is
I think there's I don't think that he relates to my perspective, and I don't relate to yours.
Yeah.
And so
I would
that
ask
is
that you-
what are you
what it
getting
is.
at?
So how
What are
much
you
time are
getting
we
at?
going to spend on the Bible?
Okay, so we
Okay.
keep coming back to this,
we
and
don't,
I
need
think
to, we don't need to stay on the Bible. But
Yeah.
how is he a misogynist? Because
Or a
I
mansplainer.
because I keep asking you.
misogyny
I'm
is
trying to
kinda
move
like,
it away from.
Well,
but you.
I feel like just maybe it's a cultural shift, and not necessarily like it's not saying necessarily you, but just making sex workers out to be sinners and bad and negative. My energy, my energy and my light has been very positive, and I've given that out to a lot of people. And I've received it back, and I have a lot of fans, and I have a lot of lovers, and a lot of supporters, and positivity back and forth. That is what I've given men and women alike, and that's what they've given back to me. Encouragement. And those are the kinds of things I would think that, as Christians, that's what you guys also talk about, that's what you're supposed to be doing. So I don't need somebody coming in here and bringing some dusty old ancient Bible and saying that, oh, you shouldn't be doing this and this is bad and this is wrong, and maybe for your life
what are you getting at?
is.
So what are you getting at here?
What's the point here?
What?
So all I'm getting from this is I'm not going to listen to you because I disagree with your point of view. Therefore, you have no merit in this conversation because I can't relate to it whatsoever. I'm a human being. I have had my life experience. I've lived in multiple countries. Yes, I may believe in the Bible, but I can also bring pieces of evidence and societally viewable interactions with people.
Pieces of evidence.
Yeah.
Bring it.
About what?
Wait, but you said you wanted to move.
Hold on, what do you mean pieces of evidence?
Stop.
Of what?
Yeah.
You said you wanted to move off from the Bible, but you keep bringing it back to the Bible. I've asked you, now I've tried to move the conversation to asking you, how do you define misogyny? Because that's a word that you used, and I'm trying to...
So I think there is an interesting thing that happens.
I think that at some point, I think that misogyny came into play that made the shift from the courtesan, who historically was at the top of the totem pole. They were the ladies that paid taxes, that owned property, while the little woman was at home and she wasn't even allowed to own property, and she was toddlerized in our history, if you know the history of women in history. And then at some point there was a shift where that became a threatening thing. And Alice has a ton of information about that, and I haven't heard her speak enough.
Well, so are you saying that...
I want to hear some of the sex workers.
Wait, can you stop
speaking
interrupting,
more.
please? Are you saying that it is misogynist that women that are or were in your profession used to be, according to you, revered to some degree, and now they're looked down upon? Is that,
absolutely.
How's that misogynistic, though? Because a man could also be a prostitute, and I suppose that would be looked down upon also.
I think there's been a shift in culture where men do hate on women.
Men do, broadly speaking,
on
generally speaking?
There's a negative view and a nasty viewpoint towards sex workers that is ignorant.
How so? How is it ignorant?
How's it ignorant?
What specifically is ignorant?
When you don't get it because you don't understand.
Don't understand what? What do we not understand?
The service that we are providing for other human beings that is beneficial.
Well, I think
to
we
them.
acknowledge that you exchange sex for money. I do not lack understanding in that regard. So what
It's more than
specifically
just-
do I or does he not understand?
It's not just sex. It's
Okay,
not
yes,
just
I acknowledge. You
I
also,
agree.
sex.
Yes,
you try
you
to
also-
just summarize it as being sex for money, but that's not what it is. That literally shows your
That-
misunderstanding of the entire conceptualization of what it is that we provide.
That is by definition what a prostitute or an escort or whatever term you want to use, hooker, sex for money. That is do you disagree that that's the definition of somebody who...
Absolutely, yes, in the sense that it's not always about sex.
It's
Many
not
people
only
don't
that-
even want to have sex at all.
Correct.
Many
Yes,
people
that's fine.
sometimes just want to
Yes,
cuddle,
yes.
want to talk, want to process,
No
want
issue
to
with
be
that.
held.
Totally acknowledge that there are men
Then
or
why are
women.
we considering it sinful or problematic or something to judge or look down upon within society? Why do we have an issue that there's a profession that women make more money than men? The reason
I don't think that's why people have an issue with prostitution.
Well, then why do you think people have an issue with it?
Well, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of reasons.
Yeah,
Why?
a lot of people suggest. Well, the evidence shows there's the societal damages that happen with prostitution.
Please cite the
Cite it.
studies.
Yeah, societal
Yeah.
damage.
So
it.
as civil, we got into this last time, but
I know
there
the
are certain.
statistics about the benefits of legal sex work. Let's go, buddy. I defended
Okay.
legal sex work, and I will do it again right here, right now.
That's
I know
fine.
my
So
numbers.
if
Do you?
I'm not talking about. So yeah, we can talk about numbers. You can bring up your numbers.
Yeah,
that's,
no,
that's fine.
it should be about
So,
statistics.
can I,
That is what evidence
Let's talk
is.
numbers and let's talk sites and let's talk sources because you're bringing it up. What is your evidence? Go.
am I gonna be able to talk, or are you just gonna
Go with evidence.
I have a comment on after he's done.
Why are you stopping? We're having you.
Okay,
Oh.
every time I start talking, there's some interjection.
We want to hear your evidence.
Olivia, you have
Stop
been
talking.
interrupting. Olivia, you
Just
frequently
listen.
interrupt.
Just pause.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so if you look throughout history, so specifically the Greek Empire, the Roman Empire, and the Babylonian Empire, when the pillar of the nuclear family of traditional relationships has been taken out in those societies, that is when they fail. Because there is as children are raised in a normal household with a mother and a father, and it is not a broken home, you see the flourishing of society. And as those things are deteriorated, you start to see societies fail. So reference the Babylonian Empire, the Greek Empire, and the Roman Empire. So as we see American society, and we can, I think we could probably agree here that America is not as healthy as, it's not in this healthiest state it's ever been in. Like, we have serious problems. There are serious relationship problems. So in the dating marketplace, I don't want to get very political, but in the dating marketplace, it's pretty garbage right now.
Okay.
So I think we can agree upon that. So, we see that in history, as the relationship between a husband and a wife has been deteriorated and destroyed, we've seen societies fail. So as we see the relationship between a husband and a wife be deteriorated in our society, what makes that any different? So, why do we think that we're the exception to the rule?
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'd like to discuss that
Yeah,
point.
please.
Let's first start with what makes equality a society. Would you agree that democracy and a fairness to how we treat people is part of how a society should function?
I wouldn't say democracy. I would say how America was designed to run as a republic. So not a pure democracy.
Oh, no, we're not talking about America. I wanted to talk about specifically when we talk about our very first historical piece of evidence that we ever have in regards to legislation, how society should run and operate. What kinds of things do you think were in that document?
So I think America is the most successful country to ever exist.
No. We're talking about history.
I know.
We're going to Hammurabi's Code here. Are you familiar with this text?
I have not read Hammurabi's Code.
Okay, so in Hammurabi's Code, it actually specifically speaks as to how sex workers should be treated very early on in the text. In our earliest form of society, sex workers were there at the beginning of society as a structural support within society.
So
That
what
is
major power
something-
in the world right now bases their society on Hammurabi's Code?
Again, you were talking about history here. You brought out 3 historical examples of society. So let's talk about those historical things. Sex work has been with us since the dawn of time. It's something that isn't going to go anywhere. We have historical evidence of it all throughout history, through every civilization, all throughout the globe, including in the modern day world. You can't say that sex work is the reason why society crumbles.
I'm not saying it's the only reason. I'm saying
it's not a reason at all, because it exists in every society, at the beginning of societies, including the beginning of this society. How do you think people were motivated to go out to the wild, wild west? It was the women who ran and operated brothels right there, literally in Nevada.
Yeah.
Many of the brothels.
You're saying the American expansion into the West is because of prostitution?
It was encouraged by it. It was a motivating factor for men to go out to the frontier. It was a perk, genuinely and truly. It was a perk. They could get gold. And what did they do with their gold? There was only so many things that were available in these towns, and one of those things that were available
You think
was
Western expansion
those things,
was due to prostitution?
not only
that's
that,
crazy.
we were consulted upon by the people in the town when it came to how the town
That's a hot
functioned
take,
and
right?
operated. It's not a hot take.
It's absolutely
fact.
true
Extreme hot
history
take.
fact. And tell them about the madam that took care of all the guys that were mining the gold and got sick.
What?
Yes.
I remember
Oh
this
my
story. And
goodness,
then
yes.
she was in the
brothels
Like,
Yes,
we've been-
brothels
historically,
converted
we're great.
into hospitals and certain points throughout history.
By definition, are
There was
sinners.
a
Trying to
show.
spin it is delusional at best. More likely a lie you tell yourself.
See, this is a
I will take
misogynist
my
right
dusty
here.
old book over anything you have to say.
Grid 1
Wheels
Motorsports.
for you.
Olivia says that you're a.
He's been on one too.
Olivia
a
says that you're a misogynist.
Question that prostitution contributes to breakdown of the family unit.
I have a question. I have a question.
Wait, hold on, hold on. Yeah, because I don't know what's going on with the TTS. I'll fix it for next show. You use the word misogynist again. What is a misogynist? Oh, this is. I'll retrigger it. Sorry, Doc. I'll retrigger it in a sec. What's a misogynist? How do you define misogyny?
I would say that like men that diss and hate women for their being.
It's men. Could a woman be a misogynist?
Potentially.
Potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess like against men or yeah, against women too.
themselves.
Actually, there's
Yeah.
female
Yeah,
and there's femcells.
Yeah.
Yep.
there is.
Themselves.
Yeah, there is.
Hold on. Let me let
There
this
is
one come
no
in.
question that prostitution contributes to breakdown of the family unit. Breakdown of the family as results in decline in mental and physical health. A
Thank you,
study,
Doc, for
Kaiser
the sourced-
1995 present.
Okay.
I have a very important statement.
Make your statement.
Okay,
Make
here's
your
my
statement. Go ahead with the
Here's my
statement.
statement. I don't know necessarily if I don't have the stats or whatever, but if
that's fine.
prostitution behind closed doors that's legal, I don't believe that can contribute to the breakdown of society. But you know what I do believe that can break down? Man.
One
I
sec.
have never heard a person say that Americans expanded west to get their Johnson right. The main reason is due to economics and land ownership.
Never heard of that. So, anyways,
Yeah, continue.
Do you
this
want
is
to do you want to respond to Bender the Offender?
Sure, I'll happily
You
respond.
said that westward movement in the United States
Can't
was.
answer
Holy
questions
fuck! There's a lot
because the
going.
monk
what? Oh.
Did you have it muted, Nick?
is legit making points about a code-written form.
What is going on? Holy fuck.
happening?
Just let us speak.
You liked slavery?
What? No.
What?
Absolutely not.
Because the monkey. Here, I got.
Kanye
it.
West
I'm gonna
does,
fix
thanks
that.
to Candace.
No. So this is what I think is contributing to the breakdown of society.
Yeah.
The other day online, I had posted a post on Twitter because I was extremely mad. If I was born into like a super like wealthy, situation, I might have had an easier time becoming a family entertainer,
Yes.
like in my lifetime. I definitely might have gotten a better time. But the other day I was scrolling and all of a sudden I see this chick who obviously has an OnlyFans, looks young, like probably 20. There's piñatas in a Latin grocery store, kids in the background. She is lifting her skirt up. But the piñatas were in the background. She's lifted up with a thong.
The
And I was
fuck,
like,
bro?
dude, I posted and I said, I'm sick of seeing this. I said, this is so disturbing. I was like, look, if you got OnlyFans, do it in your house. There are people defending her. And I was like, you are literally warped. Like, seriously, like, it's better when it's done behind closed doors, but literally that. And I saw this other lady and this other lady in Honey Birdette lingerie on a little, like, those airport little trolley things. They weren't going to the airport, but they went on there to get content. And kids and families were there, and they were all like almost naked. And I'm like, this is disturbing. So OnlyFans, I feel like, not for everybody. It's negative, but public OnlyFans to get shock value content, that's what's ruining society. And I believe those people should be ticketed.
Yeah.
Or arrested.
OnlyFans.
For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick,
Just technically, that is
hide
against
the
the law.
T-shirt.
You're not
It
supposed
is.
to.
It's against OnlyFans
Hide
terms
the
of
TTS
service.
monster, Nick.
Yeah.
On everything.
It's actually against OnlyFans terms of service. You cannot share true public content on OnlyFans. You have to tag everybody in the background. Friends, porn is not real. When you see somebody like in the grocery store, I promise you that is a set. There are sets for all
No,
of these
this one
things.
wasn't a set.
I
Well,
know,
that's on their
but that
Instagram
content.
They didn't even blur out the little
They're
toddlers in the
promoting
background.
Okay.
That's
all
the
right.
problem,
Sick.
is the difference between the content creators who do not know any better versus the professionals. Again, we're going back to professional sex workers.
Correct, yeah, professional.
Porn stars fall under the umbrella of sex workers.
And it was
I
on
do want to
Instagram.
come back.
Yeah.
One of these chats came in.
Yeah.
I think it was Bender the Defender. Western expansion. So manifest destiny, that's a term I learned in
Manifest destiny.
Manifest destiny.
Manifest sex.
You think it was because of...
They wanted to manifest some sex.
Let me read a couple chats.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
wait,
read a
yeah,
couple
read it.
chats.
Part of the
Read it.
Western
Hold
culture.
on. Yo, just kidding, Brian. I get it. When you pick up chicks from the streets, of course, you're bound to end up with these kinds of guests. On the right, cool to see Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy had a kid. What? What?
Kermit?
Who?
What is Kermit?
I'm not sure about.
Who's
I
wearing
don't know
green?
these.
No one's
That's from
wearing green.
Nickelodeon
Yeah.
there.
Where's Kermit?
All right, we have
Am I Kermit?
Doc Vanablis. Mason has a better understanding of the sanctity of relationships at 27 than you middle-aged sex workers. His words, not mine. Don't shoot the messenger here. Stop dismissing him as youthful. He has given you more respect than you deserve.
I said he was a real one.
You're sick.
Lauren.
Yeah. Real Dr. Nice is real.
Sorry, I roughed you up a little bit.
All right.
No, it's like
My good fella.
It's all good.
Yeah. No, I mean, like,
Olivia,
I
what-
don't take arguments personally.
Yeah.
A lot of people have that. They can't do that. They cannot separate the conversation from how they think the other person feels about them.
Yeah.
So,
they
like, if I'm saying stuff that you don't personally agree with, like most people I talk to, they're gonna be like, "You hate me as a person
No.
because you disagree with me."
Yeah.
Yeah,
do
that's it destroys conversations.
So
I should be able to
one-dimensional.
have, like, if I make a good point, I want you to be able to say, okay, that's a good point. I'm going to mull this over. I'm going to think about it because I know this person doesn't hate me.
Yeah.
And if you make a good point, I want to be able to mull that over, think about it, and figure out, okay, like maybe in a day or two, I'll be like, I should have said this about that.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
it frames me like better as a person because I'm more intellectual. I'm thinking about things. Maybe I'll go read on the topic. Like,
No,
it's good.
You are more than your beliefs in the same way that we are more than just our professions. We are
Yeah.
all people at the end of the day,
Yeah.
and I think it's important that everybody has a certain level of baseline respect for each other, period.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
No, I agree with that. Like, I know you guys are not just your profession. I mean, like, you haven't been practicing your profession at the table right now, so obviously there is an area where that's
Get the
not
rocks.
part of what you're doing.
Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
So, yeah.
All right. Hold on.
What
Let
was
me
that one? Get the rocks?
get the rocks, Abdul.
What
Okay.
Like to stone us?
It's about the woman.
Amputate.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
the woman
Yo,
in
Doc
adultery.
Vanablis, Olivia, I watched the Candace interview. She graciously gave you a platform. She did not have to. Were you expecting a puff piece? You are an ungrateful and prideful demimonde?
Demamonde. I don't
Demamonde.
know.
Confirm
her
and deny. Are you a demimonde?
I'm not sure what that is, but I just know that the producer said we were going to have an Oxford debate on the decriminalization of sex work, yay or nay. And I walked into a gotcha interview where they did the wrong background check on the wrong person. And she started out in the interview with, your son doesn't even live with you, he lives in another state, and went at me and talked about my son and went on a personal angle. And tried to and put me on the spot and kept me in defense the whole entire time when we were supposed to talk about yay or nay. An Oxford debate. Do you know what that is?
I
It's
don't.
when somebody
I'm not
studies their
sure.
their side, they do their due diligence, and then the other person does their due diligence and they do their research. Because I was in varsity debate in high school, and then you come together and you debate the evidence. And she had none.
Why did you point to him? Why did you point
Because
to
he
him?
has none either.
I mean,
But he's got.
I did varsity
respectfully
debate in high school
I'm
as
saying
well.
that respectfully. Sorry for the point.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
I'll lift with you any day.
Yo, what?
Perfect.
Lift?
Lift. Yeah.
Lift.
You have very good
I'll lift him up.
vascularity. You got good vascularity, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we see a
Respect.
double? Can we see a double buy?
See the double buy.
Wait, Nick, put it. Nick, hello.
I work on the shoulder. I like
Oh,
the
tries. Let's do. Look.
Shoulders.
I don't know. I'm looking a little.
Oh my gosh.
Work.
Okay.
There you have it. All right, let me get into some. I'm gonna get into. Oh wait, we
Yeah.
got 2 more chats. I'll get into my notes here. Oh, let's do Twitch, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv. Huh? Can.
For Monster, turn off Monster, remember?
Yeah, I know, but let me shout out the Twitch people. Hello? Yo, Aurora, thing for the Prime. Spectre, thing for the Prime. Nostalgia, thing for the Prime. Uber, thing for the Prime. Tay, thing for the Tier 1. Quick, thing for the Prime. PC Guy, thing for the Tier 1. Daddy Wagner, 420, thing for the Prime. Vike6, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it, guys. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. We have Conan19. Annie is like the role reversal of the me so horny, me love you long time in Full Metal Jacket. I've seen that movie.
Full Metal Jacket.
I'm not sure what that's in.
Hey, soldier.
Yeah.
All right, we have Conan19. Question for the panel: do you have clients that don't want to have sex?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All
I
the
still
time.
do, yeah.
Currently.
Yes.
And there's lots of people who can't have sex either. Let's not forget about the fact that not everybody
Forget about
physically
that.
can have
Can't
sex.
forget about that.
Which I thought that when we were told we were going to come on here, we were supposed to bring on like our most like wild, fun date. That was the talking points that we were told to bring onto the show.
Oh.
So where's
Okay.
that? Are we gonna
I got my list here, but you keep accusing him of misogyny. Olivia.
I'm sorry. Well, mansplaining maybe a little, but yes, mansplainer perhaps.
Mansplaining.
Yeah.
But
There's been some woman-splaining going on as well.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Olivia? There's been a little woman-splaining.
Yeah. Maybe we can
finger
just
pointing.
maybe we can just like drop the name calling and then just like talk about the issues.
Yeah.
If we could do that, that'd be just like
Let's get to the gist of it.
let's get to the gist. Let's get to the meat of the subject.
Get to the meat.
Yes.
The meat. All right, we have
Okay,
grid.
let's stop saying
I
that.
got grid on. Pinky, stop crying. You got outclassed, which is super easy to do. Candace was very soft on you, and just like you did here, you played the victim. Be better. Get some help.
Okay, yeah, right. She like compared me to what was that guy that got AIDS?
Charlie Sheen. What was
She's all about false slants and false narratives, and that was her direction from the get-go. She didn't take the time to get to know me. She didn't meet with me before. She didn't ask me questions. You remind me of Charlie Sheen. Really?
Did she meet him?
Charlie Sheen, a guy that was like out of control, banging everything but the kitchen sink and contracted AIDS on crack. I am a fitness competitor. I am sober. I've never contracted a thing. I've done legalized prostitution very carefully, very responsively. This has been done nothing but empower me. I have assets underneath my belt. I put my son through private school. This has been very good for me.
Yeah.
So to imply, and if you thought that she wasn't going at it by trying to make that slant and compare me to Charlie Sheen, which makes zero sense.
Yeah.
To not put the idea of disease and addiction and negative false slants in your head, then you're wrong. Because she's very calculated. This is a woman who married a man who owned Parler. Parler is an anti-Semitic think tank that brings skinheads together with a bunch of Nazis, and then sold it to Kanye West.
Get some help.
Kanye West is mentally ill. Why would you take advantage of a mentally ill man for money? I never have in the industry.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers.
Weren't they friends?
You ain't got the answers.
You ain't got the answers.
I thought Candace and Kanye were friends.
No. She used him to buy Parler, and Parler went out of business within a year. Like they didn't know it was tanking. They get him to buy that. That's what a Christian. What a Christian that is.
I like Candace.
Yeah, well,
Candace.
To be fair, like
I will not stand.
We don't
for
have
the slander, dear. How dare you slander?
That's not slander.
How dare you slander, my friend?
Yeah.
What is Parler? Do you know what Parler is?
Why are we
Do you
talking
know the
about
business?
I don't know.
to be
about
fair,
it.
like
Candace
isn't here to defend
You know what I
herself.
know about her?
So like,
Daily Wire. I know
And
about
who
the
really
business.
cares?
Candace is
Let's
here.
talk about
Let's
what we
call-
came
let's-
here to talk
Yeah.
about, which is sex
Candace-
work.
What?
Yeah, I
Listen.
wanted to hear
Let me get into my
you guys
questions.
talk
Let me
more
get
about
into my
sex work
questions.
and-
Let's get into my
and the
questions.
benefits.
let's
to
give
it.
Ryan back a show just for a second.
Let's
I
okay.
need a swig of
All right, here we go. Let me.
She's
over
not
here.
a
I want
true
to speak for the
Christian.
girls that we have.
All right, let's go to Lauren here. Where you got Lauren?
now.
You work at the Moonlight Bunny Ranch.
I do.
You were. I don't know if you were voted. You said you're courtesan of the year.
I am courtesan of the year. Yeah.
I think there might have been a.
Alice was also courtesan of the year, I think, right before me. Yeah, for a couple years. Yeah.
Oh.
Selena Gomez remember when Brian said he was done
What's happening?
Remember when Brian said he was done with the OFF girls because arguing with them is like arguing with a brick wall. Also, red dress girl is
Did you
insufferable.
mute it in everywhere,
Red dress
Nick?
girl is insufferable.
Did you mute the TTS monster, Nick?
I don't know. This is insufferable.
Go to the video tab. Go to the. Nope, you didn't. Okay. I forgot.
But yeah, so
could
we
not
were.
parse that.
I'm courtesan of the year this year, and Alice was courtesan. How many years were you courtesan of the year?
Many.
Yeah, it was like. Was it like on and off, or was it like just in a row?
Oh no,
Wait, hold on. Let me.
She made $1 million in 1 year, baby.
I need to address. I'll just address the Selena thing. First off, they're not. Do some of you have OF? I don't know, but they're not OF
None
girls.
of us have
I don't
But I get what you're saying,
you
Selena. Here's the actual issue. So I tried to like switch to trying to book more, quote unquote, normal girls, not in the S-work industry. The issue is, Selena, if you want to come and volunteer your time to try to book people, it's been incredibly like all those shows. I don't know if you remember, like a month ago, where we were just getting like the whole panels would flake, and it was like girls who weren't doing OF or whatever. The flaking issue, like, because we'll source locally here. If it's just insane, even if we offer to pay, we would offer to pay them, and they would still flake. And they'd flake last minute. It'd fuck our production. The reality is Selena, if anybody who has qualms with the types of guests we bring on, you're more than welcome to come and volunteer and book women who don't do sex work, don't do OnlyFans. Come and volunteer your time. You guys can secure guests for us. But the reality is it's extremely difficult 2 times a week to book a full panel of like anywhere from 6 to 10 people. So we were dealing with a lot of flakes. It was literally, I was about to take another month off because the flaking issue was such a pain in the ass. So it is what it is. Like, it's really hard to book for the show. It's a controversial show. Like, a fucking college girl or girl who has a professional career, even if we pay them, they don't want to come on, or they say they're going to come on and they just flake. So it is what it is. That's the reality of doing a controversial show like this, especially in a very liberal area. If we were in Florida, we could probably maneuver it a little better, but it's very hard here in California. So
What is the complaint?
She's
normal
complaining
girls
that
aren't
I bring
enough.
on, like, there's a complaint that I bring on a lot of women who do OnlyFans or who are involved in. It's typically OnlyFans girls who predominantly come on the show. This is certainly a specialty panel because they're like, well, that's not representative of other women. And some of those, look, it's a valid criticism. However, the complexity that we've encountered when it comes to booking people is, like, if we bring on normal average, like girls who go to the local college here or who work, like the flake rate is so incredibly high. So we have to balance, do we just not put on a show because everybody flaked? Like, we've had shows, Madison, I'm sure you can attest to this. Like, we will have the entire panel flake.
What?
Dang. The
every
entire
single
panel?
girl.
Literally 1
Every
hour
single-
before the show
And they'll
starts,
do it
I'll
an
have to
hour
go on
before
to
the
our
show.
streets
The
and try
college
to get
girls.
people
Go into it.
their
Virginity.
money to get them on.
Yeah.
It's probably just because, you know, I'd seen a couple episodes and you know, sometimes I think that maybe they're like, oh, I think I should do it. And they just don't,
scared.
you know, they're scared. They don't have,
I think it's how it's marketed a little bit.
even their
It's
peers.
also kind of like it's like a
Nobody wants a
normal
gotcha
girl,
moment.
like coming on to the show, like. So if you're participating in like OnlyFans sex work,
Yeah.
like you're already like
Taking
way
your
out.
clothes off.
Your stamp donated $100. Thank you for all you do. Brian, you're doing a great
Sorry
job.
that it's duplicated.
Thank you for all
Yo,
you
Vash the
do.
Stampede, thank you very much.
Blessings.
I'm gonna fix this in a second. Go ahead.
Anyway, yeah, I think normal girls who's like they send out a message say, "Hey, I want to come on." They don't participate in OnlyFans sex work.
Yeah.
Because people who participate in OnlyFans and sex work, they're already under like extreme public scrutiny.
Correct.
Like
Thick skin.
like you're known as
Yes.
like okay
Yeah.
like. You're used to criticism.
It
You're
doesn't
used
matter,
to people
yeah.
saying like, okay, you're a terrible person.
It's a
You have no
narcissism
value.
thing.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah.
But a normal girl.
But a normal
Even,
girl,
like-
like if they come on the show, it's like I don't know if I want to
What
like
if somebody-
So it's like an hour before the show. It's like, oh, this is real.
Their nerves
Like
start getting.
I
Yeah.
gotta like what are the arguments I bring across? Like
Can I-
these people know like kind of know what they're
A lot
talking
of the
about.
people that we do
And the
get,
goofy
like the
trolls.
quote unquote normal girls that we get, I feel that are just kind of scared to come on because they'll just like look up the channel and be like, oh, they have a lot of followers.
It
Like,
will
Yeah.
it's going
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
internet.
internet, whatever I say is like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same
Yeah.
with guys as well.
yeah.
Can I
Like
say
it's hard to
something
find
to your
guys.
point though about what you were
Yeah.
just saying? Like that just goes to show like sex workers have an extremely strong nervous system. And it's like, I feel like we know how to receive a lot of energy.
Criticism,
whatever it is. It's like we know how to receive and metabolize. And that's one of the gifts of being a sex worker is that we're intrinsically alchemists. Like we know how to practice alchemy.
We're forced to.
Yeah, we're forced to. We're forced to.
High levels of cortisol.
So just to your point, high levels. I literally
And disassociation is one of my best gifts that I got to work in the industry, because that's the best thing that being an actress.
But what I will say is also to what she was saying earlier, doctors, lawyers, all of these people who have high performing jobs also have to have extremely regulated and strong nervous systems in order to show up.
Selena Gomez donated $100. I completely understand guff, Brian. Still love the show. Just giving you guff and
sorry that it's doing this. I'm not sure why it's.
I'd 1,000% volunteer. I'd 1,000% volunteer. But I'm unfortunately in the Midwest.
Selena, no, it's all good. I mean, don't worry about it. Appreciate your support. Sorry that the TTS is still bugged. I'm not sure what the frick is going on with that. I need to fix it. I'm not sure why, but
yeah.
Here, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Your point was. Sorry, I'm trying to.
So my point is that we're able to leave. So what I've realized transitioning, and maybe you could speak to this too. Sex work was such a blessing for me because it's taught me how to even run the business that I do right now, which I'm responsible for hundreds of women. You know what I mean? It's taught me how to legit sustain a business, how to sell. It's taught me how to sell. Like when I went into my coaching business, at first I was really nervous, and then I've invested probably over $200,000 in my self-development. And I kid you not, I will go into like a sales course and I'm like, oh, this is stripping. Oh, this is sex work. Like I've literally learned how to be an entrepreneur through sex work.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that aspect to it. So I have to preface this. I'm not saying this as like I want to hurt your feelings. This is just what I believe this to be.
Yeah.
So when I hear that sex work has enabled you to destroy your own conscience to where you can't feel guilt anymore.
No.
So, okay, and so there are like, it has enabled me to.
National donated 100. It's Nick's fault. It's Nick's fault. It's Nick's fault. It's Nick's fault. It's Nick's fault.
Like the fact that it's happening as this is happening is like.
Hey Nick, we love you.
The comedic effect is appreciated.
Nick. It's Nick's fault.
Nasha Nabu.
I think that it's helped me build my consciousness.
Yeah.
I think that it's helped me build my consciousness.
I think it's helped me build my consciousness.
It's helped me expand my consciousness
and
in
become
ways that,
way more empathetic as a person.
Yes.
So
human to human, I am much more empathetic as a human. I am much more skillful at negotiating and talking with people, relating to people.
Yeah.
And that's why the wealth management company put me as VP of business growth. It is because my prior experience in the industry, working with people and connecting with people.
Yeah, it's connection.
And so they trust me.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that you are unable to connect with people. I think women do that very well just in general.
Yeah.
Like it's women, they move in circles where it's all about feeling that connection, that relationship.
Yeah.
There's an interesting thing that happens. So when you look at little like boys in the schoolyard, they'll tend to play games that have like hierarchical structures, like basketball or football. Someone is the captain, someone is the best on the court, and we go to them for like, okay, what are we doing? So there's a winner and a loser, and there's like that disparity. So it's more about like outcomes and like the differences between each person. So women will tend to go to games that they're very much more relational. There's not a winner, not a loser. So so little girls, when they'll play like hopscotch or
but when you're talking about sex workers, go ahead.
Anyway, so
sex
like I'm not
workers
saying
lead
that
from
there's no like relational aspect, because obviously you're talking to somebody else. You are in the room with somebody else. But what I am discussing, there's obviously something Now, you can make the argument that it might be societal. I would make the argument that it's something ingrained in us that is damaged by participating in sex outside of marriage.
I have a question about that too.
So,
agree with that.
yeah. So you ask the
Here,
question.
I do need it. Like
Okay.
we're.
Okay.
I need to move on.
Okay.
No, Brian, you do your thing.
ahead.
Yes.
Okay, so I think I was going around the table. Would you want your son to see prostitutes? And you said yes.
He did see one, yeah.
He did see one.
Responsibly.
I would
Once.
say this is when, okay, let's say I had a kid, theoretically, and he was being bullied, and in school, and he had kind of like a chip on his shoulder or something, and he's 18, and he's like, you know what? No woman ever loved me. No, ever loved me. I said, you know what? Let's just get this out of your way. You go down to the brothel. If he's like, I don't have any money, and this, I'm like,
Wait, can you scoot your mic to the edge of the table?
oh, the edge. Okay.
All the way to the edge.
Like right here.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. I'd be like, you know what? Birthday, I'll do it. Let's get this out of your way here, and let's get you some new energy in you. You pick one. You have a good time. You be respectful, and we're gonna move on from that. And we're gonna get you, as long as you're comfortable with it. But let's move past this, and let's focus on other things that you could be focused on. And then, what if he's a completely different person after that? He's like, oh, thank God that's over. I remember when I was younger, I was a virgin. I was very ashamed of it, and so I begged someone to take my virginity.
You had to beg?
I did.
You had to beg?
Yes, because I was bullied a lot, so I had to beg someone to take my virginity. And when it was gone, I felt so good about myself because it was better to be looked at as a whore than to be looked at as a loser in my
that's
book. I
deeper
felt
shadow work.
invisible. I all of a sudden, after I had sex with this person, I was visible. People knew who I was, and I felt so much power, and I was bragging about it. Yeah, I was bragging about it because I was treated terribly before I was. When I was a virgin, I was treated really bad.
Because you were a virgin?
I just the loser. Nobody will ever touch you or be with you, and this and that. So
That's fucked up.
Yeah,
There's
and
a ton of stigma.
oh
around being an
yeah,
adult virgin.
I always said, oh my gosh, no guy will ever be with me. So then I've had a friend. I begged him to take my virginity, and he did, and this weight was lifted off my shoulders, and I could move on, and all of a sudden, next couple of years, I was real popular.
So wait, just to be clear.
Yeah.
So you said if your son was being bullied,
If he was 18, I would
Okay.
take him to the brothel. I wouldn't be like.
if he was getting bullied in general or being bullied
If he had a
because
chip
he
on
was-
his shoulder about women, and he said if only a woman would touch me and love me, and he was 18, I'd be like, well, it's legal. You're 18. Birthday
Okay.
present.
All right, sure.
Mothers
Yeah.
are bringing virgins.
I've had that too.
all the
to us
time.
all the time. I've had
But
mothers.
would you
and
want your son?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, what
Yeah.
about you? Would you want your son to see
this-
prostitutes?
This is really, really a hard question to be answered because my first experience, I waited for my boyfriend to take my virginity, but prior to him was another man, and he was 23, I was like 14. It wasn't a good situation. You can figure out what that is without saying the word. But personally, I believe a woman, and yes, I used to be in the sex industry, but because of my perspective on all the women that I serve at Destiny House and Dream House and all the safe houses across the country, working with people that have exited the sex industry, I would not prefer this for my son because I would want him to honor a woman in a way he wouldn't have to pay for her. And he would love her enough to marry her first and give him everything he has because he really does love her 100%. That's my take.
I think it's a hard question.
You have a son?
I have a daughter.
Daughter, okay.
Yes.
If you had a son, would you want him to see a prostitute?
I don't think I would want him to communicate about it with me and understand his deeper intention and his deeper desire there.
Okay.
So for me, it's yes and no.
Seeing
Do
us,
you have a son?
I have goat kids.
Oh, so sorry. That's right. That's right.
Go.
They have lots of sex.
Sure. Would you want your son? Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. Seeing a sex worker isn't dishonoring a woman. It's not dishonorable in any way, shape, or form. If anything, paying a woman and recognizing the value that she is bringing to the table with her experience, with her knowledge, what she is providing in that exchange has value, and then honoring that with what is regarded as being valuable within our society, which is money. That's a beautiful thing to do. He respects women enough to pay them for their labor, rather than going to a bar, getting a woman drunk, trying to take her home and trick her into having sex when she's only half sober. I would never want any child of mine taking advantage of somebody else's child that wasn't sober. I would never want somebody
Hold
to
on,
go
that's
and
a
try
bit
to
of a
get...
leap, though, because the question
No,
is...
that's how most people end up, like, oh, I'm a virgin. I guess I'm going to just go to a bar and have a one-night stand and lose
but
it.
that's a bit of a...
So many people
I'm
make
just trying to
that
understand. I'm
choice.
just trying to follow the logic here. So you're saying that if your son didn't go to see a prostitute, that he would take advantage of a drunk
No,
one?
I am saying I would much rather a child of mine see a sex worker than choose to lose their virginity by going to a bar and getting somebody drunk and making that choice, which when most men go, oh, I want to lose it, I don't know what to do. What do men say to other men? Oftentimes the advice is, why don't you go to a bar and buy a girl a couple of drinks? Like, have you not heard that dating advice from someone? Oh, just go to a bar and go lose it. Like...
Yeah, I mean...
What about chivalry?
Yeah, I've heard like guys, that's how they talk. But
yeah, I'd rather see a man pay for a woman and honor her in that way by acknowledging the value of her work and compensating her fairly for it.
Also, too, if he's not planning to be with her, then it's best to go with the sex worker.
No, so I think, like, so as a man, like, there have been integral things that have happened in my life because I have held myself to this standard, so I'm not going to have sex till marriage. So it automatically weeds out a lot of women, because that's what a lot of women want. I mean, like, most, you could probably agree with me, most women want to have sex before marriage.
Yeah.
So it weeds a lot of those people out. I would say there are some key character development things going on in my life that is directly impacted from me not wanting to have sex before marriage. So let's just take it to...
That's great. No, there's nothing wrong with that. That's totally good.
Yeah. So let's just take it to somebody. Maybe they're not waiting for marriage. Maybe they're just... They're looking to... They're just looking to get laid. They want to lose it. Exactly. They want to lose it. So I would say that there's probably some key character... improvements that need to happen for that person to be for that man to be attractive to a woman. So by trying to put a band-aid over that problem by saying, hey, let's just go get you a sex worker and, like, we'll just let you be with a woman, and that will hopefully fix this issue that you have. I think that's it's not a get-rich-quick scheme, but it's a Band-Aid for a problem that's much larger. Maybe he needs to improve himself. Maybe he needs to be more of a man. Maybe there are some character development things that need to happen.
I have a comment on that.
That will be hindered
and that's
by...
that's also the mother's responsibility.
I think, like, so as a man, I think that needs to come from the father, not so much the mother, because the father has been through those character development issues.
Both.
Unless the father isn't there.
Well, so he has been the one. Yeah. So ideally, the father's there.
Ideally,
I think that's a huge problem. But the father should be the one speaking into their sons' lives, saying, "Okay, you're having this issue." That, like, you might want to try to solve this issue very quickly by going to a bar or seeing a sex worker, but there are things that you need to improve in your life to where you will be desirable to a woman.
Correct, because I do think that, like, example, if let's say he's like, I'm 18, I'm gonna go see a sex worker because I have this chip on my shoulder. Goes and sees him, and he's like, let's say he gets the whole 9 yards there, and I paid a pretty penny for whatever he did, and then all of a sudden he comes back home. I'm still unhappy and no one will ever love me. I'd be like, you know what? You just got a gift from that woman and she gave everything to you, presumably, and you're still not happy. You're the one that needs to work on yourself. I said, you just got a gift. You are ungrateful for what you get in life.
I agree when you say the father should be a part of that in building that.
I got a follow-up question here.
Yeah.
Would you want your daughter, if you had a daughter, if you have a daughter, to be a prostitute?
What a silly
Okay.
question.
No,
Why
this
is
is an
that
answer. I have an
Why is
answer.
that
This is
silly
such
question?
a stereotypical
Why is-
question. No,
why
we
is
gotta
that-
take a time out here.
It's
This
always a
question
gotcha.
is a tired question that people love
not.
to ask sex workers
It's
as a
perfectly reasonable
stereotypical gotcha question.
It's not a gotcha
I
question.
have an answer.
Why are
have an
you
answer.
asking that
Why did
question?
you not object? You didn't object to me asking the son question.
Because most people don't ask about, would you want your son to see a sex worker? No, legitimately, the majority of people don't ask, would you want your son to see a sex worker and have an elevated conversation about it. The conversation around, would you want your daughter to be a sex worker? That's a question that gets tossed around constantly. That's like asking a sex worker to do her makeup in the mirror. Everybody knows what that
One
looks like.
Motorsports donated $100. No, that is not how men talk to their sons. Men teach sons to be men and respect women and to not consort with 304s. We
Good
teach
point,
them
Greg
pure
Warren.
gender
Good point.
Is that how much we're getting paid?
Men are needed in the home.
I know so many men in marriages and are dating materialistic women that are paying out the nose for their relationships. I know so many men in marriages and
on.
dating relationships where they are paying out the nose.
Yo, Jay
for
Butler,
it.
I think you can't send it with like a bad word or whatever. Genital herpes is not protected by condoms, and all sex workers will contract it on a long enough timeline in the industry. This is why they can't test for it in blank. You all have it. You're filthy.
I don't have that. I
Wow.
have Kaiser. Well, actually, I just
Very
switched,
belligerent.
but I
Kaiser.
don't
You
have
have
it.
a lot of
Kaiser
belligerent
insurance.
sponsors.
Kaiser
But
Kaiser
at least
Permanente.
they
Drinking
give
like
you money.
Yeah, in California, but I switched recently.
Okay, so the question was, and you see, I mean,
I have an answer.
everything that you said does nothing to refute the question that I asked.
I'm curious why you're asking it, because everybody wants to know, oh, your daughter, it's
I'm
your
the host
daughter.
of a podcast asking various questions.
But what does this have to do with our children? We are consenting adults choosing to do something with our own careers. Why not ask us about our careers and what we are doing because of sex
You
work,
just
for
know, if
example,
you
the things
refuse-
that
I
we
think
can afford to
it's
do.
a fair question to
I
ask
can
because
answer it.
I can answer too.
like
could
your
answer
children are part
it.
of your
I didn't
life
want
and
to.
your
I'll answer.
your
I have a
career.
daughter.
Like, nobody wants
One
to
person
talk about
at a
their
time.
kids.
At 18.
Yeah, well,
like-
this is it's a dating talk podcast.
I know, I
dating
thought we
That
were
comes up.
generally
supposed to talk about
so
children, but
generally
I just
dating,
feel like kids
okay,
are one of those things that
so
we don't
generally
really need to
dating
keep
leads to
talking
marriage,
about.
and then usually marriage leads to kids.
Not
So,
always.
Come on, let's
Do you feel
be
like it's a gotcha question because it's most likely a no from a lot of people?
I don't think it has anything to
depends
do
on,
with
again and
the
like
answer.
and I want to go back to like when you said if a girl came to me and talked to me about wanting to be an
This is why I
escort.
got the massage there.
You know,
For
same with
today's
my
show.
daughter. I want to know why. I want to understand why. And then, yeah, I would educate her on the right way to do it.
Would you advise your daughter, like, say she came to you and she wanted to get into this line of work, would you guide her away from it? Or would you, as you said, try to encourage her to
I
do
would
it?
want to understand, you know, why, what is the motivation?
Money. Let's just say she wants money.
Then I'll
Okay.
give you
No.
money.
Well,
It's
the-
like
yeah.
it's the thing is you have to understand how people are raised. So if a child, like I was not raised in the best household, but
Okay.
I'm choosing to break those chains, those curses, whatever, with my daughter. So my daughter's never going to think, oh, I want to do sex work, because she's not being raised in an environment that's breeding that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, so the question is, would
So-
you
And I
want your
wasn't.
daughters to
The
be
answer
prostitutes?
is no.
bred
I'm
it,
asking
and I
you.
wanted to be it.
I'm starting with you, and we'll go around this way. Go ahead.
Again, I have goats. I have goat kids
If
here.
you-
I am not a parent,
Okay,
so I do want to
you-
lead with that
then
here. This is
that's
all
fi-
very theoretical here,
Yeah.
so I
Do you-
can't
do you
speak
want
from
kids
the
in the
same level
future?
as.
Do you
You're
want-
allowed to have
do you
an
I
want
opinion.
don't.
kids?
I only want goats and horses. Thank
Okay,
you
then
so
that
very
could be
much.
your answer.
So
You don't
I don't
wanna
want
have
kids, and
kids.
if I
You
wanted
don't
to
wanna
have
have
a daughter
kids.
and she wanted to be a sex worker, sure, she can be a sex
Modest
worker.
Hikima donated $100.
that's fine.
Thank you,
This
Alice, for being
episode,
honest.
sex work is a blessing of God, sex work a stepping stone to God. My kids wouldn't come up in dating. What degen crap you peddling, Brian? Masseuse is Tiffany.
No,
Bet
that's
would
not
be
Tiffany.
fired if I came on.
Okay.
What? Oh.
Hey, we're trying something new. We're doing an all sex worker panel.
Clickbait, baby.
We're trying to do a little something
We
different.
are always a clickbait use.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's
Just ask
nothing
me
wrong
something.
with doing sex work. What makes this career such a problem for people? It's like, ooh, what happens if your daughter wants to be, I don't know, in the
personally,
military? I think I'd have more problems with my child wanting to be in the military than I would with them wanting to be a sex worker. I'd be more concerned about their safety if they wanted to ride horses professionally for a living. I'd be more concerned for their safety if they wanted to be an EMT in a risky area. Like, there are far more challenging careers than being a sex worker out there. I don't know why it's such a big deal. Like, okay, sure, great, be a sex worker. Cool.
I mean, I think you're looking for a yes or no, and it's so much more complex than just like yes or no. Like, there's so much more behind it.
You don't need to give a yes or no, but I'm hoping you can give brief answers.
My answer
to my
is
question.
Just give the short
short
version, and then
nuance.
if you want to explain,
In
you can
short,
explain.
it's no.
Okay.
In short, it's
somebody
no.
who's spent the whole entire time.
Yeah. I would definitely say no because of the experience I have myself and the wonderful, it's been more than 15,000 people we've helped out of sex work that no, too dangerous.
For me, if she came to me so I get my Tantra practitioner's certification this upcoming year, and if she said, Mom, I want to be like you, and I like how you're into Tantra, and I like how you do that at the brothel, I like how you heal, are really into healing and having this experience with people, I'd say, okay, well, you can go to these retreats, I'll pay for you to go to these retreats. And if you really enjoy that, there are brothels available for you to work at. But if she just says, oh my gosh, Mom, I want to make a lot of money like you, and I don't really want to do that. That's not my style. And I'm just trying to, get money. And I'd be like, didn't you learn anything from your mother? Like, literally, like, didn't you learn anything from my life? Because obviously she would know it. Yeah.
Butler donated $100. Only a Western blot test can properly diagnose genital herpes. Passing the standard herpes test means nothing. Sorry, you all definitely have it.
Are you
60
doctor?
bodies equals 12 partners who are infected. Filthy.
Don't have it. I don't have it. I literally
every single show Jay Butler brings up. He's a what's the? I always forget the term.
J for jack off.
He's a okay.
An incel?
Yeah.
No, that's not what I was gonna say.
Absolutely.
He's a what's the term for
a moron?
No.
I thought we were going to refrain from the name calling.
Let's just
Not
pray
be a
for him.
hypochondriac.
Undereducated. Regardless.
Hey, well, if you have herpes, you're still a good person.
I have a hot take on the daughters being sex workers, because after just hearing you speak, because the foundation of my work is in Tantra, and like I said, I still feel like I'm in sex work. It just looks different.
Okay.
And I do have a belief that all women are actually sex workers. It just, the way that we identify, the way that we identify sex work.
Erroneous.
Wait, hold on. All women are sex workers.
All women are sex
And let her
workers.
finish.
Look at
It's a hot take.
literally, all women have sexual energy. All women work with their sexual energy to create not only life. She's giving you a back massage. Did you cook today?
Yes.
Okay, so you used your sexual energy. You used your
What?
creative. You used
How
your
is cooking sexual?
You because
food
you're
here?
looking. Whoa, wait, because you're looking at sexual as like, oh, I'm doing this and I'm like getting turned on. Sexual energy is creative life force energy. So when you're creating anything, a painting, I'm creating words. When you're cooking,
Like Kundalini.
Yeah, it's Kundalini. So whenever you're creating anything, you're literally using your sacral sexual energy. So all people are sexual beings. All women use their sexual energy to create.
Are you saying chefs are sex workers?
Yeah. Chefs are sex workers. I'm using that as an example, but I'm saying anything that you're creating, you're using this life force energy, your sacral energy. It's literally a motor in your body, which I could go into that rabbit hole and I won't.
I mean,
It's a motor center in your body, though.
I think we also need to be careful too about
there's science behind
saying
that, by the
there's
way.
one right way to do sex work.
Yes.
Sex work takes so many different forms and fashions for so many different people.
Correct.
It's really multifaceted. I mean,
Correct.
we've all assumed
Yes.
here that we're talking about brothel work.
Yes.
full
That's why
service
I said
sex
no.
work. Not a single person has said, what if it was phone sex work?
Yeah,
what if
tantra
they were a
massage.
sex therapist? What if they
therapist.
were someone who was a certified tantra practitioner?
And
someone
Tantra
who
is not even about
Diggers
sex.
are. Sex.
Tantra is not even about sex. That's the thing. There's
So,
a small percentage of
You're
Tantra.
saying that Madison over there, when she was cooking earlier today,
That means I'm a sex.
she
that means that you were working. That means that you were working with your sexual energy to create something, to manifest something, and that's literally what sex workers do. We have an intention. We go in. We manifest. We create, and then we have a tangible result, which is money. That's our tangible manifestation of the night.
But you mentioned specifically when she was cooking earlier today. How does that relate
that's an
to
action.
sex
Okay,
work?
so creating. I'm creating words right now.
That's sex work?
Let me get to it.
What's the we need to define what sex is, because it's definitely
So I'm talking about using your sexual energy to create. And we all use our sexual energy to create.
We're talking about Tantra here.
It's not even about Tantra. It's literally science. It's our sacral energy. Look up the sacral. Look up your sacral energy.
So
It's
you're
sexual
saying-
energy.
When I
It's
think
life
of
force.
How do you
It's tied
measure
into it.
sacral energy?
Sacral, it's literally a chakra.
So how do you measure that?
I don't know. I don't know
So
how you measure
science,
that. It's life force
science
energy.
needs observational.
Look it up.
Like,
I don't know.
so
I
okay,
bet you we
you
can find it though.
Yeah, you can say look it up, but so if you have done all of this research and you say it's scientific is measured by the scientific method. So you have to be able to observe something, and it has to be repeatable, and it has to be measured.
Okay,
and then,
the chakra system is proven.
How did you measure that?
I don't know how they fucking
It's-
measure
it's
it,
a
but
belief
it's proven.
system.
It's
Hey.
not a belief system. It's
So
literally
it's not
measured.
scientific.
Let's
so
not-
it might be a belief system. You I
Yeah.
can't say you don't believe that.
There
Don't
are
challenge
millions of
people's beliefs.
people.
Everybody has different
Well,
beliefs. We're
you-
not
we
here to call people's beliefs into question. Like
you called my beliefs into question.
nobody,
and I
nobody
and I
said
can
to
have-
you, "You're
Yeah,
wrong.
exactly.
Jesus
See, like-
doesn't
It's
exist."
literally
We all
proven
said
that
it.
we all have
See, that's the
energy
thing.
centers.
So like I can challenge your beliefs. I think
not
beliefs
offended by
should
it.
be
I'm
challenged.
not a sex worker.
You're
Yeah.
not.
I'm not saying.
I'm not a
I said
sex
we
worker.
all work.
You
Our
are. You're
sex,
working the show, aren't you, for all these trolls?
our sex. Well, that's.
I wonder if
that's
anyone's
the
like
thing.
masturbating with
My
a
We're
dog.
all,
ever
working with our
Somebody's
sexual
into it.
energy. Our sacral is a motor center in our body. It's in human design. There are so.
Nickelodeon donated $100. These women that spout this garbage about Titanic sex massages, astrological moon signs, horoscopes,
Titanic.
and Ouija boards, then sit there and scoff at the Bible.
Facts. That's facts. It's facts.
I didn't. I love the Bible.
no,
I
yeah.
love the Bible. I love that.
Well, but I'm not talking about all
But
the
it's even
astrological
believed
moon
that
signs.
Mary Magdalene was a tantric priestess, and that she was the one.
Oh my god.
Jeremy in Vegas donated $100. Brian, stellar job as always. I totally share Mitch's values, but I'd also argue this is one of the most intelligent panels you've had on. Annie, love your work. Lauren, love your soul.
Aw.
Hashtag baking is sex work.
Bacon.
My Mitch.
That's my cool.
Baking is sex work.
Speaking of baking, let's eat something.
I know, yeah.
Literally.
My sugar is low.
I'm like Jeremy in Vegas.
Okay, I
Don't
know
get me on the
where-
merit. Go-
we've gone
you can
off
move
the
past
fucking
it.
rails here. Okay. Speaking
Yeah,
of
because I'll go
fucking,
down a rabbit hole. I can't, and I don't have the mental energy right now.
I just flat out disagree with you that you said. I think you
All under
said
sex workers.
everything is
Everything is sexual.
everything is sex work.
We got a sex worker right behind you.
$100. You're absolutely right. Sex work takes many shapes and forms. And they're all FN degenerate. Pure degeneracy.
Pure degeneracy.
I love that you're explaining science to degenerate clueless sex workers.
I am in school right now.
Oh yeah.
I think, well, we're all
I'm pretty sure that most of us are more intelligent than
Yeah.
Selena.
Gomez is.
Yeah.
Selena Gomez.
Selena.
Gomez.
Selena
Not
was
Gomez.
Gomez. Please get her
I
last
think
name.
we're all doing
Please get the last name
better
right.
than
I think that we're
Selena
conditioned
Gomez.
to think like I want you both to understand. I understand yours comes from religion,
yeah.
but I want to hear your hot take on where your conditioned belief that sex is inherently wrong.
Whoa.
Sex work is inherently wrong. I want to hear your belief. Like, where did that stem from?
Look, I think we've already lingered on that for too long as it is. If we, time permitting, we can come back to that at the end of the show.
Let's go to fun dates.
But
No
hold
pun
on,
intended.
I need
My
to.
sugar's dropping.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I could describe a fun.
Hold on.
I like what
Hold
Lauren
on.
is saying.
Let me read this from Dr. Clockwork. OF girls agree to come on, then see content and flake. They don't want to get crapped on for body count. Wife and I would love to come on and debate you. Both in adult industry. Alice, Amy says hi. We miss you. And then we do have a TTS coming in here.
I want to see Adam
cool.
22 on this.
He's been on the show.
Yeah.
He was on.
Like a couple months ago.
Very cool.
Modest Kikima donated $100. Sorry if already discussed. Yes or no Q. Did you grow up with your biological married parents in a single family household? Since I'm not a cat, can I not have an opinion on cats? Science is truth.
Yes, well put. Well put, Jacama. Modest Hikama, I think. How do you pronounce it? Hikama? It's Hikama. I keep
Yeah.
messing it up. I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, Pinky is an idiot since... Sorry that this fell off. I'm not going to be able to trigger it, but it did come up. Brian, or no, it says Candace's husband is Jewish. This chick is absolute degenerate. Christ is king.
Oh, I don't. Why did he own
That was
Parler?
like 30 minutes ago. I'm
Okay.
not sure. I'm not sure. It came in a
Okay.
minute ago.
All right.
Cool.
Yep.
Go look
Super,
up her
Christ is
PR.
super kill.
Someone said hello, named Alice.
Yeah, she said hello to
yeah,
Alice.
okay, okay,
Yeah.
Okay, coming back to you. You're a shaman.
I wish. But
You
but
said
I'm
you're a sex shaman.
I am a tantra practitioner in training right now. But I did go to a sexual shaman retreat. I did.
Did you play Horde or Alliance?
No, I didn't know how to do that.
Because you're a shaman, right? So do you play like Horde or Alliance? Are we talking like classic
Valid
World
question.
of Warcraft?
I don't.
Do you play that?
Yes.
For the fun.
I didn't.
I appreciate it.
I don't know how to do.
Because like if it's like classic, you can only be shaman on Horde side.
I guess I could try.
Did you play Troll or Orc or Tauren?
I don't think I played any of that.
Like I think the attack animations are the best for Troll, but I think like PvP, you probably want to go Orc because of the 25% stun resistance.
Or
for classic.
Orchid. Like
Orc is pretty good for shaman, like for PvP, because of the stun resist.
So confused.
But like I think Troll is like has the best like attack and cast animations.
She does not have the stun resist. This is.
Wait, what is happening? Wait, the shaman.
But if like post Burning Crusade, right? Like past the Burning Crusade, you can play shaman on both factions.
Go pandas.
Oh.
That's Haram.
Oh.
We don't talk about anything past Wrath.
Oh, are
Oh.
we gonna fight? I
We don't
love
talk
the
about-
pandas.
we don't talk
Oh,
about-
they're so
game.
cool.
I am so
Let's put the games
confused.
Okay, all right. Do you wait? Shit, I had a question. Oh, this is for all the girls, kind
Yes.
of. Maybe I should wait until she's back from the bathroom. Do you, when it comes to the work that you guys do, do you consider yourselves artistes?
Yeah.
Yes.
When you fuck, are you like, yo, I'm fucking Mozart in this shit?
Yes.
Master class.
I want to give him
100%.
100%.
Standing up and I'm telling you, I am Warhol.
Everything.
That's right.
When I'm with somebody,
That's right.
Most impactful artist of our generation. I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Walt Disney, Nike, Google.
Do you guys like? So do you guys
got that
consider-
Kanye energy
yeah.
No,
Do you
but
consider
really,
yourselves artists?
You've become the
Yes.
very thing you
Yes.
swore to
Artist.
destroy.
all famous artists,
Yes.
in many cases, based their art off of sex workers. Who do you think is in Manet and Degas? No,
Let's be
Manet and
careful.
Degas
Disagree.
literally painted French
Erroneous.
prostitutes. That is a
Erroneous.
fact. Have you never seen
Some
Olympia?
artists.
Do you not know
all
who
artists.
Olympia is?
Who?
Olympia. The very famous
Yes,
Manet painting?
some artists have
Some
painted
artists,
nudity.
yeah,
Many,
exactly.
many
what was-
sex
what did you
workers
say- you
peering
said all. You said
Fine.
all artists.
Art.
All artists.
A lot of musical
that's some
artists are
grabbing.
inspired by ladies.
Yeah.
So many.
Well,
so
there's-
much
there's
art
difference-
is inspired
I've
by
written
the
songs
music
about
of
sex.
work.
Se-
No, no,
and
no,
sex
no.
workers.
No, maybe I disagree. I don't think most art is inspired by sex work. Perhaps you can make the argument like there's a lot of love songs out there. They're inspired by love or women.
Or like
But
Roxanne.
sex work.
I mean, what do you think that one was inspired by? Certainly not his truck.
I don't think, no.
Darling Mickey. Oh, Jesus. What about Darling Mickey?
But okay, I'm not saying that there is no art out there
Yeah.
that is an
Yeah.
influencer inspired by perhaps a prostitute.
Every
But to
time
say-
that Taylor Swift
we are
breaks up with a
artists.
man, we all get a new album. It
That's not
is
sex
love.
work.
That is sex.
Creative
That
energy.
is
It's
her
not sex
creative
work.
Creative energy. It's creative
That's
It
not
energy.
is part of the motivation
y'all are
of what
delusional.
drives.
Y'all are delusional.
Do you really
Learn about
think
it,
if she was
Brian.
not intimately invested in these dudes that she would
That's
turn
not
around and
sex
produce
work.
all these dynamic songs?
But that's not
You
sex
think that
work.
what they're doing is not sex work? They're going up. They're literally dancing and fucking gyrating.
Who?
All Beyonce, every single female artist.
Literally,
it's
What was the
Kim
new one?
Kardashian
Tate?
got
Her
her
name's Tate
start
McRae?
being
I saw that
a
music
sex
video.
worker.
You're committed to looking at it from a specific lens, which is fine. Like you're entitled to that, but like the
I
truth,
agree with that. Yeah,
the truth of
they
the
are
matter
definitely
is
portraying
they're
themselves as
portraying
sexual.
themselves as sexual, and that's because oh my god, yeah, I'm
sex
not gonna
sells.
but it's yes,
Sex
sex
sells.
sells, but it's
100%.
because we're all innately sexual sexual beings. The earth is a sexual
Okay,
being.
I see what you're saying. Yes, there are certainly certain like female musicians that are being sexual to further their.
From the dawn of time, it just
no,
is.
there are plenty of.
Yeah, but like
Literally,
so certain
Venus,
people
the
will.
shape of Venus.
What?
Even when there was really,
I didn't-
really
I-
conservative
Inspired by
views, you have to
women's
think in
bodies.
like the
Okay,
50s.
okay, gotcha.
There was women who would like
How do
show
you
their
want
collarbone.
how do you want women portrayed in society? What do you envision?
Ooh,
what
that's a
should
great
we look
question.
like? What should women
Oh,
look
the
like?
bowing
to you?
video. I got you. I got you.
Gordon Ramsay's a
Hold on,
sex
hold on,
worker.
hold on, hold on.
So far I've learned Gordon Ramsay is a sex worker.
He is a sex worker,
According.
according.
Western expansion. Chakras is science. The Bible talks about
Chakras are
ET
science.
phoning home.
E.T. phone
What the
home.
fuck is this show?
It's the whatever.
Bro,
show.
this
Spirit science.
Yes, whatever
Look at
show.
Spirit
This
science.
show
It's
has
real.
gone off the rails. Olivia, fine. You want?
Yeah.
We wanna hear
Actually,
from you.
I'll pull up the video. One sec.
I like this
Oh,
question.
scroll up,
Okay.
Nick. Make it
Oh
bigger.
no!
Make it bigger, Nick.
Immediately,
What is this?
immediately dislike.
Yeah.
What is
No, I
No,
don't.
I've
Go ahead.
seen
The
this.
Japanese girl?
Scroll up, Nick.
Chinese?
Scroll up. I think like a solid bow.
in
What
in
happened?
the culture, the
Wait,
deep
scoot your
you
mic.
misogynistic.
in the
Scoot your mic.
in the
Scoot your mic.
culture.
Scoot your mic.
Oh, excuse
To
me.
the-
Brian, you're
and-
misogynistic.
In the
I'm
culture,
misogynistic apparently. Yo, AB check. Thank you for the gifted 20 memberships.
they say the deeper the bow, the bigger the respect. Allegedly.
this is
So
respect
she
right
cooked
here.
for you and she bowed.
Just keep watching, Olivia. Please, please, please,
dang it.
be
I wanna
respectful.
see.
Hold on, be respectful. Wait for. We're gonna see the bow again. The bow is coming up. This is what I'd like. I'd like. I
Korean?
want.
You could create
Look,
that.
boom. Wait for it. Boom. Fucking bow. Huge. Huge. Okay.
You could
all right.
have that. Look,
I'm telling you,
yeah.
if
You
my
create
wife
your
greeted
reality.
me that way when
Point.
I got home, that would be the biggest turn on. I would
y'all
give her
deserve
the
it.
world.
well, it's
Aren't
so
you
Like,
not
I
worth
would,
it?
I
Go to
would,
war.
I would
Yeah.
do anything for that woman.
already
Real
been
question
doing
here.
things
Hold
to
up
get
though.
that.
Yeah, one-
Aren't you not
one
supposed to like
microphone.
bow before anybody
One-
other than
one
your Lord?
microphone
Is that a part of Christianity?
Yo, modest. Come on. Thank you for the gifted.
what
20
you just
memberships.
showed us was your kink.
That's not a kink.
Well, no,
That's not a
legitimately,
kink.
like,
That's
is that
respect.
a
It's
thing
respect
that?
as a kink.
Respect.
It's submission.
Respect. I don't
But
think
you
it's
could,
a kink.
but also you could
not a
create that.
kink.
Look, you could create that. I'm sure you'll meet a beautiful
Oh,
woman.
I can trust me. I can. If I want a
Yeah.
bow, I can get a
Yeah.
bow.
You could get
Yeah.
a bower.
I can get a bow.
You could get
Trust
a
me.
bower. I
Yeah.
believe
I
can
you.
get a bow.
You could create
Yeah,
that.
I can get a
you could
bow.
get one
But I
without
don't
asking for
think
it.
that that's.
I can get a bow.
Yeah.
Now Olivia here thinks it's misogynistic. Going back to
That's
you,
right.
You said it was misogynistic. me wanting that, is that misogynistic?
Well, it's definitely
Can we see-
sexist.
are you down- it's sexist.
It's.
That's-
But I mean, it's your preference. It's your preference.
How's it
It's a
sexist?
kink.
I mean,
I'm
if
not
it's
gonna bow to you.
That's also a
consensual. I mean, if
cultural
it's
thing.
consensual.
It is a cultural thing.
Yeah.
How's it
I
sexist?
have something to say.
How's it sexist?
Get ready.
Come on, Olivia.
Because
For
she
this.
has like no. She's stuck at home. She's stuck at home, little woman. It's just a limited existence.
No,
But
it's
it- but
not.
if-
It's
if
not.
it
Why
pleases
is it
her-
not?
pleases her
Why is
to
her
be at
profession
home-
so disgusting to you? But your profession is fine. Where do you draw that line? She has chosen that this is how she wants to live her life.
Yeah.
She wants to cater to her husband.
Yeah.
She wants to provide for
I
him.
love
She
that
wants
for
to
her.
respect him. And this is her profession. Like she is training herself to do this well, and she does it well.
She probably
I
loves
think
her
What
it's
is
man.
so
beautiful.
terrible
Wow,
about
very
that?
good.
I don't think
Her
it's
bow
terrible.
is fantastic.
Okay.
I don't think it's
I say
Great
to
bow.
each their own.
You
I
gotta give her
see
credit for the
power
bow,
and balance
Olivia.
in that.
Yeah.
And
Power and balance?
Do you want
I
us all to
do.
bow
The
to you at the end
reason
of the
why
shower?
someone
But I mean, I don't know.
What would it do for
I don't
you?
know.
It is a
Unless
choice.
she's-
You want
One-
us to
one
do
at a
it?
time, guys. One at a time.
One
One at a time.
microphone at a time, please.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say just the history of
The bow? Tell us about the history of what?
women working and having to seek work. And this isn't
Buckler
everyone,
donated
but for
Sorry, one
$100.
second. One second.
Brian, do you see what genital herpes has done to their neurological function? Whoever let these filthy animals
God.
out of their cage has put everyone in the room at risk.
It's in the air.
can we put people off here or not? we didn't want to. We didn't want to
This
use
is
the.
it's getting
air.
very entertaining.
So
I just think it's funny
what I
that
was
they're
gonna say
spending
is-
money to say this
Go
nonsense.
ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
There's something just really important that I think a lot of people have missed since the dawn of time because of the equality issue.
Yeah.
The family is a beautiful picture of man, woman, children. It's absolutely beautiful, and our society is broken down so bad to the fact that man can't find a wife.
Why
A
has it
woman
gotta
can't
be a
find
man
a good
and woman,
husband to
though?
provide. So she has to go out and make it happen. And sometimes that means using her sexuality.
Yeah.
Because she cannot take care of that child that she got impregnated by with someone that left her after he convinced her to sleep with him. And now she lost everything because now she has a fatherless child.
I will say this, Andy.
So it hurts my heart.
Very good point.
That's
If-
a good point.
I
have
would
some
never
things to
allow
say.
if my girlfriend or wife bowed to me. Never. There's no world
I call my husband my
that
lord.
she would ever get to the streets.
That is-
Yeah.
I'd never
Yeah.
send
Well,
her
that's
to the
because
streets.
you're a man. You're
You're a
portraying
man.
masculine energy.
Yeah.
I want you to
Never
be
send her to
mindful
the
of every.
Immediate turn off.
I want you to be mindful
what's
of
a turn
what
off?
every.
What's a turn off?
Calling your man your lord, I was like,
Yeah,
immediate
it's-
ick. I'm sorry.
Oh no!
Immediate.
This is between him and I. It's a personal thing, Alice. It's a joke.
I prefer
Because
sir.
there's
Sir
this story
works.
in the Bible. and
Master's good. I like
it's,
master.
It's about
Dad.
Sarah.
Daddy. I'm not a fan of
Yeah.
daddy.
I don't like daddy.
Sarah
Daddy,
and
daddy also ick.
oh my gosh.
Ick. Daddy's an ick.
yeah.
Big ick.
You know this, Mason.
For you.
Yeah.
Sarai Abraham.
Yeah.
So there's this story about him being the father of many nations, and she called him her lord. And it's just my husband and I laugh about it. So sometimes I joke with him, and this is just really just in fun being married. He's like, Annie, and I'm like, yes, my lord. And he starts laughing.
Oh.
Okay, that
And even
happens
today,
like, yes,
even
my
today,
lord.
he said,
I was like, oh,
I said,
God.
honey, what do you think about me? I said that to him today, actually. I was getting ready, I was curling my hair in the mirror.
My lord.
I said,
That's
My
cute.
lady.
me lord, do you need anything or something? And he starts laughing. He
Lord.
goes, oh my gosh. I go, what? He's laughing. He goes, it's so outdated.
Oh.
And I'm like, but now it's fun, me lord.
Oh, so it's like Game of Thrones.
You know, what is
Yeah.
chivalry
We'll
though?
pet names.
I
It's
want
like
someone to
banter.
tell me what
Like,
chivalry
are you
is
talking
because
like,
we've lost it.
Is he like a count?
Count.
Count?
Nobody knows the count.
Uh,
He's a friend of mine too.
A
Count-
viceroy. Is he a viceroy?
No.
Your husband.
No. I don't even know
Vassal?
what that
Are
means.
we talking a
No,
vassal?
no, he's not a
Federation?
vassal.
Vassal state?
No, what is that?
You know, there's like lords and then there's vassal lords, you know, like
No.
I didn't know this was going to be a
Warden
red
of the
fest up in
North.
here.
Warden of the North.
No.
Okay,
Is this something
good
to do with like the European like culture?
Okay. Wait, I do want to come back. So I asked you guys, do you consider yourselves artistes? And I think
Yes.
all of you said yes.
Yes.
Oh yes.
So another question related to that. Do you guys know what a Magnum Opus is?
And the ice cream.
I love you.
Magnum.
Caramel.
So Magnum Opus, it's your masterpiece. For example,
like your life's
Nick,
work.
can you
Gosh,
Google
I should have known that one.
Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam or Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa? Like the masterpiece, like their masterwork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Mona Lisa, for
Yes.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there
Yes.
one fuck that you guys consider your magnum opus.
Yes.
That you can think of and you're like,
Yes.
that was my
Yes. We're all like,
Yes.
oh yeah.
that was my masterpiece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
I
making
have
my
one.
daughter.
Yes.
Making
Yes,
my daughter.
I had one that happened.
That's a beautiful.
But it was at
really was
the
making
it was
my
at
daughter.
the ranch.
Was
And
it at the ranch?
Yes, it was at the ranch. And, well, like I mean, like I guess. Well, so he had come in, and
I didn't know they allowed that.
well, he you know, the ranch they you know patron, and
Okay.
afterwards. He said, "Wow, I'm so glad that I connected with a woman." He said, "I was about to do something really, really stupid."
Whoa, what the
And
fuck?
he said, "I'm so happy."
Yeah, bro.
And that time, I didn't even know what he was thinking, but he said, I was going to do something really bad and really stupid, but this stopped me from doing it. And I was like,
Are you talking like deleting? He was going to delete himself?
I think he was going to go on a rampage.
What the f-
Yep.
That's beautiful.
But he said, thank you so much. He was crying. He said,
that's
thank you
God.
so much. He said, women have been treating me bad all my life. I honestly came here
That's a
to
yikes.
to
That's
prove
God.
to myself that women are
so
trash.
You're just,
No way.
just to be clear.
Yes.
Just to be clear.
That's, yeah.
You stopped a potential mass shooting
Yes.
with your pussy.
Yes.
Wow.
And
Yes.
I could
That's
see
the
that.
will say
power
that.
of the punini.
I will say
Good
that.
for you,
Proven
Lauren.
that,
It's a portal
Good for
to
you.
God.
Yeah.
Holy
sex
fuck,
work-
that's
Men
heavy.
come to
work
meet
is
God
great.
through
Yeah.
the feminine.
Yeah.
That's
He-
that's
yeah,
through
he-
tantra. They come to meet
Yeah.
to meet God or life source through the feminine.
He said
That's
that.
the basis of tantra.
Yeah, he said, I came here as a last resort. I wanted to see if someone was going to reject me. And if they did, and he picked me and he said, if they did reject me, I would have gone and done it. And I was just, and I didn't. I took him in and
People
did that.
really open up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Full,
Damn.
you know, full service, everything.
I have many. I
Yeah.
feel
So that was your masterpiece.
That was.
Well, it might have been the most impactful. But like,
Impactful.
do you feel like, when I say masterpiece,
Oh.
I mean like the actual, like the fuck.
Act.
I guess that one
The
was
actual
it.
fuck was just like
Magical.
boom. It was just like some movie scene shit,
Like you know,
like fireworks
all the
popping
time.
out the pussy. I don't know.
I feel like if a man is, I guess, you know, looking back, if a man's like in love, like, you know, in love with me, or he wants me, then yeah, there's always fireworks. You know, I like, I want that.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was, I would say, the masterpiece.
That was your magnum opus. Okay.
Yeah.
What about anybody else here?
Mine's
Have you
with
had
me
a
and my baby dad. I met him in the club, which I never, ever, ever gave my number to anyone. I met him in the club and got pregnant in 2 months. And I was in a relationship. Yep. And we've been together for 7 years.
Oh.
And we created a masterpiece. Our daughter.
Is that when the
I love
okay, all right.
Yeah. It was
Life.
yeah,
Can
I
we
mean,
pull, Nick, can you pull up the Mona Lisa, please?
yep, that's my Mona Lisa. My baby's my
Yeah,
Mona
get the Mona Lisa. Get the Mona Lisa.
But we were brought together through lust and
Oh.
through the club.
Oh wow.
What is that redoing on the far right there? What the
I like
fuck?
that one.
Oh my gosh.
That was the Da Vinci
She's
Code.
giving check out my OnlyFans.
It's kind of
Yeah.
Link in
that
bio.
Mona's Lisa
Yes,
on the right
Look at
there.
the
is kind of-
sketch.
Giving
It doesn't even
bio.
look like her.
kind of a babe.
I love it.
Kind of
She's
a
like
babe
this
over
big.
there.
Oh well, that's AI. They look like they
Fuck.
made her into
They might.
AI.
I thought they said she might be
I
a
like her
man.
cleavage. That's
Dude,
my
Mona
favorite
Lisa
part of
is
what they
Anime.
added.
stacked.
Damn, she's
Holy
got like
shit.
a rack.
The
What?
tiniest painting I've ever seen.
No, click the one with the on the far right there.
I mean, obviously the one
Link
with
in
the
bio.
boobs.
Damn,
Look
bro.
at that.
Fucking stacked. Hello.
It's giving
Wow,
link in
that is
bio.
impressive. I mean, she would do well on OnlyFans, I gotta say.
Good talk.
So
Magnum opus, masterpiece.
yeah, well, I'll say one that I'm really I put a lot into foreplay, and men really enjoy foreplay.
Okay.
And I was working with a guy, and he has been to brothels over the years. He belonged to a club that like they come and they'll vote on girls and nominate girls. We have this session, and he starts maniacally laughing afterwards, and I'm like, "What is going on?" And it was really
Bender
good.
the offender donated $100. I admit I don't agree with sex work. However, the headline "Women Prevents Mass Shooting with Sex" is a story I would read.
They
Literally.
should, yeah, no, they should. Yeah. So he's laughing maniacally, and I'm like, "What is it?" And he goes, "I want to be honest with you. I've been struggling with erectile dysfunction for 30 years. I've been working with professionals. You gave me my first orgasm in 30 years."
Hashtag healer.
Yeah, and it was just like, holy cow, and it was phenomenal. But there's been moments too,
30
like
years?
yes,
Wow.
yes, yeah. But he belongs the sin board guy, and,
I
they
believe it.
nominate us as courtesans of the year and that stuff. But we were talking about how we, like when we walk out to the bar and we sit down with somebody who's requested us, and the moment it's on, when you make eye contact and it's on, and you just feel the chemistry. And I've had some pretty phenomenal phenomenal sex. There was a guy.
I've been waiting 120 podcasts to fucking use that fucking sound.
I
Okay,
love
go.
you have that on immediate dial.
I had,
Beautiful.
had to go.
He did it real quick too. He's like, oh.
He was like, yes, the moments.
There's an amazing sex. I remember one time I did a threesome with this couple. It was their anniversary,
Yeah.
and I made her squirt, and that was amazing. I mean, making a woman squirt is, women are
love
harder to clock. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Takes a lot of
and
trust.
so because she was squirting,
Tougher
he
lock to
started
pick.
coming, and he was behind me and doggy, and it was just phenomenal. Phenomenal. I'll never forget that. It was their anniversary, and they'll never
great.
forget me.
That's great.
I love it for you. I just had a great visual. I'm over here laughing because I'm like, okay.
I mean, we're watching.
That's a fantasy of mine.
That kind of talk.
Oh, goodness.
Have you had
We
a
invited that.
Magnum Opus?
Yes.
Masterpiece?
It was outside of sex work, though.
Okay.
So it was the night that I gave myself to my husband because we had waited for marriage.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, I
really
wanted to get into
cool.
that. Alice, what about
Went
you?
and had
Have
an
you
In-N-Out burger first.
you got to follow up an In-N-Out burger with
With some more in and out.
that was good. I liked that. Okay, what about you, Alice?
Oh goodness, yes. I have definitely had some career highlights where I'm like, that's it. This is the moment that I don't think it gets any better than getting paid 6 figures to take a man through a 7 layers of hell fantasy that was scripted over 24 hours with multiple costume changes. We're talking fire effects, we're talking leathery wings, we're talking soundtracks. This thing was curated and scripted, and when I tell you, all I had to do was put my hand
Can you please not do a Roman salute, please?
on that man's body, and he just immediately, boom, came. I was like, that's all it took. It was just hours upon hours of torture and tease and lead up, and I did not have to so much as put my hand around him, and he was just KO. I'm like, that's it, career highlight.
I love that.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, sex work is work.
It is work.
It is.
It's fun work, though.
My
that's
body's
really
affected.
Fun work.
I got some more notes here.
I loved it. I thought that was fun.
We got something here from Annie here. So let's see. You said that you told your boyfriend that you were dating that you weren't willing to have sex with him unless you were married first. And that's now your current husband, is that correct?
Yes.
So you guys didn't have sex until you got married?
Correct.
So how long had you guys been dating?
Our first official date was October 25th, 2008.
Okay.
But we were talking to each other through MySpace.
Before that,
And
yeah.
on the phone quite a bit.
In
I saw him play his
2007,
guitar for the first time February 2nd, 2008.
That's so
and
cute.
then I remember all the dates.
Yeah, when did y'all get married?
And then he asked me to marry him on February 14th, Valentine's Day the next year. But he was
so cute.
I love it.
he was driving back and forth from California to Las Vegas because I was living in Vegas and I was the Destiny House mom. I was living there taking care of the beautiful ladies and their babies. And we were dating during that time. So he got to see me be a mom to these beautiful children of these beautiful ladies that I was helping. And then when we got married, it was like the tip of the iceberg. We decided to do this, but when I first met him the first night, I had a ring on, replacing this one, obviously. It said on it, "True Love Waits Around the Band." And I put it in his face, and I said, "I just want you to know that I, even though you've read my story, am not easy for you. You're not going to get what you want from me at all. I want everything, and if you don't want that, our relationship is off the table.
That's right. Make him pay in loyalty.
Yeah, I didn't want to be with him unless
literally
But you said, so you said previously you said your body count was like 30,000 plus.
Yeah.
But your husband, he had to wait until marriage?
Yes. I know. He's
That's
a very,
cool.
very patient
But
soul.
she was also in a different state. You have
I
to
was.
understand. She was in a just completely. Oh, don't you dare!
Oh my goodness.
Listen,
She was in a different state. She was in a different space.
No,
mentally.
sure. I get it.
Women can understand their value. I didn't understand my value until after sex work. I didn't understand my standards until after sex work. You know what I mean? When you're in it, sometimes it's easy to get lost in the sauce.
I don't know. I almost feel like sex work because
It's just my personal experience.
Yeah, it's everyone's personal, right?
And
Because
that's
we
why
don't want
it's harder to. I'm not just going to settle with anybody. People are constantly, hey, would you consider dating? You know,
Oh,
and I
please,
will. You know, but
the standard is so
It's gotta
incredibly
feel
high,
right.
really high.
And
I mean, I appreciate where you were saying that you're so picky about who do you want to be with long term, because it is so much better to be picky and to have 10, 15, 20 first dates and realize right then and there that person's not a good fit for you. And find that out from the get-go, then to start pursuing all of these relationships that are only going to end in a whole bunch of hurt feelings and not a lot of good quality connection.
we learn more about ourselves as we date others.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
interact
that's
with
in general.
others.
That's just humans in general.
Yeah, it's a good learning opportunity.
Modest Hikima donated $100. Q for Ed push in Hammurabi Code, which also supports slavery. What happens when the goats die in 15 years? Do you harvest and collect all resources? Children better investment since meaningful, 2L8.
That's a lot of good meat. If they die.
Yeah.
Well,
All I'm
you
saying.
can't-
As a
I do like
hunter,
lamb.
I'm like, that's some good stuff.
Is
I
meat
like
old
lamb.
age? Like an old
Old's not very good.
I mean,
it's
I'm
probably a
not
little tougher, but
raising meat animals. I'm raising fiber goats and dairy goats, so it's like milk and hair.
Jeez.
So it's like you shear them kind of like you shear sheep. So I mean, you don't really eat dairy goats that
No,
you
yeah,
can't
yeah.
get milk from them.
yeah.
But
Well,
I mean,
eventually they're gonna die.
yeah, I mean, all things.
You said the
all
most
things-
happy way possible.
all things die. I mean, like again, it would really depend.
Continue.
We don't need to linger too long on the goats or whatever.
It was more of a
Thank
joke
God.
than anything.
Ridiculous.
Just on Annie's thing. I mean, I certainly think it's good that you chose to start moving differently in your life, but just like from a dating perspective, if I, for example, and I know you're kind of an outlier in the sense that you've had, like, you know, your body count you said was over 30,000. But if I was interacting with a woman and she told me, well, I had previously hooked up with 20 guys and I hooked up with them on the first night, but now for you, I want to wait until marriage. First off, I would just say, of course, it's 100% her call. Like, if she wants to wait, that's her call. But I feel men in general are within their right to some degree feel like that's kind of, you're getting different treatment, and if your husband was cool with it, that's totally cool, respect it. But me personally, I think a lot of men would feel in that situation like that we were getting treated with two different standards.
It's not fair, right?
It feels a little unfair, like, because I've heard this from a lot of women. It's like, well, the jerks, the fuck boys, I don't really care about them, so I'll just fuck them right away. But the guy I actually want to pursue for a relationship, that's the guy you make wait. And logically, it would occur to me that wouldn't you want to almost reward the guy that you actually care about and want a long-term relationship with, instead of withholding sex and using it as a sort of negotiating tool to some degree?
There's a psychological reason behind that.
Yeah, I did, and
an
I stopped
interesting
myself.
perspective.
I wanted him to elope with me
Sure.
and not tell anyone because I was so horny. I'm just being honest. And I wanted to feel his love for me also in that respect, because when I wanted to feel sex as a love move instead of a body move. Like it was really a soulful thing to do, 100% of me with him.
Yeah.
And the only way I could do that was to stop myself from possibly treating him like an object.
Wow. Wow.
Because I had done it for so long.
That was good.
I had done it for so long. Every man was an object to me. I had switched it so much to where I was in such the power seat that now I had it so twisted that I was a princess, queen, not the other way around, right?
Sure.
So
putting
a value on myself in that respect helped me heal on a better level. And to see him accept that and say, I can F with her, okay? Because that girl knows who she is.
Yeah.
And that makes me, he was very turned on by that, actually.
Yeah, and
he told me.
That is kind
Sure,
of
and I think I do.
He didn't say the F word, by the way. I said that.
Yeah, and I do think women are in this sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't position where, on one hand, let's say you acknowledge like, oh yeah, I've previously, like, I just hooked up with guys too quickly. I want to change how I move when it comes to relationships. Like, it's tough because obviously it's like, well, it's like, what do you expect, Brian? Do you expect women to just,
Grid One Motorsports donated $100. As an old retired dude, I can only say I am so glad I never had to spend 4 hours
Grid One,
justifying my chosen career and trying to feel better about myself. My Magnum Opus is being a faithful husband.
Yeah, thank you.
I like that.
Thank you,
Beautiful.
Grid One.
That's nice.
Thank you, Grid
I like
One.
that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's like, well, if you're choosing to move in a different way, like, yeah, that's probably better than continuing to just engage in casual sex or the hookup culture. But if I encountered a woman who's like, yeah, the last 20 guys I hooked up with, it was all the first night, but now I've come along, now I want to wait till marriage, I'd feel kind of like
duped.
Again, it's her call. Like, I'm not going to like try to.
So how hard would your love pursuit be then?
How long would my what?
How hard would your love pursuit be?
How deep is your love?
How do that's
one of my favorite songs too. I love it.
No, I don't know. It's just like I would feel like it's a bit of fraud. A little fraud.
I don't have that good of
self-control.
I don't have that good of self-control.
No, not with you,
not
like-
with Annie. Like,
Yeah,
I think
no,
she
I
is.
know what he's-
Yeah. I think you have like you processed through all of, like, you've been processing through all of what you've done in your life.
Yeah.
And it's been a struggle, obviously, but it has brought you closer. It's brought you closer to the Lord. So like
Jesus was my first love, by the
exactly.
way. Mason,
Which is
I'm not
perfect.
kidding you. I fell in love with him first.
I think that's
to realize
essential.
how a man was supposed to treat me.
I think that's essential. Yeah.
So that was
I
my model.
commend you for
He
that.
was my model.
Valid.
Yeah, that is 100% valid. So I think it's important that. Oh gosh, what was the point I was going to make?
I can come in.
Go for it.
I can come in. So when it comes to being fraud, and we've previously reacted. Here's where it's like perhaps an issue. If a girl is making you wait, but like all the while she has a friends with benefits, but she's making you wait, I think that's 100% a fraud. That's a fraud. And so I guess the whole point, and I've written this down just so I can be concise. So the whole point of a woman having a waiting period before she has sex is supposed to be due to her not being someone that gives away sex so easily. So having a man wait implies I'm not easy to get into bed. But for a woman like who might have a friends with benefits while she's making you wait, it just means I'm going to make you wait an arbitrary amount of time because I want to give you the impression that I'm not quick to give out sex, but in actuality I am, just not for you.
Gotcha, when that's happening concurrently.
There's a psychological reason behind that.
And so wanting to build something slowly is pointless if the woman is willing to give out sex to another man who did not need to give her commitment. So it just kind of shows that I think it shows that she thinks very little of the man she wants to make wait.
I can agree with that.
Little of herself.
That's
Well, I mean, really, it's like putting up fake barriers in the same way that you're saying that there's like a psychological reason behind why someone is choosing to respond in that way. It's that she's tricked herself into believing that, oh, if I withhold this from him, it's somehow going to mean that he's going to want me more or desire me more, that he's somehow going to be more committed to me.
We should get, is your husband?
It's vulnerable.
He's in the parking lot.
Maybe we should, you think he might be?
He would love to.
Well, not quite. I just want to make sure we can get through everything, and if time permitting, maybe we can.
He'll explain.
That could be. Wait, let me ask the chat. Let me ask the chat what they think. Nick, if you can pull up the chat. Chat. So her husband is downstairs. We could have him up in the studio within a couple minutes. Would you guys be interested in hearing from her husband? That could be pretty interesting, I think.
Yeah.
But before we do that, just because I have notes on all the girls here, I want to just make sure we can get through all the notes on everyone.
Let's say bring them.
Yeah, because I thought this was supposed to be about
Everybody
sex
says bring
workers.
Okay, we'll get to it. We'll get to it maybe in 30 minutes.
Dang, you're
or
getting
so.
heavy yeses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let's see.
He said, I'm here.
Okay,
He'll do it.
maybe we'll snag him in a little bit, but there's a lot of things I want to try to get through. Let's pull up Olivia's news article really quick. If you can pull up her news article. We pulled this up on your previous show. I'm a sex therapist. I sleep with clients to save marriages.
Now,
and I think
didn't-
this was a big
yeah.
point of contention between Candace and you.
Yeah.
You save the marriages by having sex with the couple.
Magnum Opus.
Yeah. Some couples come for different reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've helped a lot of people, but I never said, "Hey, I'm a sex therapist," because that's not. I never said that.
okay.
That's kind of where the tabloids went
Sure.
to make it clickable.
Right.
So now I've got to put a disclaimer on it. But now people are coming for more and more non-sexual reasons to talk things out.
Sure.
And that's okay. That's okay too.
I see.
But I've worked with people for a variety of reasons, and the gal that wrote that story really liked the couples aspect, which is fine. I mean, I love couples, but I see people for a gazillion reasons.
Okay.
Some of it's entertainment, some of it really is therapeutic reasons.
Gotcha. Well, we don't need to linger too long on the article, but you and Candace went back and forth. There was apparently a Twitter post that you made that she really focused on a little bit. Something about BBC?
Oh, big black, yeah. Talk.
What was it? What did you make a post on Twitter about BBC? What was
Yeah,
that? What did you say? What did you say?
When I decided to do OnlyFans, I started doing porn just recently because the Bunny Ranch stopped marketing altogether. So I started doing that for myself. It kind of a show what you know, and it started bringing more in-person sessions in.
Okay.
And a lot of people kept saying, "I want to see you with an African American. I'm not seeing that." And I said, "Okay." So I got that going, and so I'm kind of going back the other way because I always used to kind of advertise myself as more of a GFE, and then if you want to see me in more of a porn star light, go to my OnlyFans. But I would put stuff on my Twitter as other porn stars do. You just give little teasers and they go on over.
Yeah.
And so she was just focusing, hey, you've got a dick in your mouth. You've got, that was just her focal point to say, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be putting that on Twitter. That was a shame on you.
Oh,
but it's
shame on you.
wildly popular. People want to see me with African Americans, and they like seeing me outdoors in public sex scenes. I'm just looking at the analytics of what people like.
Interesting. Okay.
Wow.
All right. We got Mercedes here, ex-stripper turned coach, sensual healer. You say you help women reclaim their experience and live a spicy life. And I think we already covered it. You said all women are sex workers.
Yeah.
I disagree.
That's okay.
I disagree as well.
Disavow.
That's because you don't understand energetics, and that's
You're
okay.
right. I'm truly ignorant.
Well, no, I'm not saying you're ignorant. I don't think that you understand energetics.
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 Are you
I don't think
talking about like that
Energetics.
sexual energy that you were just
You see
referring to
how
earlier?
far
I don't think
the
that you
termites are
understand
spreading.
energetics,
I know where
Brian.
I've
I didn't mean to
gone.
press that one.
And that's
Sorry, sorry,
okay.
Energetic. I don't know what energetics are. I don't know what
Exactly.
that is.
I gotta send him the Sadhguru video when he talks about it.
Well, I mean, it's. I mean, we could go down. a whole history.
Sadhguru has a little video that talks about exactly the same thing, but only it's within 5 minutes, and he explains. But he talks about like when you awaken it. If you're not ready to awaken the Kundalini,
I had
when
a
you do-
spontaneous Kundalini awakening, and it was fucking nuts.
Yeah.
I legit moved to Colorado because of it, and it was crazy. But anyways,
Okay. All right. You said here that you were in a poly relationship. You met your partner in the strip club.
yeah.
You, him, and another ex or a ex
So,
lived
yeah.
together.
Yeah.
And then you got
Pregnant
pregnant
by my baby dad.
while in the poly relationship.
So I wasn't okay. So I was in a relationship with my partner. We moved to Los Angeles together, and we were like in a pretty open relationship for my own like kink reasons, but that's neither here nor there. We were in an open relationship. I met my daughter's father at the strip club, and then we started dating. Within 2 months, I got pregnant, and then at the time, LA rent was so freaking expensive. So he moved in, and they both basically just handled everything. But my older partner, it's like, I hate saying poly, but I didn't even know it was poly until recently when someone was like, that's a poly relationship. Because I was like, well, we weren't having sex. Like, me and my ex weren't having sex for months. But it was a really deep emotional connection. And we still have a deep emotional connection.
Wait, so, you were in a poly relationship and you met your now current
I was
partner.
in a relationship.
Right. And, that's because you said the 13. Okay. Yeah.
And then I met my partner, and then
you guys all lived together.
And then he moved in with me and my boyfriend.
And then
my ex-boyfriend, obviously. Once
you got pregnant 2 months
into knowing my baby dad. Be careful what you say.
What do you mean?
Don't go saying anything about him.
No, but I'm curious. When you got pregnant, were you still poly?
No, I think you're misunderstanding. I was in a relationship with one person.
Yeah.
Then I went to work one night. I met my daughter's father. So then that relationship with one person turned into a relationship with two people.
Oh. Right.
And then I got pregnant by my daughter's father. So he moved in. And me and my ex, once I met my daughter's father, we stopped all intimacy. Like, me and him have not had any sexual intimacy even for months before I met my daughter's father.
Wow. Oh, okay.
But we were emotionally, like, very, very, very emotionally monogamous.
Was it like a dead bedroom type of thing, or
like a what?
Dead bedroom, like, like a dead bedroom where you don't have sex anymore with your partner.
Oh yeah, like there was. So we had. I was stripping. So I do think that sex work can impact relationships negatively.
Sure.
And I think that's just kind of what happened in that relationship.
I had a question, for you, and but when you're done, it says for you, because I was, he said that he was a virgin, and you like. You had that restraint to not have sex with your husband immediately, and then I'll let you finish your story so I don't like take over. But I just wanted to ask a question because I'm like, dang, that's so good of restraint. Because
I think that sex work definitely tainted our relationship because I was so open, and then I would be like, oh, I'll bring girls home, and like I kind of gave him that pass to be disloyal to me. And it's so crazy because we had such an open relationship. My partner now is like so traditional, we like literally cry about Jesus together. Like he is so opposite, but he's also like not. It's just so polar opposite, but yeah,
Okay.
I've seen both ends of like having a partner in sex work, but ultimately the partner I have now helped me exit sex work.
Wait, just a question. Your current partner, is that the
baby dad?
That's the baby dad. Okay, I see. You also said you wanted to talk about.
Shout out Say Trees, by the way.
Let's see. You said you also wanted to talk about why women in the sex industry choose shit partners.
Yes.
You said you could go off.
Oh, I could go off on that. Okay.
You from New York?
I am from New York. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I am from,
Wait, you should have shellacked on the.
My East Coast comes out a lot.
Put on the accent a little bit.
You could hear it when I say like sauces, like stuff like that, or all when I say all.
What part of New York?
I'm from Connecticut actually, but I lived in New York temporarily. Yeah.
Go off on that.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
So women who are in the sex industry, everything's a mirror. So everything in our reality, oh my God, and I hate saying this because of Twin Flame University or whatever it is that just came out. But everything in our experience truly is a mirror. So a lot of the times we attract partners who are just like us while we're in the sex industry. And so when you're in the sex industry, a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, you are leading from your misaligned, underdeveloped masculine energy. So you attract a partner who's leading from his misaligned, underdeveloped masculine energy. And it's a mirror, so it creates all of this friction, all of this trigger. If you have two cubs who are like not fully matured, what's gonna happen if you put them together? They're gonna fight. Yeah. So this is literally the dynamic you see in sex workers with partners. Not all the time. I feel like it is possible to have like healthy relationships in sex work, but a lot of the time you see women who are choosing men who are using them financially, who are verbally abusive, physically abusive, and it's literally just a mirror of. And I'm being mindful with my wording because it's not to say it's like it's all your fault, but it is a mirror of what you're embodied in that moment. You know what I mean? So in order for you to attract, I mean, this is just laws of physics, you know what I mean? You attract what you are. you know?
Would you say that, I mean, I agree with that sentiment. Would you say that for a man to be able to rationalize with himself to be with a sex worker, he would have to be like, he would have to be in his masculine more than you? Like he would have, like, so.
Yes. So
typically in those relationships, since sex work is a lot more masculine.
It's very masculine, and it's rooted in the do and survival based energy. So you're meeting a partner 90% of the time that's also in his do and survival based energy.
Yeah. So I would agree with that. So it's typically you got to find a man who is.
So as a feminine, you don't find a man, you magnetize. So you allow the masculine to meet you.
You attract the men who have to be more masculine than you are. So women who are more feminine.
What you're speaking to is actually a power dynamic. So it's less of a power dynamic and more of a, is this someone I can feel safe? Because safety is really important for the feminine. Being witnessed is extremely important for the feminine, and being held and meeting a masculine that can actually just be an anchor.
Correct.
For the feminine.
So it's finding a man who is more masculine than yourself that can make you feel feminine.
Sure, if you want to call it like that way.
Yeah.
So for me, like even with my ex, the thing why we were so attached is because I felt so safe, even though like we were cheating on each other, etc. He had a way of holding space for my feminine that just made me feel so safe, so anchored in my experience. And then my partner, it's like he now is accessing that part of himself. Like he's now, and that's because of his own shit, his own trauma that he had to navigate through, his own, wound with the feminine, like all of that, So I think that it's possible. I met my partner in the strip club. I already started doing work on myself when I met my partner in the strip club. You know what I mean? And that's why I do what I do with helping women who are like transitioning out, who are in, to help them understand that they don't have to be a product of their environment, that they can use it as a stepping stone to attract whatever the fuck they want, because we literally can have anything. Like the possibilities are endless.
I had a question for you, you, and you. And this was because now, like, we've had this conversation, I'm like now starting to, like, something just, dawned upon me. I don't feel close to a man unless I have sex with him. Like, and like if I see like a guy that wants to date me,
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Like if I haven't had sex with a man,
I just gotta have him. Like, and if I don't have him, then he don't like me. And I think that
that goes back to your story.
Yeah.
That goes back to that original story.
That's what I think.
That's a whole coaching session. I'm like, I want to gift you a coaching session.
I think if a guy does like for instance, if like let's say a man like was a virgin and he's like, if I didn't get to sleep with him, I would think that he didn't like me, and I wouldn't feel loved, and I would just be like, oh my gosh, I gotta have him, and this is like tearing me apart, and I was like,
Well, we have different love languages.
I know.
But
So
that's also because you're making it mean something about you. So I told Olivia this story earlier. There was a time last year when my partner was, so the masculine just operates different than the feminine. So when they're stressed and there's like a lot going on in their experience, they're not gonna look at us and be like, oh, I want to tap that. It's like their mental is somewhere else, because the masculine is extremely in his consciousness, extremely mental.
So would I be in my masculine wanting to have sex with the guy?
No, you're making his rejection mean that you're unworthy and undeserving.
Oh, okay.
Of love, because you're interpreting sex with love.
Yeah.
Like, to give my point of view on it. So, I think we see this. So, we turn to certain evidence showing that relationships are generally hurt by having sex before marriage. I think, and this is just a hypothesis. Obviously, we can't dig into someone's brain to see how it works and the reasons why more marriages fail or there's a correlation between sex before marriage and marriages failing.
Well, okay.
I think. My hypothesis would be that it is, if the goal of marriage is to have sex, procreate, and develop this emotional connection.
It's a unionship, and I think
So it's to create this connection. So if we're creating this connection, I need to be able to clearly and without any clouded judgment evaluate you, okay, so how can I need to evaluate you as an emotional partner?
Yes.
Okay, where do we line up morally, spiritually? I need to start evaluating all of these things that are extremely important that can be clouded by adding sex into the picture. Like if I'm having sex with my girlfriend,
Yes.
I am going to overlook a whole lot of stuff.
Well,
yes, obviously, like there's the desire, I want to have sex with her.
I think
but
that
like,
a lot of people misinterpret lust as love, and there's
no, I agree with
and
that.
there's and so I get what you're saying, because love is actually a choice, you know,
I agree.
and it's something that it's a commitment, and I
Yeah.
think that a lot of people lust someone and they misinterpret it as, oh my God, I'm so in love with
I
this
agree.
person.
I 100% agree with that. And so that's why I don't have sex before marriage.
I love
Is
that, Brian.
because I don't want to intermingle lust with how I'm feeling towards them.
Well, you're desiring unionship, and a lot of what we see in like hookup culture is people are more committed to being partners and more committed to being 50-50 and more committed to all this than having a divine unionship. And there's a big
agree.
difference between the two. There's a massive difference between the two.
Yeah.
Modest Hikima donated $100. Brixan, 3 for doubting. This cast is 100% about dating. Has taught me a lot about what the SJW's spitting these days. Number 4 legit said, human attraction, you know, laws of physics not related at all.
This is about dating. I just said any guy I don't date, I have to have sex with, or I feel he doesn't love me.
Yeah, no,
That's me. Yeah.
I don't know if he was
Is that-
saying that
is that what it is?
ironically.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's only so much you can get through GPS.
Through text.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is really important for you to be able to differentiate
I would like you on my podcast.
physical, yeah, like
Would
so.
you want to be on it?
I wouldn't be
set it
against it. Yeah,
But I feel like Brian wants to move on. I'm feeling the energy.
So I think it's important. Like in my life, I want to be able to separate what are my feelings of like physical desire. I need to be able to separate that from my feelings of love. And so if I'm cultivating those feelings of love, so the emotional connection, what do you think about the Bible? Do you agree with me like on morals? Like I'm checking off all these boxes without clouding my vision with she provides me with sex.
Yeah.
So that's where I come from, that area.
And that's actually a really aligned masculine way to lead your life,
I
because
agree, yeah.
the underdeveloped masculine is she just provides me
Exactly,
with sex.
yes.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It is
I have Nickelodeon here. Hold on, let me pull this up. Brian, the way Redhead is looking at you, after speaking yay oldie nerdy, you'll be getting the veterans discount tonight. You'll also have a puddle of Fireball to clean off her chair. I'm not sure what that means.
What is Fireball?
Alice Little, what is a fire? I don't know what Fireball is.
We don't get it.
Is it because
We don't get it.
you're a
I'm a
redhead?
Sure. I love your red hair.
Yeah.
Fiery personality.
Fiery personality. We have a chat here from the Golden Eagle. The Gold Eagle. The Gold. Okay. Brixan, if you get the opportunity to get the lady in purple husband on for an interview, if he's willing, I'd tune in for that.
Yeah.
Oh, did I already read this? I forgot. Yeah, well, I think in just a moment here we can have him come up.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Last thing, we have some notes here from Alice. Alice, you said that, let's see, your first relationship in high school was with your two best friends who are also dating each other. This is like a love triangle type of thing?
Yep, back in high school.
Two dudes?
No, 2 girls.
Oh, 2 girls. Okay. If you're are you able to scoot into the table just a tad? Ethical non-monogamy / polyamory and differences between that and having an affair or being a swinger. I'd also love to talk about couples' first threesomes. And then you also say more couples should have threesomes. There's lots of benefits to learning from another person in the bedroom. Here, I'll save that till after we adjust that stuff. So you think more couples should have threesomes?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
See, my view on threesomes is I'd prefer to just disappoint one woman at a time.
Well, you see, that's why a lot of men come to see sex workers to have their first threesome, is because for many guys, it's like a goal, it's a fantasy, it's something that they've always wanted to do. They're not sure how to go about doing it. it's so much easier to just go to a sex room and be like, I want to have this fantasy. I want to fulfill it. Yeah, absolutely. And seeing a legal sex worker is a great way to do that. And when it comes to couples and getting to have a threesome, when you bring another person into the bedroom, you have an opportunity to get more comfortable with each other intimately as well. You're starting to talk about the things that you like and the things that you don't like, because now you have somebody new. It's not just the same standard sex that you've been having for the past 20 years on repeat. It's different. You've shaken it up, and now all of a sudden it's hot, it's spicy, it's new again. Like, if you want people to have successful long-term relationships, it can't be the same thing again and again and again. You've got to do something different.
You ever thought about becoming a politician? Or like a spokesperson? I feel like you...
I am. I'm an advocate for the Nevada brothel industry. I'm the founder of the Nevada Brothel Association. I defended the legalization of brothels against multiple religious individuals. I do my shit forwards, backwards, inside, and outside.
Back, inside, outside. Okay, wow. That's a lot of...
It's a lot of ways. I've been doing it for a while now.
Okay, all right, there you go. You also say porn isn't cheating.
It's not.
And women shouldn't feel threatened by prawn or P-stars.
No, they shouldn't.
Madison, what do you think about that? Madison, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so many women have this reaction, oh my God, I caught my man watching porn.
Yeah.
He's cheating on me. He's lusting after somebody else. He's looking at somebody else. And there's this internal comparison that women are doing with porn stars where they feel like they then have to do the things that porn stars are doing, and they feel like somehow he's cheating on them. And he's not. It's not about you.
I do. Yeah. No, I do think that certainly there are some women who blow it out of proportion, but do you think it is valid for a woman to prefer her partner not consume? Do you think that's like a valid standard for a woman to have?
I'd prefer him to not consume any porn. So how is that woman masturbating? What is she fantasizing about? Is she reading erotic literature? That's just written porn. I mean, porn takes so many forms and fashions and fantasies.
I do think some women blow it out of proportion, but I think it's in the same way that men are allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries. I think if a woman doesn't want her partner to be consuming porn, I think that so long as that's something that's discussed and it's made aware to the partner, I do think it's a valid preference to have as a woman.
Yeah, and I think that there needs to be a conversation around, well, how is this man now, quote unquote, permitted to then please himself? Are we trying to prevent him from masturbating at all whatsoever? Is the only way that he's allowed to relieve himself is with her and only with her? Because I mean, it can take a lot of forms and fashions of control. I mean, it's like once you start limiting how somebody interacts with their own body, I mean, it's a really slippery slope. I would much rather have standards around what kind of porn my guy would be consuming. I would want him to be paying for his porn, not downloading shit off the internet for free that's going to end up like filling his computer with spam and nonsense. Like, pay people for their work, consume it ethically, consume it from adults.
I like donated $100. Since when is it a fantasy to contract herpes from someone whose lady parks on
Every
the
show.
sewer?
Every show.
This is hazmat to clean the place up, otherwise it'll be uninhabitable.
You know what, Jay Butler? That is a legally binding offer. I'm accepting your offer to send us a hazmat suit. Can you DM me on Instagram? I will send you a P.O. box, and I don't want like a cheap Halloween costume version either. You have to send us
a real one.
Like
CDC.
a proper... Jay Butler, are you down to send me a hazmat suit? I will have Madison wear it next
Hey, now,
Jay Butler.
Room for air.
Jay Butler.
Like victim tier.
Madison will wear the hazmat suit next episode if you send it. And what's the term? He's a doctor. I forgot the exact... Urologist. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. He's a urologist. That's why he knows so much about herpes. Because he's...
Well, I still don't. Kaiser said I didn't. So
come on.
Yeah.
Come on the show.
Yeah.
Stairs.
Explain my test results then.
And a penis.
Can I eat these?
Oh my gosh.
I'm shaking over here.
All right, go ahead. Maybe just tilt the microphone away. Tilt the microphone away just so we don't hear
So that way
that.
nobody hears.
I know,
But no, you can eat. Go ahead.
I ate
Go
somebody's
ahead.
granola and I
Don't
left
eat right into the
$20.
microphone.
Yeah.
So I think what do we got? What do we got to do? Oh yeah, let's do Twitch, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Let me see. Tay90. I think I shouted him out. Wavy97, thank for the Prime. UTSA Jennifer, thank for the Prime. Teeny Sunflower, thank for the tier 1. Appreciate it, man. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you got one. So I think Annie. I think we should bring up
Husband
your
time.
husband. And
Should
I think
I feel like
standing
you guys
by
are
the door.
Jesus and Mary.
okay.
Sit
I
right
think
here next to her.
I'm trying to.
I can move.
Oh, yo, AB Check, dude, thank you so much for the gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, dude. And thank you, everybody else who's like so generously sent in some super chats tonight and Streamlabs donations and gifted memberships. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the patronage,
By the
guys.
door. He's like, I'm already by the door.
Thank you for the patronage. Guys, I'm getting scared because there's people in the space. They're getting canceled. Pearl got demonetized, so...
She says some things though
She said
that
some
are
very-
not.
yeah, I
You and the other podcast, you don't say things like the.
Well, you were on FNF
I
like,
was,
what,
yeah.
2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Holy my
There's a
God,
different
this
energy.
guy is on
There's a
fire.
different energy.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's me, boys. Boom! Ninja loot.
Skiz Tech? What's his name? Yo, Skiz. Dude, holy fuck, bruv. Thank you, dude. That's so nice. Thank you, man. 100 gifted subs on Twitch. Dude, thank you so much, man. Skiz Tech. Bro, I need to play. Hold on.
Keep the change.
Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to push this. All right, hold on.
We're like,
We'll do.
Yes. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. You're awesome. Thank you. This is my first time seeing Skiz. So thank you, man. Are we going down to get him, Nick? I think Nick, if you, yeah. Also, he does need to sign a, and I think maybe we have him. Where do we have him sit?
Should I?
this lady?
We could.
Yeah, I guess I
And
could.
then we just move. Me and Alan.
I think yeah, he should sit next
Next
to.
to her.
Yeah.
So I'm almost.
We're getting rid of
thinking-
this
Do you want me to move
whatever.
this for
Drag her.
I think here's what we're gonna do, guys. So what we're doing right now is Annie's husband, who what's his name?
Oz Fox.
Oz Fox, lead guitarist, backing vocals of the Christian glam rock band Striper.
That's hard.
Yeah.
Is coming on the show. What's
I gotta
that?
get a picture with you guys.
I know. Me
Oh,
too.
she said he's just
At the door.
yeah.
At the door.
So, I think, can we maybe pull? Let's pull Kiki into the corner. Then we'll just get another chair. Do we got another chair back here somewhere? Where we got a chair?
There's this one.
Come on, you're strong, Madison. You got it.
That one. That one.
Oh, it's fine. It's not big. It's fine. Keep drag her. Yep. Treat her like a lady. That's right. Okay, that's good. Yep. Okay, so now we need another microphone. That's what we need. Shit. This is gonna be complicated.
He could use my microphone.
Do you want to take a little breather? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying? You want to take a little? Yeah, we
I'm
could do that.
shaking over here. Sugar.
Or maybe you know what? Maybe shit. We could have. Do we have? I think maybe
Let's all just move one seat over.
one seat over. Maybe Madison, you sit on Kiki's lap or something. I don't know. Chat. Should she just chill on Kiki's lap for a bit? Is that gonna be comfortable?
Just Alice is gonna need her booster seat.
Yes, moved.
She's so.
Can you
tiny.
scoot that chair back in? Just scoot that chair in, yeah. Okay, we could. Yeah, we'll have Madison. Back there, I guess. Sorry, Nick is here. While we are waiting for that, guys, I have a question for. I forgot. Lauren, have you had any DMs? Because you've been on the show twice. Have you had any DMs from guys? They don't want to see you, like they want to actually date you.
They want to date me?
Yeah. Have you had any dudes slide into the DM? What the fuck is that? Holy shit! Oh my
It's a
god!
moth. It's just a moth.
Oh no, it's a moth. You're okay.
Protect Lauren.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's got a
Got the cane.
So I've had
party foul.
a few. My issue is is
What's your issue? Tell us your issue.
this is my issue.
What's your issue? Is Olivia? Where's Olivia?
Olivia's my issue. That's what it is.
Where is
No, I
it?
do.
Where did she go?
So my biggest issue is this.
Do you want to scoot it? Just take this seat. Or actually, maybe take this seat. I think. Sorry, guys. We're doing a little. We're doing little musical chairs here.
I know that I can't, I never say never in a sense, like, I'll never date like a civilian person, like, somebody that wasn't in entertainment. But the only reason why I do date people only in entertainment, or only if they're like a business owner or anything like that.
Oh, just right next to Annie over here.
Is because the safety. Oh, Eve.
Welcome. Wait, hold on. I got to play like some special music.
Hey guys.
Hey. He wasn't expecting this, by the way.
No, I wasn't.
So, okay, you got to spit out your gum.
I have to apologize to Kiki for kicking her out of her space.
Kicking her out.
It's all good. What's up? Oh, go ahead.
Take your gum out.
Yeah, pass it to Lauren.
Okay. It's pretty much just the safety. I only date people in entertainment because of the safety factor. They have a social media, they have an image to uphold, or if they're like a business owner like that, because if they don't, it ends ugly, real ugly. It's happened 3 times, and I don't typically date civilians because of those 3 strikes you're out experience. But yeah,
is Olivia in the bathroom now?
I think so. Yeah, I think she's in the
Alice, are you coming back or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So have you introduce yourself? Tell us.
How you doing? I'm Oz Fox, married to Annie, Annie's husband.
Okay.
And we've been married for 15 years.
15
I've
years.
been in Striper, the Christian 80s hair metal band. Whoops.
Sorry.
Since 1983. So when the band started, I'm an original member. And we've just been going for 40 years now. And we're still going strong, still doing albums, still touring, and all that good stuff. So, yeah. And my wife is definitely my hero.
Okay.
Aww, you're so sweet.
Can we just have you pop your hat off? Is that
Yep.
cool? Cool, yeah. Just it tends to cast a shadow on the eyes.
I get it.
So, how long have you been involved in music?
All my life.
All your life?
Oh, yeah. There's a long story to it, but basically started professionally, obviously, when Striper got famous.
As a Christian heavy metal band. Wait, can we get like a photo of like an 80s photo just for context, I guess?
Yeah. You'll see him.
Yeah, Nick, if you're able to, it's Striper with a Y, correct?
Striper with a Y.
Striper with a Y.
Yeah.
Okay. Let us know once you got it, Nick.
Yeah. There we go.
There you guys
Go to the
are.
one on the right. There's
click that
That's
one.
definitely from the earliest.
Wait, Nick, can you go big on that
Yeah.
photo? Just do
Make it
right click, open in new tab. Yep. Click over. Brooklyn vegan. What the fuck?
That's so
No,
cool.
that's you
There's
scuffed
Oz.
that. Hold on. X out of that.
It's one of the worst pictures.
That's hard.
Which one are you?
Do the
I'm
one
the
on the
one-
bottom, honey.
Are you on
With your hair in the middle.
if you're looking at the top right, I'm the one on the far right, which is one of the most terrible pictures we've ever done.
Do the one on the bottom.
If you go to
Wait, what about the Nick? The one that's just below us
You
in
got
this
the-
image
yeah, the
thing?
biggest
no.
hair. Yep, there it
This
is.
one. Yeah.
Bingo.
that?
There,
Okay, that's
look at
from.
Oz.
I'm in the middle. That was from our platinum album. To hell with
Wait,
the
which
devil.
one's you? Are you in the
I'm
top?
the one on the bottom.
Oh,
in the
the
middle.
Look at his face. Look at his eyes.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Did the 80s like smell a lot like hairspray?
In our case, yes.
Back then in the days. Okay. That's awesome. So, okay, so you were in this band. Oh, the question I was going to ask is, being a Christian heavy metal, what was the classification? Glam rock? What do you
They call some called us glam metal.
Yeah, hair metal.
Hair metal.
Yeah.
Was another one people called us, and then just overall like radical Christian heavy metal.
Okay.
Nobody was doing it back then either.
Did you guys have, given that you were like a Christian band, did y'all have groupies?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
It was all. I mean, we didn't have anything any different than any other band, except we weren't doing drugs and
No drugs.
partying,
Okay.
no women backstage.
No women.
Nobody like that. No.
Okay, but you had groupies. Just you weren't like just hooking up with them.
We weren't.
Maybe.
In fact, we had a good. Let's just say we had a good security system that kept anything like that from coming near us.
Gotcha. Did you guys? You guys, I assume, went on tours and.
Well, yep. Obviously.
International or just in
international,
the US?
all around the world. Yep.
What your first tour? Like, how many cities did you guys hit?
Oh my gosh. Well, first major tour was through the U.S. I think it was the Soldiers Under Command tour. That was our second album.
What year was that?
Would have been 1986.
Okay.
Something like that.
Did you guys play on what was was it Melrose? That was
that's where we started.
Was the Sunset Strip where there was all
Sunset
the, like,
Strip. Melrose was a famous place called. No, I'm sorry. That wasn't.
That was a venue, right?
Venues were all over Hollywood.
Yeah.
And we played pretty much the majority of them, as well as a few outside of Hollywood that were famous, like the Country Club in Reseda.
Okay.
And so we played a lot of the venues all over Southern California that, we had lines of people coming to see us because of what we did. So,
yeah. Got it.
Blew up pretty quick.
Nice. And sorry, did you say how many cities were in the tours?
I mean, all over the United States.
All over.
So that would be like, we'd be hit per year, maybe 40, 50 cities.
Gotcha.
Something like that.
And before meeting Annie, were you previously married?
Annie's my second marriage. Yes.
Second marriage. Okay,
yes.
Got it. Well, Madison, do you want to just sit there while I guess we wait until? Oh. Yeah. What are you doing?
Lounging.
What the?
She's having a good time with Kiki back there.
Comfortable. Yeah, she's getting comfy. Okay. Yeah. Why don't you just take that scene? I don't know what. Nick, do you know what's they coming back or what is the situation?
I could text if you want me to.
Did they leave? They're both in the bathroom?
Do you want me to text her?
Nick, can you just go check really quick and see if they might have dipped. I don't know. Not sure what's going on. Open the door?
They actually did.
They left? Oh, maybe they're in the. Okay, whatever. Okay, so you were married before, and then
I was married for 20 years.
20 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so tell us the story. I mean, Annie kind of went over it, but we'd like to hear it from your perspective. What's the origin story of you guys meeting?
Well, she gave you the basic idea how we met. We met on MySpace, and through a friend of hers that I had met and became a MySpace friends with, saw her profile and read her story and was blown away at what both of them were doing. Her friend was someone who went into the strip clubs and helped women, kind of want to bring them out of that and see if you could steer them a different way. And so reading Annie's story and her story really sparked my interest because Stryper was out doing a lot of that kind of same work in Hollywood with all of the people that would come to rock clubs or whatever you want to call it, and just share people about what we believed in. And we got a lot of flack from Christians because of what we were doing, wearing spandex and doing the hair metal thing or whatever.
Wearing makeup.
Yeah. We weren't trying to look like women, although that's what
those pictures look like.
That's what a lot of the church people would say, that we were trying to be effeminate.
Like
and we
cross-dressing.
Yeah. And we weren't doing that at all. No. We were just using it as stage makeup, So, I mean, if anything, we were just doing what we felt we were called to do. And so going along with that, I mean, obviously I felt the whole idea of the church coming against us related to what maybe Annie and her friend might have went through the same thing. And that was the whole spiel for me. Wanting to meet Annie was to hopefully be a support if she ever had a situation where she could understand why that was happening. It happened to us.
Okay.
And, I felt like I can share some stuff, give her some support in that. So, but eventually, obviously, we met in person. The rest is history.
You were such a fan of mine, honey. Can we do a selfie, please?
You're
with the regular camera.
I'm your biggest fan now.
And I brought a guy to that show, and you thought it was my boyfriend.
Yeah, that was a funny thing.
He was very offended. He was like,
I wasn't offended. It was
no,
like,
no, not you. He was offended.
Your friend.
He was a
Yeah.
huge fan of Striper.
Yeah. And I invited her to come see me play in Vegas because I was playing with some local bands there, and she came, and that was kind of how it started. I started coming to play in Vegas on a regular basis and dating her at the same time. So,
okay,
it was. It's kind of a interesting long story. There's more details to it. We can't do it all in one night, but you know.
Yeah. And we're just kind of unrelated to your guys' relationship, but just your own background. Were you moving in the same circles as like some of the other like Motley Crue, Skid Row, like any of these those other?
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
Did you ever like tour with them?
Gene Simmons. Did you meet him?
I think was Gene Simmons before.
We did.
This was like the 70s, right?
I think so. I think it's like 70s, 80s, right?
Well, yeah, I guess they
kind
had
of
a
mid.
long-
Yeah.
You're talking about Striper?
Yeah.
Talking about Kiss too.
Oh, Kiss.
Did you ever
Kiss-
meet any of them?
Kiss started in the 70s, which I was a fan of Kiss when I was in high school.
Right.
But obviously, Striper became popular, and eventually we gained the respect of Kiss.
Whoa.
We ended up playing on the Kiss cruise this
just last
year
year.
in
It was so
December.
fun.
There's
Yeah.
a cruise?
There was a Kiss cruise.
That's
Wow.
They
Are they
did
on
do
the
a cruise. They did a Kiss cruise every year, and last year we played the last one that they ever. You know, they're retiring now. So.
Yeah,
I see.
It was bomb.
Okay.
It was
Yeah, they're
amazing
getting up
watching.
there.
Yeah.
Paul Stanley was. I videotaped him. Well, it's not videotaped anymore. I filmed him watching Striper play and nodding his head and grooving with it. And I couldn't believe it. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm watching Paul Stanley love my husband's band. This is
I
crazy.
actually worked with Gene Simmons at the Rock and Roll Fantasy Camp when he was the head celebrity on a weekend there. And
nice.
we got a chance to, relate, talk, and whatever. And he said he admired our band just because we stood up for something and we became successful doing it. We stuck to our guns.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was really great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were there any other Christian like hair metal glam rock bands, or were you guys the only
No,
ones?
there were some.
Yeah.
Definitely coming
Copycats.
up. Well, I wouldn't say copycats. Everybody has a calling.
I know.
And if you have a calling to do something, you're going to just do it with your passion. And I have really good friends that did that same thing that we did.
It's like they didn't know that you could do that, and then they saw this band that, oh, you can do hair metal and
Love God
and love the Lord at the same time.
Another very popular hair metal band, if you want to call it that, was a band called Bloodgood, which I ended up being in the band later on in like 2006 because they had asked me to be a part of it. And we did an album and toured a little bit. It was really cool.
I wasn't talking about them, honey.
Oh,
Someone
you
else.
just do backing vocals, right?
I'm a guitar player and I sing backgrounds, but I can lead sing, which I've had to cover for the.
great singer.
I've had to cover for the lead singer of Striper when he got sick and couldn't sing
I
a
see.
few times.
Can we hear something?
What's that?
Can we hear something? What do we got?
Throw me under the gun here.
I did not ask them to do this, honey.
Wait, I have a guitar.
What do you want me to hear?
I have a guitar upstairs.
Brian, get the guitar.
What kind of guitar?
It's not acoustic though; it's electric. So
Oh,
Okay, plug it in.
I don't know.
if you got an amp, I can plug it into. I but I mean,
don't have.
Oh, come
well,
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work.
yeah, it might not work because you don't have an amp if it's electric. You got to
It's
have.
just gonna. You'll hear a
You
little
won't.
bit.
You won't hear it.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna go.
Yeah, Nick. I think it's electric. Never mind.
But anyway, yeah. I mean, singing. That's just something I've done since I was a kid, naturally.
Okay.
So it just stands to reason I would be an entertainer in my later
Well,
years.
maybe we could hear something.
What's your favorite line in your favorite song?
The Lion King? What?
My favorite
No,
line in
like
my
your favorite, like something that just stands out for you that like
Oh my
you
gosh.
feel on a soul level.
I mean, if anything, I mean, I love Beatles.
Oh.
And
Sorry, I was laughing at Madison.
no.
We love the Beatles.
Beatles are like,
I love the Beatles.
and I
I'm
mean,
obsessed.
all you need is love. Is
Oh, we love that.
my
That's
gosh,
my favorite
Love
song in the
them.
world.
that is probably speaking to so many people's, into so many people's lives over decades. And
All right.
those guys were just amazing. And it's, they just released something new, and we're all excited about it.
So, I guess bringing it back to the dating talk here. So, when your first message to Annie, and if I recall correctly, was something like you saw on her MySpace that she had been an escort, And is that what caught your eye, or was what was your first message to her on MySpace?
Well, what caught my eye basically about her was mainly when I could tell out of her paragraphs of stories and whatever, her heart was just so genuine, and she really was dedicated to her faith, which was something I missed in former relationships, and I really felt like that was something that actually, after my divorce to my first marriage, I made a list to myself of what I would want, to be in the next person I would be with, but it would have to match so well that it would have to be God that would bring it to me. Okay. And then all of a sudden, when I met Annie, God went above and beyond the list that I created for myself, because that's true. That's what happens. You don't know what you want more than what God knows what you want.
He knows what you need.
Actually, what you need.
Yeah. This is for you.
So for me, it was important to stick to that, and then meeting Annie and seeing how she was personally and in real life, and dating her and seeing those awesome attributes in her, that's what sealed the deal. Just watching her, how she was around kids. I have kids. I have 3 kids. And watching her with my kids was like unbelievable. Her heart was so genuine and so loving. And so for me, that meant so much, as well as
literally crying.
as well as how her faith was so solid. And to me, that meant more than what her past was. Her past, it was meaningless. She was forgiven for her past. She's a different person. So
I was going to ask you about that. I mean, did you have, were there any reservations or any concerns? Or?
No, I had no reservations. It was one of these. It had to be a divine thing, because I could have been that way, but to me, it was like, why? I mean, how's that gonna benefit myself? To keep holding on to something like that, it really doesn't matter, because she's now new. She's transformed, and I believed it wholeheartedly because I watched her. I saw her talk. I saw her love for other people, and that's what changed my heart about any of that. I didn't have to even ask her about it.
God, I mean, but was there anything like, any concerns in terms of, well, she had done this kind of work, or she had been with a lot of men? Was that ever... Never even crossed your mind?
Never crossed my mind.
Never crossed your mind?
No.
You're a strong man.
I don't think so. I don't think it's that difficult.
Okay.
You're godlike.
I really don't. If you've got the Holy Spirit in you, then you see her with the eyes of God.
Okay.
I love that. Yes.
Yeah.
That's unconditional love.
And I think earlier on in the conversation, Annie, you had mentioned something about, I forgot, I don't want to misstate your words, but you said something about ways in which you guys are married, correct?
Yeah.
The ways in which your husband has to put up with you. I think that's what you said. And so what did you mean by that? Like, do you feel like puts up with you?
Like,
how?
that if I have any trauma episodes, or if I get triggered or something, he's like designed for me to be my pillow.
Okay.
To comfort me in those times when I can't handle a situation and I freak out. And that does happen when you have, complex trauma.
Yeah.
And most ladies that I've met and that have left, coming to us for help, by the way, us not trying to find them, these beautiful souls that come to us because they're completely traumatized by the way they've been treated. It's really important that they're with people that understand that they're going to have sometimes trigger moments, or just moments that they're going to freak out. But it's okay to be that way. It's okay to be yourself. It's okay not. It's okay not to be okay. In other words, I'm not talking about becoming a mass murderer or destroying a house and breaking all the windows and things like that. You need to really get help. But any type of thing that I might do, and I'm not saying anyone would do anything like this, but like, I don't know if gosh, what would it be, honey? Because I can't think of something.
I mean,
except for what happened this morning when I was watching.
Let's just put it this way: nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
Everybody's broken, even me. Okay, every human in this world is broken, and there are things we all have to learn to maneuver around each other with. That's why the band Stryper has been together for 40 years, because we've learned how to love each other well.
Sure.
And you have to do that in a relationship.
What I think is really cool is because you're a musician, so you probably experienced, women that were sex workers probably just throwing themselves at you, and
That's funny that you say that.
And that's what's so interesting, because it's like there must have been something really different about her, because there probably were other women that were like, you wouldn't look past their past, like you chose to look past her past, but other people you were like, I'm okay, like I'm not gonna proceed. That's really cool.
Well, the thing about, again, when because I was a faithful believer in my Christianity, it taught me that I have to put the woman that I'm planning to be with, or I guess you could say I pursue, I have to be a person that's faithful. And I can't just let every woman be a distraction for me. That was one of the things that kept me.
Modest Hikima donated $100. Hookers for Jesus is literal blasphemy. Straight up fraud. Kids with another woman that you abandoned for rock and roll life and married a literal hooker. No shit, you're broken. Hashtag grab the rocks.
Yeah, and hey, he was without sin cast the first stone. Exactly. Okay, anyway.
Yes.
So, I mean, if anything, guys, I mean, this was divine.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's a divine union.
This was not something that just happened out of nowhere. In my opinion, I believe that there is a God and that he put us together because he ultimately knew what we both needed.
I think it's also extremely important to realize that you guys didn't just because I mean, you were divorced and you had a promiscuous lifestyle, and there's obviously baggage that came with that, but working through that, turning to God and seeking, how do I deal with this? There is grievous sin in my life, and I've had sin in my life that I've had to work through. But working through that, I think, is a very important step that a lot of people, obviously it's not comfortable to go through, but it's necessary. And I think you guys have done that beautifully. And I commend you for that.
Thank you.
Because, I mean, that's why your band is stuck together. That's why your marriage has survived, because you put yourselves in the position where we need to work through this, and we're going to do that together. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult, but I told you, till death do us part, and I mean that.
You know, I want to just say something, Mason. It's the weirdest thing, because we get asked, do you guys fight? Do you guys have a lot of arguments? And can I just tell you, just in front of you too, I could probably count on one hand how many times we really argued where it was very serious. I mean, I could think of the 2 times only. 2 times, the 2 things, you know exactly what they are too. It was right when we first got married, and that one time you got sick. Anyway, but other than that, simple, silly arguments, and before we go to bed, we kiss each other. I love you. We love the same TV shows. We're total Trekkies. We love sci-fi.
Oh, boy.
We just click. It's like peas and carrots. You know, that's. I can't explain it. It's
and
love.
I think that's important. I think you obviously respect your man, and and you love your wife. So there is that this has to work. And we need to be able to.
We've both read that book too, by the way.
The Praying Wife.
Love and respect.
I would die for this woman.
Exactly.
Okay.
Like Christ died for the church.
Well.
Yeah, he quotes that a lot.
That's what I'm taught, because I learned that.
Yeah,
that's what I'm encouraged with.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's the reason why I think I would tell my daughters, hey, find a good Christian guy. That's
Yeah. Because I know what comes with that.
I know what he's being taught.
Yeah.
He's being taught to love you like Christ loved the church and died for it.
Yeah. And
to me, that's important.
He knows how to be a man. He knows how to stick to his guns.
That's right.
And he knows how to protect the people that are in his life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something powerful that you said that I was speaking to earlier is how you had to become basically what you wanted to attract with her. And I just think that's so beautiful. And that's literally what I was saying earlier when I was saying, with sex workers, we attract a lot of the same people, and it basically around the energy that we're in. And so we're attracting these subpar, shitty relationships, but it's literally just God trying to provoke us into seeing ourselves, you know?
Wow.
Yep, absolutely.
We're going to transition into the after show. For 20-ish minutes or so, 25 minutes. Then we're going to wrap up the show. Oh, can we get the lights going, Maddie, if you can get the lights going on. So we've lowered the TTS threshold. We've lowered the read threshold. It's 20 and up to read/answer. TTS is set to 69 and up. That should be working as of right now. So if you guys want to get any of last minute questions in, and then we're going to wrap up here. We're going to wrap up here very shortly. So I'm trying to think. By the way, there's I don't know if you guys can hear. There's a concert going on.
You playing afterwards?
Not me. I'm off.
You did this, didn't you, honey?
But yeah, so before we wrap up, does anybody have any final thoughts or any? Oh, I wanted to pull up your Instagram. Let's pull up Annie's Instagram. Oh,
I got two of them.
in Vegas donated $100. Let me counter the other guy's attack/statement. Dude, your music literally played a huge role in saving 3 of my buddies' lives and souls at my church camp growing up. THX for listening to him. God rocks.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
Striper. Sweet. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Wait, what were we going to pull up? Oh, the Instagram. Annie's Instagram. Hookers for Jesus.
Yep.
Scroll down. I just want to read some of these. Scroll down. I like the color.
Yeah, I love my
scheme.
colors.
I like the color scheme. It matches your hair and stuff.
These are all my quotes I say. My
Do you
little
do the
team.
graphic design?
No,
You
I
got
have some people that
pretty
do
good.
for me.
Wow.
Yeah,
Pretty good. They got a
and
good
they
aesthetic.
they really they take whatever I say literally. Sometimes I'll talk to them on the phone and then they'll quote, "What'd you say?" and they'll write it down and they'll put it on there. So
Okay,
it's
good shit. All
you
right,
know.
there you go. It's some solid graphic design.
I just followed you.
You gotta give whoever's doing it. You gotta give them a raise. or something.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job.
Oh, don't tell them that. Oh no.
Hey, Maddie, can you get this light? The
did.
the blue? No, this one. The one that's on the ground. If you're able to get that one.
Oh, I see it. Pink. Right?
Yeah, we got some lights going. You know, doing a little after show. Do you know how to do it, Madison? It's the one. Yeah. Oh, we got Modest Takama. I'm without sin, you are correct, blasphemous. You got to be right next to it.
Oh, there's
Heathen, and I will cast the first stone at your fake ass, I'm assuming. Please, Ozfox, explain your way to Christ for us and how it is not blasphemy. He's saying don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
He says Christ is-
bro. No,
Yeah.
there's no condemnation in Christ.
Yeah.
Okay,
Romans
that's all
8.
there is to it.
Hate
If
it,
he,
gonna hate.
if he knows his scripture, he knows where that's at.
Okay.
And I'm not condemned. I'm saved, and I'm going to be in eternity someday because I dedicated and surrendered completely my life to Jesus Christ and His teachings and His ways.
Gotcha. Repent and believe.
Yeah.
I have a question for Oz.
Yeah.
What takeaways did you have from your previous marriage that you considered finding a new woman after your divorce?
Well, I'll start by saying my first marriage of 20 years, I don't believe was a mistake. Okay,
Yeah.
I believe we have 3
kids are miracles.
beautiful
Yep.
children from that, and we had really good times. Unfortunately, my first wife was not. She just, when the band got back together, and she just did not like that lifestyle, and she wasn't. I guess I wasn't making her happy or whatever it was, and of course, like I said, that goes along with learning how to forgive and all that, and which, you know, I guess everybody's different, everybody's broken.
Right.
So, and by the way, we're all good friends.
Yeah,
now.
we are.
You know,
We hang out.
but what I did take from it was after the breakup and after we went through all of the heartbreak and whatever, one thing I did learn was that my faith in God is what kept me sane through the whole thing. It gave me the peace, gave me the strength, and gave me the hope to know that God had a plan for my life. And so all of that teaching just came right into my heart, right from the word that I read, that I studied, all of the teachings that I got from so many pastors. I mean, we're talking like like dozens of pastors that I was friends with or had something to do with that would support me and give me some kind of counsel. I was able to find strength in all of that, and I think it was all given to me because God had His eyes on me, which led me to find someone like Annie, and help me to appreciate her even more. And as far as what happened in the past, I mean, my first wife is the one. My pastors wouldn't let me file for divorce so that I would be blameless, because I had to wait to see if it was going to be something that I guess you could say in the eyes of Christianity, if I would divorce her, it would be me making a decision where it wasn't me. She made a decision to file and say, okay, it's over. I don't want to be married anymore.
I mean, the Bible even talks about it. If your spouse is wanting to leave you, then you aren't to be like, you're not allowed to do that.
Right.
But so as a Christian, there are two ways where divorce is lawful, and that's for infidelity, in which case you have the choice, or your spouse is not performing their spousely duties,
or they abandon.
Exactly. So if husbands have abandoned their wives, they're not paying for them, they're not providing for them.
Well, even
and then the wives are not providing for their husbands.
Well, no, not necessarily providing. Let's just say, in my case, it would be
nurturing,
leaving the relationship.
Okay.
When a person leaves the relationship, says, I don't want to be married to you anymore, even whichever it is, and hands you papers of divorce. That's not that's out of your control.
Exactly. And the Bible says to let them go.
Yeah, you have to let them go.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with reconciliation, but if the other person doesn't want to reconcile,
I agree.
Then it's out of your hands.
Yeah, you can't force them.
That was my scenario.
Yeah, and it's good that's the route you chose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough though. It's not an easy road.
No, that's
really
extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Those are my nightmare scenarios. When I am sitting alone at night, I am terrified that stuff would happen to me.
Don't manifest it. Don't create that reality.
I pray to God that
But listen to me, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's where your faith comes in, man.
Exactly. I agree.
If you get in a relationship, it could be the most perfect relationship ever, and there's ways that the other person, if they're not.
I mean, I've read Job plenty of times.
Okay.
I know. Yeah.
It can change.
Things can change very quickly.
Immediately.
Yeah.
So, I mean, your only true hope is in God and
I agree.
what He does in your life. And
is He really enough? If everything in your life was taken away, is God enough?
Absolutely.
And that's what happened to me too, you guys.
That's sex work.
I hit rock bottom.
Yes. That's why I say that sex work
I had
is a
so
pathway
many
to
rock bottoms
God.
actually, but this was the worst. Was my overdose, and I was.
I want to say, we had a girl who was on this. I'm totally derailing the conversation. Her father was in Rat.
Was a what?
Wow, he was in Rat.
I was on that show.
The band.
Oh, Rat.
Rat.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know Rat.
I know the guys from Rat. Yeah.
And we know Stephen Piercy, and
Trying to
we were
remember.
just hanging out with him a couple months ago.
Crosby.
Robin.
Robin Crosby.
He passed away.
Yeah,
he
her
did.
daughter has been a guest on the show.
Okay, awesome.
Wow.
Let me get a couple of these chats here. We have Jeremy in Vegas. Too modest. Learn humility and grace, my dude. Oz is no fraud, and Annie's work with Metro's beyond stellar. Step off, brother.
Ooh.
I've got C notes too, and I can go all night.
Hey, Jeremy!
Come on, Jeremy. Jeremy, if you're who I think you are, dude, you better drop one more.
Yeah.
Say something else.
We know
How about Brian?
We know who Jeremy is.
Hakama, he can
That
go
same
on.
Jeremy. Yes.
It's Hickama.
It's that white crunchy fruit at the Mexican food place.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's like a white
delicious.
crunchy
Wait, Nick,
fruit.
audio,
Oh yeah,
Nick.
jicama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who the
Well,
fuck is
anyway.
that guy?
That's cool.
We have Bang Bang Lulu, Forrest Gump, and Jenny Happy Ending. Christ is King.
Because I said peas and carrots.
Okay,
That's
we got
pretty neat.
we got Nickelodeon here. Let's get this straight. Beta male is left by wife, goes onto MySpace to search for prostitute. She won't sleep with him unless he marries her, so he proposes. Damn, glad you're happy.
Yeah,
Don't shoot the
whatever.
messenger. I gotta
Exactly.
read this shit.
People have funny ways of twisting things, don't they?
I'll read the rest.
Maddie's reading the rest of these, so
That's awesome.
oh, we have a couple things to react to. Wait, what was the first one we were gonna pull up, Nick? Oh yeah, today's International Men's Day. I forgot to mention that.
Hey, let's go, men.
Okay.
I forgot to mention that.
Oh, make a party.
Let's go.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that in my intro. I was going to, but it slipped my mind. This is from an Instagram called the Tin Men. The Tin Men. Can you just scroll the images? Yeah. No. It's it's just a bit to your. Yep, that one. It's International Men's Day, a day to celebrate the wonderful men in our lives, the essential role they play in society and families, and to raise awareness around the various issues that impact them. Next.
Just don't say it too loud.
Being a man. Anyways, you guys should definitely check out this blog post from the Tin Men. We won't look at the whole thing just because it's long, but yeah, Nick, you can scroll through all of them. Just give each page like a second or something. But yeah, it's International Men's Day, guys. So just thought I'd bring it up. This is a very good. This is a really good resource. The UN tried to make it World Toilet Day.
What? Wow, that's so typical.
How
Is
dare
it not
they?
typical?
Yes.
Because we know what they stand for.
Man-hating organization.
Wow.
The United
Yeah.
Nations.
Yep. The UN is
Get
cucked.
outta here.
The UN is cucked.
Yeah. UN is useless.
UN is cucked. Down with the UN.
Agreed.
Next one. The United Nations officially observes 8 different days for women and girls. International Day of Women and Girls Science. Yeah, the UN is super cucked. International Day of Women Judges, but they don't, and 0 for men, all of those, but they don't acknowledge any for men and boys. And then there's this GQ thing that half of the men of the year were women. Hello? GQ.
She's a woman.
And the woman of the year is
Oh, this is a good one too.
Exactly.
Like all the Google Doodles, like it's for International Women's Day. There's a Google Doodle, but there's never been a Google Doodle for International Men's Day. So we got to talk about equality.
What's going on?
Equality.
Yeah. They're messing up.
I think a lot of people disrespect the masculine.
They do.
Facts.
Yeah,
They do.
it makes me upset that I can't stand the whole I guess rhetoric of like just even on social media, everybody going in on the masculine.
Yeah,
That's true.
I love a man.
up.
I love a man
Exactly.
that.
I think,
honey, just
people
Real men.
look at the
Real men.
underdeveloped masculine and they think that's like the entirety of men. It's the masculine energy is beautiful. You know what I mean? We need it.
I would say most men out there are terrible examples of what manhood
Agreed.
actually is. Yeah.
Goes for women too.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's
Same
a lot
thing.
of churches that are terrible examples of Christianity.
Yep. That is absolutely 100%.
Remember the 19th of November. Please tell me the masseuse. Hold on. Please tell me the masseuse to spare me when she overthrows the government.
Yeah,
She doesn't
of
speak English,
useless
by the
UN.
way. That was clever though. I remember the 5th of November, the gun something treason and plot. Does anybody know that?
I can't remember.
It goes like,
That's
remember,
like a war
remember the
thing.
5th of November, the gun
Yeah.
something treason and plot. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Thank you, Stochastic. Stochastic Guy Fawkes Decay. Okay, he changed his username just for that. Very cool. What was the other thing we were going to pull up, Nick? There was another. Oh, the TikTok. Let's do the TikTok. Yeah, go full screen with it. And we're going to. You didn't refresh it, did you?
No, should I do that?
No. Because I put it on 2 speed because it's. All right, I want everybody's reaction to this. Oh, can you mute it, Nick?
The bowing girl again.
No, but it's. I want your guys' reaction. Oh, can you mute?
Okay.
No, I mean mute it on TikTok, and then just unmute on. Okay, go ahead. What do you guys think? Look how romantic this is, guys.
Aww.
Wait.
Oh,
Yeah.
petals.
Look how a lot of women might wish. This is super romantic, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Whoa, what?
What just happened?
Something.
Wait a
Do the
minute.
dishes.
Oh,
It's
wait.
me. That's me.
What just happened? Like,
What?
He went into the kitchen and saw the
Nick,
dishes
pull it
she
back
had
up.
to do.
Oh, okay.
Nick, go.
I was like, why is she mad? Wait,
Go
okay.
the speed. Just change it to 1.
Now the daughter's gonna yell at her boyfriend too, or her husband.
Change it to 1.
I
And
thought it
then-
was because she was wearing shoes and stepping on the roses. I
Go
was
ahead,
like,
play it. You don't have to play from the
This is
beginning.
literally me. This is me and my partner.
Such romance.
See, right leads right to the dishes.
Donated $69.
Oh, here it is.
Remember the 5th of November of gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Thank you, Grid One Motorsports. Thank you for all your patronage tonight, man, and previous shows. You're a legend. Thank you so much, man. That's a great movie, by the way. I love V for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta.
I feel like a lot of shit that's going on in V for Vendetta.
Yeah.
I've never seen that movie.
I like Dark Knight,
should
V for
watch it.
Vendetta.
Oh, I love Dark Knight.
Dark
Is
Knight's
it
my
like
favorite
Dark
movie.
Knight?
Yep, Christopher
Okay.
Nolan, best.
I love
Yeah.
Dark Knight. I've probably seen it like 20 times.
Yeah.
Yep.
Your daughter loves that movie too,
Oh, yeah.
Tara.
It's like
Our daughter.
Let's see.
it's old.
What else do we have here? I'm trying to think if I had other notes. Oh, there were 2 videos. This is like this girl sent. She posted some stories, and she's a hater. She's a
this
hater
podcast?
of the podcast.
Okay. Yes.
I don't know if this is the first one. There's 2. I don't know what the order is, but they're pretty funny, and I want to show this. I was meaning to react to this months ago because she sent this a while back. Let me see if this is the first one. Go ahead, play it, Nick.
All right, respect to all the girls that are on those like stupid ass podcasts.
Oh, shit.
But I know for a damn fact that you guys that the people who run these podcasts are only like picking like the dumbest people to go on their show so that their producer doesn't sound, or the guy who's like in charge doesn't sound dumb. But if you guys stop for a minute and pick people who know their worth and like are like not dumb, aka me, you guys won't even upload the video because you guys would literally sound so dumb. Like I would literally make you sound so dumb that you will be so embarrassed to freaking even upload the video. But anyways, that's besides the point. I'm gonna answer one of the little questions. So the question was, should a guy pay on the first date? Of course a guy should pay on the first date. And here's why. Because a man is a provider. A high value man is a provider, according to Agitate. So therefore, if he pays for the dinner or whatever, the date or whatever, he's showing me that he's a high value man because he's showing me that he can provide. Simple. And all.
There's another video. So so she says that we would be too scared to upload the video if she was on the podcast, and she called. First off, they're live.
I think she wants to be on. I think she wants you to.
Here's the crazy thing. So she made an Instagram story and tagged us, and I saw it, and I like if somebody sends that, I'm like,
come on,
okay,
yeah.
come be on the podcast. I'm not. If somebody even if they're kind of being a little whatever insulting like that, I'm never gonna be like, well, fuck you. No, I'll be like,
yeah,
you're welcome to come on the podcast.
Yeah, at least she
I'd
wants
be
to come
happy
on.
to debate you.
Yeah.
And then she ducked for like 2 months. She ducked for 2 months, and then she ended up blocking us because I kept.
So she didn't want to come on the podcast.
She faced
then.
accountability, and that's what happened.
No, a lot of the women who, and I know we're reacting to just one specific clip, but there's a lot of people on Twitter who talk a big game, like, oh, if I went on this podcast, I'd fucking blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
They're always critics. They always say, oh, you bring on these types of women.
I judged
or
you
blah 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 blah. But it's like. And then I invite them, and I'm not mean. Like, even if they've talked shit, I'm never like, fuck you, come on the podcast, I'll fucking own you. I'm just like,
yeah.
I'm just like,
yeah, we got to see.
We'd love to have you
like,
on.
come
I'm
on.
like, come on the podcast. I send them my typical invite, and they always duck. They always dodge. So a lot of these shit talkers, a lot of girls like that who.
All hat, no cattle.
She's acting
Yeah.
like we do like background checks for every single person, making sure they're smart. Like
We're making
We
sure
just-
I
they're
think
dumb.
it's how,
Yeah.
Brian. I think
Yeah.
it's how you market, because I had a prejudgment of you too, and I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna come and run it and like see what happens. And I'm happy I did. I feel like it went great.
I'm so
it was a
glad
good show.
you're
I think
saying
people are
that.
smart in
That's
different
awesome.
ways
It
too.
was a
Like
good
in a sense.
But I had the
Yeah.
same thing. Like, oh, they always pick all these dumb girls. But it's like the way you explained it. Like, look, we try to get this and this and this, but all these people just duck out. I literally think it's because of your market. Not that it's bad. I mean, it's working. You're
Well,
getting
yeah, I
views
mean,
and
the
stuff.
viral clips.
But
it's
you
like,
come
like
off
those
more.
people.
You come off more intimidating than you are. Like, I'm not even kidding.
me?
I'm not kidding. I have danced. Like, I'm not even gonna say it because we're on the air. But I have danced and like been with some people. Okay, some high profile people. And I don't know why I was shaking on the way here today. I don't know why. And then I met you and I was like, oh.
Oh, well.
Okay. I was like, oh.
Hey, I'm a softie. I'm a nice
I want to
guy.
tell you though, Chase, when I was on here before, Chase is a little Dickens. He's a little Dickens sometimes.
I don't know who
but
Chase is.
He
you
should
don't
have
know
been
him,
here
but
tonight,
he's.
to be
I only
honest.
No, it would have been
watched
fun if he
your
was
episode.
here. I would have. I got a little heart for him. I told my husband, I was like, I hope Chase is there. I was
should have
secretly
been.
hoping Chase was going to be here, and Jonathan too. But anyway,
But,
I thought it was really. If
Wait,
anything,
so you're saying you've when you were involved in stripping, maybe you said you knew some men. Are you talking like gangsters?
Athletes?
I thought you meant like gangsters.
Celebrities.
Oh yeah, and gangster. Oh my God, one time.
I'm more intimidating than
One time, can I? I actually have a video I could pull up.
Watch out, bro. Podcast host coming.
Masculine energy.
Masculine energy.
One time I was with this
Divine
guy
yeah.
who had all these chains on, and he used to come see me at my club all the time.
Yeah.
Shameless plug, Crazy Girls, Hollywood. Okay, great club. But he used to come see me there all the time, and my friends would be like, "Why are you hanging out with that guy?" And I didn't understand why they were like so triggered. Mind you, he had rubies in his mouth and on his hands.
Oh shit.
He had like 20 necklaces on with all these girls' names, and I was just like, like I didn't know. And my friend's like, "That's a pimp. Like, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, I thought he just liked me." And that's what pimps do. They like groom you.
Are you?
of course.
Oh, hold on.
Modest Hikima donated $69. Genesis 3824 - Your daughter-in-law Tamar has played the harlot, and behold, she is also with child by harlotry. Then Judah said, "Bring her out and let her be burned."
Damn.
Burn her rocks, Miss Chase.
Harlotry. That's a
That
neat
was
word.
Judah's fault.
Yeah.
He was the one to blame for that story.
He became a buyer
What
at
was
that
up with
point.
him?
He did.
Well,
But-
she was married or going to be married to one of Judah's sons,
Yeah.
and then the son died. So that put her in a
yeah,
position.
Judah's sons, yeah.
So she obviously kind of like was panicking
because she needed a dowry.
she needed something to happen, and I guess he what did he do? Did he throw her out of the family or something? And then she ended up going on the road meeting as he was.
She would be in prostitution if,
She dressed up
obviously.
like a harlot.
She did.
so that she would trick Judah into sleeping with her.
Oh,
Yeah.
dang.
Wait,
And he went after her like he was a
Yeah, exactly. So
like
it's
he
like
wanted.
willful sinning.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's like, so if Annie here was like willfully like presenting herself as a harlot,
Right.
then that would be a massive issue. But
Yeah.
you're not.
Yeah.
So
Wait, Mercedes.
Yeah.
Are you saying
What?
I had you shook?
like the pimp.
I'll tell you when we
Mercedes.
get off air, like the people that I've like been in deep relationship with. But I'll show you text. I was like, I don't know why I'm so freaking nervous to come on this damn podcast. Shit, I was praying.
Right.
You don't even know I don't even know where they came from. The prayers.
You start praying.
From deep in my loins.
Yeah.
It wasn't even me. I was like, Jesus, take the wheel, please.
I guess I got some of these girls shook. I don't know. I
It's how
feel like
you
I'm a nice
market.
guy.
It's, I think that people are just afraid of looking wrong.
Candace Owens destroys.
I don't agree with Candace Owens, a lot of her views, but I appreciate the fuck out of her because she's a woman who uses her voice.
She's a strong.
Yes,
she brought
and
Olivia on.
And
Like,
she
that was-
uses her platform to express her beliefs, and so I could acknowledge that and be like, "Wow, that's so beautiful," but I don't agree with everything she
Yeah.
says.
I was in shock. I
Here I
never-
got a couple chats here. We have LPE Loose P Energy. Fook, that high calorie 304 Brian, get the rocks.
Get the rocks. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Who's he speaking about?
Oh, not anybody here. He's the girl in the video, which we have another part too.
Oh, yeah.
Annie, I recognize you from Peter Santinello's YouTube video from when he was in Vegas. Enjoy hearing your stories very much.
Thank you.
All right, we have Matt Texas. Big props to Oz. Thank you for your music and ministry and for helping me half ruin my voice singing Striper. Wait, oh yeah, can we hear a little something? Maybe a little 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Which song?
Well, close your eyes.
You got pipes?
Like I told you, I know some Beatles songs. So
well, what?
let me
One
see.
of
Let me
his
try
ears
one.
doesn't work.
And when I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be.
Okay.
Tearing. I'm tearing.
Love it.
Oh, we got a grid one here.
Motorsports donated $69. Brain, what a video. For me, being on the pod would be nothing but hells. First, California is an L, and I'm even more acerbic in person and might say something I really mean and hurt feelings.
Oh, grid one. How you gonna do me like that? How you gonna call me brain, son? Yo, grid one. Thank you though. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. I think we have another one. We got Jeremy.
Jeremy in Vegas donated $69. Jeremy in Vegas 11:19, backeth off thy hyper-spirituality and looketh in thy mirror before casting a stone.
I agree.
Okay. Okay.
What chapter's that? No.
All right, that's Jeremy. Let's put the second video. Nick, I think you need to scroll one more. Oh yeah, you can do full screen. Yeah. Yeah, go. Oh yeah, we gotta wait for Jeremy here.
Were these back to back, or did she do one day and then another month later?
Wait, hold on.
Most _S9_logic_ ever donated $69. That Crete in the vid was like men are
we got the
providers,
part
so
two.
they should show me they can provide and pay on the first date. I'm like, women are sexy, so show me you can take dick plus gag on this on the first date.
What? Whatever,
That's
dude.
okay. All right. Cretan.
I personally could relate to that.
Shit is crazy. All right, let's pull up. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We got the part two here for you, man. Tell us what you think.
So before you guys are like, oh my God, Chasm, but what's a woman's job? Like, a woman's job is just simple. She is showing you that she is available for you. Like, by going on that date with you, she's putting all her plans on pause, giving you her ability, or like, what is it called? Like, basically giving you her time, which is showing you that she is submissive and allowing you to be part of her day. Didn't Entertain say that a high value woman is submissive? She's already showing you that she's submissive by agreeing to going on that date with you, because she could have simply just said, no, you're broke, you're blah, 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 blah. She could have simply just said that. She could have said that, and like that would have been the end of it, and that she's a bad woman, like she's not a high value woman, or whatever you want to call it, or maybe she just has standards. But she's even agreeing, so you should act like a high value man too and pay for the dinner. Common knowledge,
She would do great on the podcast.
I think that
Maybe I should DM her. I should message her.
You could try.
And
Honestly, I don't
deceive her.
I asked a couple other people to DM her too to see if she'd come on, but she cowered.
Seduce her into
She
coming
cowered.
on the podcast.
Well, you know what's interesting? I saw. This is something I thought about right when I was watching that girl. Was you know how guys compare their they sometimes like to compare their sizes of whatever.
What?
And I'm trying to be funny. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, do women ever compare their sizes of their nails, the length? Look over here. Look.
These are not. I usually have my nails like this, and I was like, I just don't want to look like a mommy coming on here.
I literally never.
I could never live a life with nails.
Me neither.
When
That's
I
why
mine are
don't really
long
get them.
usually. This is not even long.
You said that men compare the sizes of their.
They're whatever.
I went to Florida recently, and I met. I had gone to an IV therapy center, and one of the guys there worked for a plastic surgeon's office, and he says men are getting like filler in their area.
Yeah, that's true.
But
That's
I mean,
true.
but I mean,
I've heard that.
he said that it makes them feel more confident. And I'm like, hey,
What's
I mean,
sad?
I would if a dude did that, I would be like, okay, well, if it makes them feel confident, like I'd be okay with that.
Plastic surgery.
It is.
I'd be
okay
and
with
filler
it.
and everything
It's
like that.
It's a beauty standard that makes me
Beauty.
sad.
I know, yeah. If
He's
they
not
if
gonna
it
be able to
really
feel it.
if it he said it was a couple, it was like $3,000 or something, $4,000, and he said that it's filler, and he said it really, and he showed me before and after pictures on their website. They
I
have before.
saw. I've looked it up. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like I came to think of it. I'm like, hey, if it's making them insecure.
Medically speaking, guys,
Yeah.
I mean, there are guys, older men that can't, have those things
Erection,
happen,
yeah.
and they have special things that help them that are actually mechanical.
You guys know.
Do we
Yeah,
think
the button.
size matters.
Huh?
The button.
There's a
No,
pump
or-
thing.
Yeah, there are those things out there. If
There's also an
needed.
implant
Okay.
button.
Yeah, it's like a plastic
Yeah,
ring, and
definitely.
it goes inside, and
Damn.
then you have
So,
to pump the.
I mean, that's an actual
scrotum.
thing. It's not. We're not just making fun of it. It's actually something.
Well, I told you a lot of stories, honey, too.
But you know, I want to say that I really do appreciate women in their nails. I think it's really awesome. I wish that I could do my nails but I don't feel comfortable doing my nails.
You have to keep your nails long to play guitar.
But I have them long enough to pick guitar strings. So, you know, there you go. There's my contribution to.
There you go. Nice. Any final thoughts before we wrap up here? We got to wrap up here in just 2 minutes. Anything? Anybody? Anything?
Had a good time.
I'm shaking.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm time to wrap it up.
Time to eat.
She's literally shaking.
Well, I want to thank you all for having me on. That was fun.
Thank you.
This was a surprise. It was a surprise, and I really
I like
enjoyed it.
spontaneity. That's really good.
Well, thank you for coming on impromptu like this. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks for redeeming me, Oz.
I have a final thought. All women are sex workers.
Disavow.
No.
Erroneous.
Erroneous. Disavow.
I love it.
Here, I'll send the asteroid for that one. Asteroid.
I'm
deeply offended.
We just need everyone.
$69. Oz, your take on science and stats with pair bonding. Did Annie not pair to you for money and fame? Is that really enough for you? Sure, great sex, low bank account. She rides your coattail, Congra.
Wow.
Quick response.
That is
quick response
really.
if you want.
You guys waited till marriage, right?
That's right.
Yes, we did.
That's right. We waited.
Yep.
And that was
Jacama.
that was not only her decision, but I was already thinking that before she showed me the the ring that she had for chastity, so to speak.
Yeah. Modest Jacama, you doubt the power of God.
Yes, that's it.
There you have it. Okay, we have OPC Dawn. When will Andrew Wilson's friend Grace Thorpe be on the show? She's got great takes on dating. I'm not familiar with Grace Thorpe. Andrew Wilson, we just had him on. I think we're going to have him back on again soon. I'll have to check her out. Thank you for the recommendation, OPC Dawn. And I think we have one more chat here. Dr. Clockwork, Brian's intimidating because no one wants to look stupid. You're older and better prepped than your guests. As I said, both myself and my wife are in the adult industry and want to debate you. Who do we contact? We'd have to see who you guys are. Obviously, you can DM at whatever on Instagram. Thank you for the message, man. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go ahead. I need to wrap up the show. Nick, can you pull up Twitch really quick? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Ref, thank for the Prime. Fuzzy, thank for the tier 1. Fade Out, thank for the Prime. MSG Pain, thank for the Prime. General Disregard, thank for the Prime. Silent Biscuit, thank for the Prime. And then Skiz Tech. Oh, Tiny Sunflower, thank you for the tier 1. Skiz, dude, thank you again for that big 100 community sub gifts you sent about an hour ago. Super Mexi, thank you for the Prime. Really appreciate it. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, guys. Let me see if I have any other things here. I think that's totally it. Okay, guys. Hold on. Sorry. The IG video? Yeah. What's that? The makeup? Like with the makeup? No. We're not gonna. We'll do that another show. All right, guys. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats, donates, and supports the show. Big thank you to Grid One Motorsports, Jay Butler, Raven DT, Cam H, LPE, Modest Hikama. Did I say it right this time? Hickama. Jeez, I can't get it. Stochastic Decay, Guy Fox, Real. Yes. Revealed. No, we can't do that. And she doesn't speak English, Korean, whatever. And just paid masseuse, because I knew tonight was going to be a stressful show, so I had to hire like a massage therapist. I don't know if I'm going to, probably won't do it again, but yeah. Okay, so big thank you to the wonderful panel. Thank you guys for making it to the end here. Any women who want to be on the show and you can make it to Santa Barbara, DM at whatever on Instagram. The masseuse listens to Future, mask on, fuck it, mask off, chase a check, never chase a bish. Yo, thank you, man. Much appreciated. Let's see. We will be live again Sunday. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. We got a very solid show for you on Tuesday. We will see you guys next time. Actually, let me just double check, make sure we got all the chats. I don't want to leave anybody hanging. No, I think that's it. Okay, guys, we will see you guys next time. Thank you so much for tuning in. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. We'll see you next time.